forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions.
Nithyanandam, and welcome to the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the second sequence with the 308 asanas of KAILASA's Nityananda Yoga. First, let us make sure we have all the components you need for the yoga practice. Have your yoga mat on the ground. Have your Panchapacha and Udalani ready. 1 cup with a spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. All the male bodies, please remove your upper cloth and apply the vibhuti on the 16 places over your body, as you can see on our acharyas. All the female bodies, you can apply it on your forehead. Wear the kumkum on your third eye, the Agnya chakra in between the eyebrows, and wear the Rudraksha mala around your neck. You can keep some weights at the side of the mat if you want to intensify the asana practice. And make sure you have 1 energized Shri Yantra on your yoga mat. Gaze at the yantra whenever possible. To mirror the macrocosmic energies into your microcosmos. Let us all now settle down into a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you bring your hands into Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as we open this session with the Satguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Sattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times, invoking Paramashiva's presence for this ritual of Nityananda Yoga. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
Let us now enter into the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Take your Panchapatram and Dhyan. Keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Take one udani, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm and take another udani of water into your hand for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with all the tips of the fingers joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Now place your right hand over the left and place both your hands on the right thigh. Sit straight, close your eyes, and make a conscious resolution. What you want to manifest in today's Nityananda Yoga session. Hold the visualization of what you want to manifest as we chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartabane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharitau Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhaditau Shubhavasarayuktayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Evam Gunavisheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadithau श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षीसुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमारगुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामरश्रीजिन्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्गसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्यजापवर्गवर्ष विश्राणजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपनशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमदृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परंपरागत आदिकैलास नित्यानंदपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञानसंबंधदेशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्ष चतुर्विध बलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये.
Now wash your right hand once more.
Om apa upasprishya.
And keep your Panchapatam and Udani aside out of harm's way. The 108 asanas of KAILASA Nithyananda Yoga. We are now going to continue the sequence with the next asana. Now sit in a comfortable posture and place your hands on your knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Relax and breathe deeply in Samana Kumbhaka. Fill your navel region with prana and hold your breath comfortably on and off. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Yatasana Ishtasana. Hold this posture for a few seconds.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथसंस्थं यथास्थितिः.
And then in a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, start inhaling. We can cut this part out. In a comfortable cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, start inhaling and exhaling as deeply as possible, as slowly as possible. Inhale and exhale as deeply as possible. Keep visualizing Swamiji in Samasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपति दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Now place your left foot against your perineum and bring the right foot on top of the left foot. Keep your hands flat on your knees. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः वामं याम्येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Now shift your gaze upwards towards your third eye. Maintain the position. Feel the stability of body and mind as you visualize Swamiji in Siddhasana.
स्थानोस्यम्यमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं तैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Now shift your gaze to the ground in front of you. Intensely contract the perineal floor. Pull your stomach in and up and lock your chin to the chest. Perform Mahamudra Bandha. Feel the grounding effect as you visualize Swamiji in Siddhi Asana. Lead the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine.
वामपादुके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासु कोठानो.
Now rotate your hands back into Bindu Mudra on top of your knees and shift your gaze upwards. Feel the energy rising along your spine and visualize yourself as Lord Buddha, the fierce dimension of Lord Shiva in Buddhasana 2.
वामचरणपरिदक्षिण राखे एकजुगति ऐसे विधि राखे.
Shift your gaze down, back towards the nose. Embody tranquility and an unshakable nature. Be sturdy and stable, not only physically but also unshakable in your inner space. In Sandadunasana.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीट.
Now bring your hands towards your navel region. Cup one palm over the other. In Samputa Mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana. Don't forget to internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham continuously.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Now get ready for Bandha Yoni Asana. We're going to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, locking all our senses with our hands. First, set the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution of manifesting through the womb of creation. Inhale all the way and then close your lips with your little fingers, your nostrils with your ring fingers, your eyes with the middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs. Hold the breath in Shanmukhi Mudra.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Relax. Now, place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with your index fingers and thumbs together as you bring the right foot on top of the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh. Embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Veerasana.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
Feel the intense fire rising up your spine as you continuously breathe into your navel region in Samana Kumbhaka. Keep the Mula Bandha engaged, the root center contracted. And now shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize the great sage, poet, and author of Ramayana, Sage Valmiki, in Valmikasana.
डाबा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोज.
Now place your hands flat on your knees. Shift the gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself, the sacred yantra. As you hold the visualization in your inner space, mirror Devi's energy in your microcosmos. Breathe deeply and calmly in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपाद की पगधली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Maintain the posture. Hold the visualization, but shift your gaze upwards. Direct the energy flow up in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Now bring the soles of the feet together in front, with the heels close to the perineum. Interlock your fingers around your toes. Pull your feet in and push your knees down to the ground. Open up your hips intensely. Focus your gaze at the tip of your nose and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal. Visualize Lord Birabhadra in your inner space with 8 arms and all the weapons in hand in Bhadrasana 3.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
Relax. Now place the left hand on your left knee. Cover your mouth with your right hand and close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril all the way. Then close both nostrils, close the right nostril with the thumb and hold your breath as long as you can comfortably. Then exhale through the left nostril all the way and then again inhale through the left nostril as deeply as possible. Invert the breathing flow again and again, alternating the direction of in and exhalation. In Abhyantra Kumbhaka, curl your tongue backwards and up. Lead it as high as possible in the Kechari Mudra, making you lighter than space itself. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as an Agori in Agorasana.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो की जैसो जी.
Relax. Now separate your heels. Keep your toes together and bring your elbows down on top of your heels. Rest your chin on your hands. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose. Pull your stomach in and up. Perform Uddiyana Bandha as you exhale all the way and hold your breath in the exhaled state. On every exhalation, in Rechaka Kumbhaka, visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanari Pavasana.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्षो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Now rise up. Slightly lift your feet off the ground as you scoop your hands below the feet. Interlock your fingers in front and then lift your feet up towards your chest in Padasana as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Hold the balance. Be stable in your inner space and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Hold this position for a moment.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
And now interlock your fingers around the toes from the top. You can set them down for a moment. And then again, pull your feet up towards your chest. Rest your chin on the toes as you gaze to the tip of your nose and embody the state and space of a king in Gopichandasana.
पूरव विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकू पराशे.
Now lower your legs down and once more scoop your hands below the feet. Interlock your fingers around the toes and bring your feet towards your chest. Bring your chin onto the fingers. Focus your gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize your body being completely healthy, free from any defects in Udarasana. hold this posture.
ದೋಬೂಪಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಪುಟ ಠಾನೆ ಉಭಯ ಹಸ್ತಕರಿ ಉರದ ಹಿತಾನೆ.
Then slowly raise your feet higher in front of your face. Try to hold the balance here. Keep the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead and visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
ದೋಬೂಪಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಜೋಡಿ ಸಂಪುಟ ಕರೆ.
Relax. Bring your feet down. Now one by one, lift your legs over top of your shoulders. The knees bent. And off the ground, now bend your elbows upwards. And hold on to your neck with your hands. Visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujasana.
ಶಿರಾಸನಂ ತು ವಿಜ್ಞೇಯಂ ಕಕ್ಷಾಸನಮತಃ ಪರಂ ಗ್ರೀವಾಸನಂ ಚ ಪರಮಂ ಭುಜಾಸನಮಿಹೋಚ್ಯತೆ.
With your legs over top of your shoulders. Now bend your elbows downwards. Bring your hands behind your back and reach for the other hand. Try to interlock your fingers behind your back. Focus your gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in KAILASA.
दो हाथ पगम नीचाने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Relax. Now place the top of your left foot flat on the mat and sit on the left heel. Then bring your right foot over top with the heel at the outside of the left hip. Place your hands on opposite knees and gaze forward. Don't focus on any external objects. Only focus on the object within in Vaishnavi Mudra. As you withdraw your attention from anything which is happening outside, visualize yourself as an elegant swan and start performing the Ujjayi Pranayama as you breathe through your mouth. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation. Hold this Sankatasana for a few seconds.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यसधर नीतले पाददण्डेन जाम्येन वेष्टयेद् वामपादकम्.
Then slide the left foot outside the hip and sit in between your heels. Place your hands on the top knee. Pull your stomach inwards and up. In Udhyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. In Dhenukasana.
अनुषागिनकर पंचडं वृषिलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
Now slide the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot onto the right knee. Bring your left arm behind your back and reach for the opposite thigh. Hold on to opposite thighs with your hand and twist your spine. Gaze upwards towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Feel how your spine is opening up as you breathe deeply through your mouth in Machandrasana.
वामजंग परिदक्षिण ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टे दिशाने.
Relax, untwist your spine. Now catch a hold of your big toes and lean forward and down with your legs in the same position. Try to bring your forehead to the ground, your navel close to your heels. Visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
प्रथम जी मनोचरण जो ये वामजंग परिराखे सो जी.
Rise up and now interlock your fingers. Place them on your left knee and engage all three wonders: the root lock, abdominal lock, and the throat lock together in Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
पूर्वमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Relax, free your legs. And now let us repeat the Sankatasana on the other side. Place the top of the right foot flat on the mat this time and sit down on the right heel. Stack the left knee over the right and place your hands on opposite knees. Gaze forward without any external distractions in Vaishnavi Mudra. Be completely focused on your inner space as you visualize yourself as a swan in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यसधर्नीतले पाददण्डेन जाम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Breathe deeply through your mouth, making an ocean-like sound from Jai Pranayama as you now slide the right foot outside the hip. Sit in between your heels. Bring both hands on the top knee. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Hold the visualization of a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागिनगर पंचडं वृषिलिन्दगल्यम्नीम्.
Now bring the left foot on the right and place the right foot onto the left knee. Your right arm behind your back. Rotate your spine so you can catch a hold of the opposite thighs with your hands. If you cannot reach the thighs, just reach as far as you can. Twist your spine and breathe deeply. Feel how every single vertebra is slowly giving way, enabling you to reach further with every single breath. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
वामजङ्गपरिदशिनठाने वामहस्तपिष्टेदिशाने.
Now come back to the center. Catch your big toes with your hands and lean forward and down. Breathe deeply, opening up your hips and your back. Visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जोजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोजी.
Rise up and interlock your fingers. Place them on the right knee this time as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. All the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now free your legs and place your feet flat on the ground. Bring your knees up towards your chest. Cross your arms and hold on to opposite knees. Pull your knees close in towards your chest. Breathe against your thighs. Feel how your spine is opening up. Lead your tongue backwards and up in Kechari Mudra. Try to lead it along the pharynx, the nasal tract. If you can, fix your gaze at your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Parshasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानन्यूर्षि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊर्सहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands and bring your chin towards the knees. Rest your chin on top of the knees. Hug your legs. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss in Bodha Shukasana. Breathe deeply.
दो बगदली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
And now bring your hands below the knees, in between the thighs and calves, and hold on to opposite elbows with your hands. Pull your legs back in towards your chest. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Your tongue still pressed upwards towards the third eye in Kechari Mudra. Hold the visualization of Swamiji in your inner space. Visualize his sweet smile in Purakatasana.
दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे घोड़ा नीचे ले ठहरावे.
Now cross the right ankle over the left and keep your toes pointing upwards to the sky. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize Maharishi Sumati in your inner space in Sumati Asana. Remember to make an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you breathe through your mouth in Ujjayi Pranayama.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डावा पग परितचपद आने.
Now extend your legs forward. Keep your knees straight. Interlock your fingers and raise your arms up over top of your head with your wrists pointing outwards. Straighten your back and your legs like a stick. Feel the stretch in your upper back and shoulders as you reach high. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose with your tongue. Pause upwards, engage Kechari Mudra. Swamiji in your inner space. In Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now lean forward and down. Catch a hold of your big toes in Dana Mudra with index fingers and middle fingers. Lean down as low as possible. You can slightly raise your knees. To lean down even further, bring your head in between the knees. Start breathing in Nadi Shodhana as you inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other, alternating without the support of your fingers. Feel the prana being led along your spine, cleansing Ida and Pingala Nadi, the main nadis along your spine. Alternate your breath, Nadi Shodhana, as you visualize Swamiji in Adambasana.
दो पग मिलिवा पसारी पका का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
Now rise up. Slightly separate your feet. Raise your knees and bring your hands below the shins, holding on to the soles of your feet from the outside. Lean down as low as possible. Stretch your lower back, your upper back. Open your hips. You can literally pull yourself down as you catch a hold of your feet. Breathe deeply, and with every exhalation, sink a little bit deeper into the stretch. Focus your gaze at your third eye. Take the energy upwards within your body. Visualize Swamiji in Vidokasana.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कचक ऊर्ध को कुरुडो डारे.
Now rise up and bring the heels together in front. The feet still extended away from your body. Lead your hands underneath the shins. Keep the palms facing up. Your elbows on the mat. Bring your chin onto your heels. Lean down as low as possible. Gaze towards the tip of your nose. And visualize Swamiji in Jalandhari Pavasana.
दो एड़ी मैली के दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Relax. Rise up. Straighten your legs. And now lift one leg upwards behind your neck. You cannot bring the leg behind your neck. You can just lift it over your shoulder or pull it towards your chest. You can even just press it over the opposite knee. Then lean forward and down and hold on to the front foot with both hands. Breathe deeply as we are moving to Pratyahara Kumbhaka. Visualize how the prana is flowing upwards to 9 points of your body as revealed by Mahadeva himself. These points are the soles of your feet, the regenerative organs, your navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of your eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the Brahmananda, the crown of your head. Feel the prana flowing upwards in your body continuously as you visualize Swamiji in Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Your leg behind your neck. Now rise up and lean back all the way. Try to lay down on your back with the opposite leg extended forward. Catch a hold of the foot behind your head. Fix your gaze on the tip of your nose. Tensely open up your hips. Just straighten your body. Gaze to the tip of the nose. And visualize yourself as infinite or endless, an eternal one, in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकम्पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा
Hold this posture for a moment and then roll onto your side, the side of the hand which is holding onto the foot behind your head. Rest on the side as you fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
Now you can release the leg from behind your neck. Lay down flat on your back and pull your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hands. Rock your body from side to side. Relax after this intense stretch. Free up your back. Breathe calmly. Feel the prana flowing upwards within your body and pratyahara kumbhaka. And visualize Swamiji in Tridushasana.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदये वष्टम्भ जङ्घासहित ऊरूनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा सव्यापसव्यं लोडयेत् दृशासनं भवति.
Now again, straighten your legs as we are going to repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. So now lift the other leg behind your neck. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the foot. Pull yourself down as low as possible. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Hold this posture. Feel the intense opening of the hips and back. Stretch the hamstrings.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
As you lean back, the leg behind your neck, holding onto the foot with the opposite hand. Straighten the other leg forward. Gaze the tip of your nose and feel that you are without beginning or end. Infinite, Ananta, in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकम्पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा.
Now roll to the side of the hand which is holding onto your foot. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and relax, feeling in complete control in Ankushasana on the other side. Breathe deeply.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
Now lay on your back as you one by one bring your legs up behind your neck. Again, if you cannot bring your legs behind your neck, you can always just pull them towards your chest, opening up the hips. Then interlock your fingers around your lower back, gaze to the tip of your nose, and visualize Swamiji as you continue to breathe in Pratyahara Kumbhaka, in Yoga Nidra.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Now bend your arms upwards. Keep the legs over top of your shoulders and try to interlock your fingers around your neck. And as you keep gazing at the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Vishnu is blessing with it in Atma Ramasana.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथमसो सोवे.
Now relax. Lay down on your back and extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level. Pull your knees up towards your chest and keep the soles of the feet facing up towards the sky. Gaze the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Kojikasana.
दोवो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिनसो उबे सपा करे.
Now lower down your lips and let's get ready for the Jatara Paribit. As you lay down on your back, with your arms extended out at shoulder level. Pull your knees to your chest and then drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Now bend both your knees to the side. Feel the rotational stretch in your spine. Breathe deeply. Extend your legs to the side. Get a hold of your feet with your hand and turn your head away from the feet. Rotate your spine intensely. Breathe deeply. And now return back to the center. Drop the other knee to the side. Extend the opposite leg. Repeat the movement on the other side. Twist your spine in the opposite direction. Bring both knees bent to the side. Feel the rotation of every single vertebra in your spine. As you now turn your head away from the feet as you extend your leg and hold onto the feet with your hand. Visualize Swamiji, the Chacha Parivritti.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Now we move on to the next asana of the sequence. Now lay on your back and place your feet flat on the ground with your knees raised. Get your hold of your ankles and push your hips up high off the ground. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha and push the air upwards. Prevent it from escaping your lungs in Mocha Kumbhaka. As you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge in Viparapitham, hold this posture for a while.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
And then bring your hands over top of your shoulders, the fingers pointing down towards your feet, and push your hips up off the ground. Raise your hips up high. Try to walk your hands and feet closer together. Breathe deeply through your nose. Try to relax in this posture as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशेन मस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Now lay down on your back. Place your hands on the respective shoulders as you lift your knees towards your chest. Start rotating your hips in a circular motion. As you visualize yourself as a dog, playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana. Keep breathing calmly through your nose. The prana along your spine. Feel the mobilization in your spine happening as you move your hips.
शववत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभुवाणीज हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरां बद्ध्वा भ्रामयेत् श्वोत्तनं भवति.
Now stop the movement. Place your arms flat on the ground next to your body and raise your legs, raise your hips, point your toes up towards the sky as we enter the Viparita Karani. Now start rotating your legs in a circular motion. Form the Mocha Kumbhaka with your throat locked completely. Visualize Swamiji and feel the Jataragni, the digestive fire, increasing this posture.
भूतले सशिरोद्धत्वा खेनगे चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Point your toes up to the sky. Be completely stable in Viparita Karanitu. Hold this position.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाटराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now drop your feet down over top of your head. Touch the toes to the mat and interlock your fingers behind your back. Push your hands into the ground in Parasho Mudra. Keep performing the Mocha Kumbhaka. Prevent the air from escaping by locking the throat intensely. Visualizing yourself as a plow in Langalasa.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य हस्तद्वयं सम्मील्य लम्बीकुर्यात् ग्रीवाप्रदेशेन भूमिं कर्षयेत् लाङ्गलासनं भवति.
Now move your hands up towards your feet. Hold onto your feet over top of your head. As you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space, eternally chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham continues. As this is one of the 84 asanas which have been revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Shaita Paschimatanas.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Now make sure that your hips are above the shoulder level and then separate your legs wide to the side. Keep holding onto the feet in Supta Konasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Now join your feet back together. Catch a hold of your ankles and then roll onto your back, keeping your arms and legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana. Keep the Jalandhara Bandha engaged, your throat locked.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परौ व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
As you now lay down on your back, bring your legs vertically, pointing up towards the sky. Hold on to the big toes, your arms straight. Send your legs out of the side. Open up your hips. Feel the intense stretch. Slightly pull on the toes to move deeper into the position. Breathe firmly in Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. As you return to making an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Ujjayi Pranayama.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together. Keep holding on to the big toes in Supta Parangushtasana. Try to straighten your knees. Feel the stretch in the hamstrings as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now from Supta Parangushtasana, cross your legs into Padmasana. Place your feet on top of opposite thighs. As you bring your knees down towards the ground and your hands above your head, holding onto opposite elbows. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose. Try to bring your back on the ground. Feel your pelvis rotating through your hip bones, opening up the hip rotators. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Place the back side of the right hand on top of the left palm over top of your head. With the next Padmasana. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space in Paramashivoham.
प्रथम करे पद्मासन आचे सुधो सोवे भूपरिपाचे.
Breathe deeply. Open up your hips. Now lift your knees off the ground. Raise your hips as you support your hips with your hands. Your elbows resting on the ground. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Lock your throat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. In Sarvangasana.
अथ वक्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपुणो विद्याभिः यथा.
Now roll down onto your back. Free your legs from Padmasana and place one foot onto the opposite thigh. As you raise your knees up towards your chest, extend your arms out over top of your head. Hook your fingers forward and raise your chin to the chest. Lock your throat. Fix your gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana. Hold this asana for a moment.
प्रथमशयन सुधोषी शिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Now lower your arms and legs. Place the other foot on the opposite thigh. Get ready to repeat Vrishchikasana. Bring your hands over top of your head. Fingers hooked forward like the stinger of a scorpion. Gaze to the third eye in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशयन सुधोषी शिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Now lay down flat on your back and interlock your fingers around your neck. Lift your legs off the ground and start pulling one knee in towards your chest, back and forth without setting the feet down. Breathe deeply through your nose in Sahasrara Kumbhaka. Breathe the prana along your spine. Feel the mobilization of your spine in this posture. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, intensely engage your core, mobilize the hips, ease the body heat.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभ्यः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परौ मिलित्वा नितम्बेन भूमिं स्पृष्ट्वा.
Place your hands next to your hips, flat on the ground. And now alternate, touching your ears with the respective knees again and again. Keep visualizing Swamiji in Maruttanasana.
श्वोत्तानवत् संस्थिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Relax. Now place your feet flat on the ground as you keep the knees raised. Now stand up and lay back down again and again. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana, the wolf posture.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृकासनं भवति.
Now, as you lay down, kick your legs up and start rolling over again and again. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep rolling backwards. Finally lay down in a broad position on your stomach. Your hands at the side of the shoulders.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा निब्जं भूयादि निब्जं शयनम्.
Now contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation as you visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Sarathasana.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय स्तम्भद्धस्ताभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य ओष्ठौ निमील्य वेणुवत् संकृत्य तिष्ठेत् सरठासनं भवति.
Now push your body off the ground into a plank position and jump your feet forwards in between the hands, back and forth. Feel yourself Go beyond body and mind. Keep jumping in Dehalyulanganasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय अथ नयेत् देहल्युल्लङ्घनं भवति.
Rise up. Now lean forward and down. Place your hands on the ground and walk around on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant. Breathe calmly through your nose. Feel the ground underneath your palms as a natural movement.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाति स्मरो भवेत् हस्तान्द्रिभूमौ च गमनम् आगमनं ततः.
Now rise back up. As you enter into the next karana of the sequence, stand in the Arimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees bent. Bring your elbows up to the shoulder level. Tilt your head back. Open up your chest and start rotating your arms around your body as you move your head in all directions. In Lolitika Karana. Now stand right on the mat. If you have a rope available, now tie your feet with a rope. Stand right on the mat like a rod. Some yogis stand like this for the whole night to experience the Kundalini awakening. Now keep your elbows close to your body, your hands on your thighs. Visualize the Kundalini Devi as rising and curling upwards around your body in Sarvasana. Feel the energy flowing upwards.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत्तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः वायवी कुण्डली देवी कुण्डलाकारमङ्गुले.
Now from the standing position, lean forward and down and catch a hold of your toes from the front. Keep your hands in fists and walk around on the mat as a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasaranasana. Keep breathing deeply through your nose. Body a camel walking around on your mat.
उष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमो निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य उष्ट्रवत् उष्ट्रसाधनं भवति.
Now shift the grasp on your feet. Hold your toes from the side and walk around visualizing yourself as a horse in Ashvasana, the horse posture.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमो निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य अश्ववत् शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति.
Rise up. Stand with your heels touching, the toes slightly separate, and interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashu Mudra. Pull your hands down towards the calves as you lean back all the way. Open up your chest. Breathe deeply. Tilt your head back. Try to relax in this posture. Every inhalation, feel the expansion of the space between the bones, with the stretch in the muscles. And on every exhalation, sink a little bit deeper into the stretch. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in Kapota Nitakasana.
पादतले भूमो निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Now relax, rise up. And again stand in Arimandi position. Your heels together, the toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. And bow down to one side. Open up your palms and raise the respective heel again and again. Visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva in Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Next up is Khadgasana. As you stand on the mat, fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Then lay down on your stomach and jump your feet back up towards the hands and stand. Extend your hands forward in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Khadgasana.
नुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् खड्गासनं भवति.
Now, as you stand on the mat, you can hold on to some weights to intensify this asana. Now sit down or squat down as low as possible and stand back up again and again. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji in the Uttanottanam.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Now standing erect on the mat, raise your arms up over top of your head and jump repeatedly. Jump up high, visualizing yourself as a mace. In Musalasana,
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा नयेत् मुसलासनं भवति.
relax. Now, catch hold of one foot with both hands and pull it towards your chest. As you sit down and stand back up on the other leg, alternate both sides as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji. Breathe deeply in Uchchir Shakasana.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षो निधाय तिष्ठेत् उच्छीर्षकं भवति.
Now keep the toes of one foot pointing to the side and raise the opposite knee up towards your chest and circle the raised leg with your arm. Keep the hand in a fist while placing the other hand on your inner thigh in Parshvajanu Karana. Now, again, catch a hold of the weights as you extend your arms out forward. Extend the left leg and sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now, raise the left foot towards the inner opposite thigh and stand relaxed with the hands by the side of the knees. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma in Brahmanasana. Breathe calmly through your nose.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमरो दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Then bring the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the toes of the left foot behind the right calf. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with big wings on your back in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now slide the left foot onto the right thigh, still standing on one leg. Keep your hands by the side of the knees and visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold on to the left big toe with the left hand in Prana Mudra. Extend the leg out to the side. Keep the knees straight and start rotating on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star in Dhruvasana, the Pole Star posture.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा इतरपादतलं भूमौ निधाय त्वरया भ्रमणं कर्तव्यं ध्रुवासनं भवति.
Now lift one leg behind your neck. If you can't lift it behind your neck, you can pull it towards your chest or cross it over top of the opposite thigh. Then stand erect on the mat. Sit down and stand back up. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space in Trivikramasana.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Relax. Now point the left toes outwards and lift the right knee towards your chest. Repeat the Parshva Karana. Hold the knee raised to your chest. Now get ready to repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Again, extend your arms forward. This time, raise the right leg. Visualize yourself dancing as Lord Shiva. As you sit down, stand back up in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now raise the right foot towards the inner left thigh with the heel close to the perineum. Hands by the side, visualizing yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma in Brahmanasana. Breathe calmly through your nose. Don't forget to chant the Mahavakya internally. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमरो दत्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Now bring the right foot over and around the left knee, tucking the toes behind the left calf. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Move the right foot onto the left thigh and keep your hands relaxed by the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold onto the right big toe and extend your leg out to the side. Straighten the leg and rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole Star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा इतरपादतलं भूमौ निधाय त्वरया भ्रमणं कर्तव्यं ध्रुवासनं भवति.
Bring the right leg behind your neck or lift it towards your chest, whatever is possible for you. And then stand straight. You can hold on to a solid object for support if needed. Then sit down and stand back up in Trivikramasana. Visualize the blessings of Lord Vishnu.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Settle down. Stand with your heels touching and keep your toes pointing outwards. The hands at the side of your hips. Your fingers pointing one by one. Breathe calmly in Samanakakarana. Then squat down. Slightly separate your feet and bring your hands from the outside in between the legs. Interlock your fingers in front of your navel as you visualize Sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. As you inhale all the way, hold your breath, and by the force of your will, move the prana freely within your body. Move it upwards, downwards, through the limbs of your body. Lead your awareness through the different parts of your body and feel how the prana is following your guidance. Gain control over the flow of the prana within your body in Jivachala Kumbhaka as you perform Gorak Anjali Asana.
प्रथम ही वो हो ये बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहो वे.
Now bring your hands behind your back. Maintain the squatting position. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Hold the balance in this posture. In Kanchi Asana.
ऊरुमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं अष्टभ्याम्.
Now bring the heels together close to your perineum and hold your hands behind your back. Try to sit upright and gaze towards your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in Bhairuvasana.
दोबू पग की थलिया की माहिली कोर मिला जी फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Now separate your toes and join your hands in Anjali Mudra. Raise them behind your neck with the fingertips pointing down towards the ground. Your elbows separate around your head. Gaze through the nose. Visualize yourself as a ball. Just one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu, Varaha in Varahasa.
पागसली की माहिली कोर मिला जी फना पानी उकड़ वैसे.
Now bring your hands into Prana Mudra. Catch onto the big toes and raise your hips up to the same level as your knees. Maintain this semi-squatting position. Engage your legs. Visualize Swamiji in Prapitasana.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानप्रदेश आनीय तिष्ठेत् प्रपीठासनं भवति.
Now place your hands split on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms, close towards your armpits. Raise your hips up and lean forward onto your arms. Balance with the feet lifted off the ground as you visualize yourself as a crow in Bakasana. Gauge your shoulders.
हस्ताभ्यामौनिमवष्टभ्य जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य.
And now bring your head down towards the ground. Your knees on your arms. Align your hips with the shoulders. And raise your legs up. Crossing your legs into Padmasana. Push your knees up towards the spine. Push your knees up towards the sky. Straighten your spine. Gaze at the tip of your nose. And visualize Swamiji in Sushtanga Kapalyasana. Hold this posture for a moment.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो हो जी.
And then gently lower your body down to the ground and come to a kneeling posture. Keep your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on the knees. Fix your gaze on the tip of the nose. Visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
Now place your hands on the ground and raise your hips up. Get ready for an inverted posture in Vrikshasana 2. Visualize roots growing from your hands. As you visualize yourself as a tree, raise your legs up. This asana purifies all the 7 chakras of your body.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेष कांचन नेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now, while you are in the handstand, fix your gaze at your third eye. Visualize Tejas, radiant energy flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body, bringing the divine radiance to your being. Breathe deeply in Shibu Asana.
दोबू पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Now lower your legs down, step your feet back, and come to a plank position. Lower your body down towards the mat and push yourself back up again and again. Visualize yourself as a fish in Matsyasana 2.
निब्जं शयनं कुरुपर्व पार्श्वभागाय मूर्धकृत्य हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य वारं वारम् उड्डानं कुर्यात् मत्स्यासनं भवति.
Lower your body down to the ground, lay flat on your stomach, and place your hands on the hips. Raise your head and chest from side to side, visualizing and moving your body like a snake as you calmly breathe through your nose. Mobilize your spine and your neck. Breathe deeply as you form Sarapasana 2.
द्विभ्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तोनितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीर्घीकृत्य सम्मीलयन् उरसगन्तव्यं सर्पासनं भवति.
Now bring your elbows down on the ground in front of you and rest your chin on the hands with the hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra. Feel self-supported and completely independent as you keep the top of the feet flat on the ground. Relax in this posture. Open up your upper back and relax.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परया सुधीः मुखमुन्नमनुच्चायि निरालम्बनमासनं निरालम्बनयोगी स्यान् निरालम्बनमासनं निरालम्बनता ध्यानं निरालम्बनमासनं.
Now bring your hands flat on the ground in front of you and bend your knees, raise your feet. Then straighten your arms, push your upper back towards the feet as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays in Chaturasana. Hold this intense stretch of your spine.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्या उन्नजात् छत्रासनं भवति.
As you then come to a kneeling posture, place your feet down, sit on your heels with the feet flat. Extend your arms out in front of you. Place the palms and your forehead on the ground. Breathe against your thighs. Open up your back and shoulders in this very stable position. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility. Feel indestructible in Vajrasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
Now raise your hips, keep your hands on the ground, straighten your legs into Vajrasana position, and now alternate striking the ground with your hands as you experience yourself as powerful as a ram in Meshasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
Now, with your hands on the ground, raise your hips and lift your legs off the ground into a handstand position. Lower your face down towards the ground slowly as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity in Ajasana.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत्.
Now come to a kneeling position with the feet flat on the ground. Hold on to the toes and pull them towards your perineum. Then place your hands flat on the knees. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Breathe through your mouth, making an ocean-like sound in Ujjayi Pranayama. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Dhanantarasana.
पूरव विधि परिहाता की काकसीछो फणा शरा मोड़े पगा के अंगुली अग्रिमेढ़ लगावे.
Now interlock your fingers up front and move your arms upwards, downwards, from left to right, in all directions, giving massage to various different joints and muscles of your body. Move the arms to the back and repeat the movement. As you visualize Swamiji in the Angamotanam.
हस्तयोः अंगुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेत् अंगमोत्तनं भवति.
Now bring your heels outside the hips with the toes pointing to the side. Bring your thighs and calves down on the ground. Rest your hands on the knees as you Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana form. Feel the intense rotation in your hips. Settle down, try to sit on the ground.
जंगोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्या स्थिरकायोद्विजानुना जानु परिकरद्वन्द्वा गरुडासनमुच्यते.
Now bring your soles of the feet together behind your back as you separate the knees wide to the side. Hold on to your ankles with your hands and push your hips forward. Try to touch the tips, the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple in Ananda Mandirasana.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Now cross your feet and sit on your heels. Bring your hands underneath your knees as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra as you visualize yourself as a frog. Perform Uddiyana Bandha. Pull your stomach upwards and inwards towards your stomach. Pull your stomach inwards and up towards your spine in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
And now place your hands on the ground in front of you. Tuck your toes and sit on raised heels. Keep your thumbs touching in front as you focus your gaze on the tip of your nose. Stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again. Visualizing yourself as Lord Narasimha, the Lion Man avatar of Mahavishnu in Narasimhasana.
दोवू फणा पानी होई वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे समशरीरनी काट हरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्यावे.
Relax. Now sit on raised heels and cover your mouth with your hands. Bring your thumbs beneath the upper teeth and close your mouth. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishlaka Pranayama. Focus the gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you might have in Vishlakasana.
दोवू पगागी एडी जोगी गोड़ा फणो वाणपुनी होई.
Now bring the soles of your feet together, the top of the feet flat on the ground, toes pointing back, and sit on your heels. Fix your gaze at your third eye and bring your hands to your armpits, imitating as if you are a monkey scratching itself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana.
दोवू पकतली संपुट आने तिनकी पृष्ठभूमि परिठाने मूलद्वार एड्यां परिल्यावे मूढ़ा हाथ ऊंचा टहरावे.
Now tuck your toes, bring the soles of the feet together and raise your knees off the ground, separated wide apart. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back and gaze to the tip of your nose. Embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community in Vajra Sanghadasana.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होई वैसे दोवो एडी गुदानी वैसे गोड़ा उभा राखे धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
Now again, place your knees down to the ground and cross your feet. Sit on the heels as you place your palms down on the ground next to your body. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. In Kanjanasana, return to making an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Ujjayi Pranayama.
खञ्जनासनमा वक्षे यद्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तो भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
Now place your hands on your knees. Keep gazing at the nose and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle as you embody a turtle with a stable body and mind, living for hundreds of years in Kurmasana, the turtle posture.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Now relax your upper back and neck. Maintain the same posture. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Yogasana.
बुधं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
Now uncross your feet and rise up onto your knees. Cross your legs behind and bring your toes near the opposite knees. Bring your hands in between the thighs and calves and keep the thumbs outside. Hold onto your calves. As you gaze up towards your third eye, visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru Swamiji in Vijogasana. Hold the balance in this position.
गोड़ा वामो बोहो जी गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दो जी दची पाद के पानी रहावे फणो वाम गोड़ा ढिगल्यावे.
Now bring the top of your feet flat on the ground, your knees closer together, and hold onto your heels as you lean back. Push your hips forward, tilt your head back, bend your back, open up your chest, breathe deeply as you visualize yourself as a camel in Ustrasana 2.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संविवाद इषुपुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्वित हिताशनः.
Now lean down, lower. Bring your elbows down to the ground, followed by the back of your head. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and experience yourself as a lotus blooming in Jatyasana 2.
दोबू एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलत बारी तर इधरे फणा पानी उकड़ होए बैसे बहुरी पिष्टि दिशि करे जो ऐसे.
Now lay down on the ground, bring your back to the mat and rise up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed as you fix your gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize the healing of your causal body in Virathasana.
जंगा पृष्ठिभूमो निराज्य जंगोतरयोः ऊरुनी संस्थाप्य पृष्ठिवं शंवारं वारं स्पृशेत्.
Now bring your hands over top of your shoulders and lean back all the way. Catch a hold of your feet and bring your head in between the heels. Push your hips up high, bend your back intensely. You cannot bring your head in between the feet. It is all right. Just lean down as far as possible. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove in Kapotasana.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ्य संविवाद इषुपुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यास कुर्यान्वित हिताशनः.
Now slowly rise up onto your knees. Stand on your knees with your toes tucked and hold on to opposite arms in front of your body. As you fix your gaze, the tip of the nose, internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Verbalize the boon you want to receive. As you are in the boon fulfilling posture, receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सर्वं तिष्ठेत् वारासनं भवति.
And lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the ground and rest your face on the hands. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana 2.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यन्ते कोर्परो भूमौ स्थापयित्वा जानुभ्यामवनिमवेष्टभ्य हस्तौ मस्तके संस्थाप्य पार्श्वनितम्बे संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् वराहासनं भवति.
Now let us get ready for another inverted posture with your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers. Bring your head to the ground Support your head with your hands. Raise your hips. Walk your feet forward. Align the hips with the shoulders and slowly raise your legs up in a controlled manner into a headstand posture. Keep gazing at the tip of the nose. Breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine. Visualize yourself as a lopped tree in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम् ऊर्ध्वमार्गे पते दत्त्वा धारयेन् मारुतं सिद्धिः.
Now slowly lower your legs down and come to a kneeling posture. With your feet flat, sit on your heels, slightly separate your knees and lean forward and down. Bring your head in between the legs. Hold your head with both hands, your elbows outside the knees. Inhale through your nostrils and exhale through your mouth in this asana. As you gaze at the tip of the nose, visualize Swamiji. Feel the opening of your back as you breathe deeply. Keep the Mula Bandha engaged.
प्रथम भगदली इसमें ठहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे हना पानी उकड़ होए बैसे दोबू एड़ी गुदानी बैसे.
Now lay down flat on your stomach and keep your hands extended out in front of you. Extend your arms out in front and lift your arms, your chest, your legs off the ground and hold. Tensely engage your back as you visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Relax. Now place your forehead on the ground, your hands by the side of your hips. Visualize yourself as a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment as you lift your legs off the mat without lifting your chest. In Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Rotate as you lay on your stomach. Lift your legs up over top of your body and try to touch your feet to the ground in front of your face. Bend your back intensely. Visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा पृष्ठप्रदेशेन भूमौ स्थापयेत् आकाशकपोटं भवति.
Slowly lay down again and come to a kneeling posture. Sit on top of your heels. As you lean forward and down, place your forearms on the ground and bring your navel towards the knees. Be sturdy and stable in this position. As you visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामोष्टभ्य जानुनी नाभौ संकुञ्च्य.
Now raise your hips and straighten your legs. Kick your legs up. Bend your knees as you try to touch the back of your head with your feet. Visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana too.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्गिरिपार्ष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिब्बुकं विधार्यकौ यत्रेति सन्तिष्ठति साधकस्त्वं विशावहं वृश्चिकसंयमासनम्.
Relax. Come back down. Sit down on your right heel and bring the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Place your hands on the ground in front of your body. Feel the grounding. The hands flat. Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra. Fully residing in your inner space without any external distractions. Visualize yourself as a whole as you forcefully inhale through your nose, hold your breath for a short while, and then again slowly exhale through the nostrils in Antaranga Kumbhaka, in Vrishasana, the bowl posture.
याम्यगुल्भे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Now push your hands into the mat and lift your body off the ground. Cross the toes of the left foot over the right and balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Lolasana.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात् स्थिरवायुप्रसादेन स्थिरचेता भवेत् द्रुतम्.
And sit down on the left heel as you bring the right heel outside the hip. As you repeat Vrishasana, the bull posture, on the other side. Keep visualizing yourself as a bull.
याम्यगुल्भे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Now place the right foot flat on the mat. Raise the right knee against your chest. Tuck the toes of the left foot and sit down on the left heel. Keep your hands on the respective knees and visualize Bala Gunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Bala Gunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जागी.
Now stand up and squat down. Bring your hands through the legs from the inside out and hold on to your ankles from the outside. As you squat down as low as you can.
पाददये भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कुर्परौ स्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां गुल्पप्रदेशो धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ग्रहासनं भवति.
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Tuck the toes of the right foot and sit on the right heel. Keep your left knee raised with the foot flat. Hands on the respective knees. Gaze forward. Focus on your inner space. As you visualize Balagunahai in Balagunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जागी.
Now step both feet in and sit on raised heels. Keep your knees together and place your hands on the knees. If you have weights available, hold on to the weights. To intensify this asana, breathe forcefully through your nose in Utkatasana.
पिजोस्ति यत ऊर्वजानो यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Now cross your hands behind your back. Hold on to opposite elbows as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangarasana.
प्रथम पणा पाणी होए जैसे दोवो एडी गुदा निवैसे घोड़ा ऊभा राके थीया आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
Engage the perineal floor as you sit on raised heels. And now bring your hands flat on the ground. Step your heels on top of the hands. Squat down all the way. Keep your arms straight as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize you are able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana.
दोव हाथ भूमि परिठाने कहुनी जाड़ी नाभि लगाने फना दोव ऐसे विधि करे पिष्टि हथेलियां परिधरे.
Now place the back of your hands on the ground and step your feet on top of your palms. Wrap your hands around the feet like shoes and start walking around on the mat, visualizing that you're wearing padukas, performing a pada yatra all across India in padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Now place your hands flat on the ground with your hips raised and kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutoddanasana.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा भूमौ पतेत्.
Relax. The next asana is Viparita Nityasana. Viparita Nityasana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and raise your legs up into a handstand posture as you move your legs around dance on your hands as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions. Breathe deeply through your nose in a relaxed manner. In Viparita Nrityasana.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन् हस्ततलाभ्यां नर्तनं कर्तव्यं विपरीतनृत्यं भवति.
Now rise up and separate your feet. Place one hand on the ground with the elbow straight. Bring the other hand to the respective ear. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Kunjarasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठे चिरकरः.
Hold this position for a while and then exchange the position of your hands. Feel the stability. Connect to the ground.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठे चिरकरः.
As you then bring your feet together and squat down all the way. Your heels close to your body and raise your toes off the mat as you hold on to your ankles. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life in Kadambasana.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्भौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्ब भवति.
Now bring your feet flat on the ground and hold on to opposite knees. Pull your knees in close to your chest. Breathe deeply against your thighs. Feel the stretching, the opening of your back as you extend your chest. Inhale and exhale deeply. Visualize any excess vata releasing, balancing within your system in Pavanamuktasana.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके जानुनि वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रति करबन्धनैः.
Now extend your legs forward and bring one leg behind your neck. You can bring the leg behind your neck, don't worry. You can either pull it towards your chest or bring it over your shoulder, cross it over the other thigh. Then bring your hands to the side and lift your body off the ground. Gaze upwards towards your third eye. Hold this position, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakrasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्च शलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्.
Now rest your body down to the ground. Keep one leg extended and hold on to the big toes of your feet in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you pull the other foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring back. Visualizing yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now bring one leg over top of your shoulder and hook the other foot over top. Lean forward, extend your legs out to the side and balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Relax, come back down to the ground and keep one foot flat as you bring the other foot on top of the opposite thigh, the knee raised. Bring your shoulder underneath the raised knee with a hand flat on the ground, the other hand pushing the respective knee to the mat. Gaze towards your third eye and visualize that you are immortal, able to exist slowly from prana in pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
Now bring the raised foot to the opposite hip and step the other knee over top. Bring your elbow around the raised knee, your hand below, and interlock your fingers around your back. Reach for the other hand behind your back. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize the master of Hatha Yoga, the great sage Yogi Matsyendranath in Parshva Matsyendrasana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now again, straighten your legs forward. And this time lift the other foot behind your neck. Hands by the side. Push yourself off the mat as you gaze to your third eye. And visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakrasana. Hold this position.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्.
Then sit back down on the ground. Now catch a hold of the big toes in Prana Mudra and pull the other foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring, visualizing your body as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now bring the leg over top of your shoulder and hook the opposite foot over top. Lean forward, find balance, lift your body off the ground and extend your legs out to the side, visualizing yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana on the other side.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Balance on your arms. Come back down to the ground. Place one foot on the ground with the knee raised and bring the other foot on top of the opposite thigh, your shoulder beneath the raised knee, and gaze through your third eye. Visualizing yourself being immortal, able to live off of prana and pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
Now bring the raised foot to the opposite hip, the other foot over top of the leg with the knee raised. Bring your arm around the raised knee, the hand below, interlock your fingers behind your back, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Parshva Matsyendasana.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Feel the twist in your spine. Now extend your legs forward. Keep one heel at the perineum and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot with both hands in Ardha Paschimottanasana. Perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply and hold the breath. Move the prana freely within your body. Control the flow of the prana within your system as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानुपरिमस्तकं न्यसेत् अर्धपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Stretch in your hamstrings. Rise up. Bring the right foot outside your hip with the top of the foot flat on the ground. Hold on to the left foot and raise it in front of your face. Keep your legs straight. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana, the crane posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now lower your leg. Keep the other foot against the perineum as you keep the opposite leg extended forward. Lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot and breathe in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसारितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानुपरिमस्तकं न्यसेत् अर्धपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Feel the deep stretch as you rise back up. Bring the left foot outside the hip and raise the right foot in front of your face with the knees straight, visualizing yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana. Feel the intense stretch in this asana. Hold this posture just a little bit longer.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now lower your leg down and come to a cross-legged position. bring your feet in between the thighs and calves. And use the support of your hands if needed. Rest your hands on top of the knees. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose. And embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space in swastikasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत् प्रचक्षते.
Maintain the position of your feet, but cover your heels with your hands. Tuck your chin to the chest, lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, in Gorakshasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाछाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Now bring your left heel against the perineum and place the right foot on top of the left thigh. Gaze up towards your third eye. As you visualize Swamiji, meditate on Arihanta, the Lord, the Enlightened One, the Avatar. As we once more enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Inhale deeply, hold your breath, and then lock all the 5 senses with your hands. Close your mouth with little and ring fingers, the nostrils with your middle fingers, eyes with your index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Bhagasana 2.
वामपार्श्वं गुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगणे.
Relax. Now place your feet onto opposite knees and bring your hands to the ground outside of your body with the palms facing upwards. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you bring your mouth into the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through your mouth and exhale through your nose in Kakachancha Kumbhaka. Keep the Mula Bandha engaged in Yogasana.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकम्.
Now rotate your hands at the side of your body. Place your palms down. With your legs in Padmasana, lift your body off the ground. Pull your knees up. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Hold this position. Stability to your body. And then lower your body down. Maintain Padmasana. Bring your hands to the legs with the palms flat on the ground without lifting your body up. Stay seated on the ground. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddha Haratali Asana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे अस्तु दो वो गोड़ासन दिदरे उबे हथेले भूदरी राखे पोचा गोड़ासन दिमे दाखे.
Now push your hands into the mat. Lift your knees off the ground and balance on your arms. With your gaze fixed at the tip of the nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Keep performing Kakachancha Kumbhaka with your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow, cooling the body as you inhale through your mouth.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूरुनि नीत्वा तिष्ठेत् हंसासनं भवति.
Now raise your hips off the ground as you bring your hands through the legs behind your body. Interlock your fingers in Parashamudra as you rest your forehead on the ground. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana, the bow posture.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ा संधि माही कर इधरे तरफ दूसरी कर दो वो आने कोन्या ऊपर संधि ले ठाने.
Now raise up. Maintain Padmasana. Lift your knees off the ground and bring your hands through the legs. As you bend your elbows upwards to reach for your shoulders. Try to interlock the fingers around your neck. As you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years in Kurmasana too.
बाई जंग प्रदक्षिण पावा दाई जंग परिवा बाई ल्यावा.
Balance in this posture. From the same posture now, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze towards the tip of your nose. Lock your throat. Jalandhara Bandha. Feel the intense stretch on your spinal cord as you cut through all the granthis, the knots in your energy channels. In Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Bedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात्.
Now roll onto your back. Keep your hands in the same position and embody a turtle laying on its back as you fix your gaze at the tip of your nose in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्.
Now kick your body back up into Padmasana. Bring your hands through the legs. Place one palm on the ground and hold its wrist with the other hand. Push your body off the mat. Balance on one arm. Visualizing yourself as a rooster as you pull your knees up as high as possible in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Lower your body down and exchange the position of your hands. Place the other palm flat, hold its wrist, and again lift your body off the ground and balance. Keep visualizing yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Lower down. And as you maintain the lotus posture, Padmasana, bring your elbows onto your toes. Interlock your fingers in Padusha Mudra. Rest your chin on the fingers and press your thumbs against your throat. As you visualize, you have gone beyond all greed and cowardice in Grudasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितो गुल्फौ छाछाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Rise up. Now place one hand over top of the other and place your hands in your lap. Gaze towards the tip of your nose. Sit in a meditative space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. Engage all three bandhas together. Lock the perineum. Pull the stomach in and up and lock the throat. Lead the Kundalini Shakti up the higher energy centers and hold it there as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Padmasana 3.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
Now bring your hands flat on top of your knees. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Internally vibrate the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space in Padmasana 4.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पुरजित्वा पुनः पुनः.
Sit in that bhava, that feeling connection to Paramashiva as you keep the left hand on the respective knee and your right hand in Prana Mudra. Index and middle finger holding on to the big toe. Hold the elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring. Move the big toe round and round and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Repeat the movement on the other side as well. in Karmukasana 2.
अधान्यासनमावक्ष्ये योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठचङ्गयोस्थितम्.
Now bring your feet in closer to your body, sitting in Padmasana. As we get ready for Karmukasana 3. Now cross your arms behind your back. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Reach for the opposite feet. As you gaze to the nose, engage all three bandhas. And visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तदा वायुर्वसो याति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना.
Maintain this posture. Lift your head and chest. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, shift your gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
पूर्वभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके.
With your arms crossed behind your back, now roll back. Keep your legs in Padmasana, holding onto the toes if you can. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Lead the prana along your spine in Nagarasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने पाद अंगूठा पकड़े आनी सोबई कहुन्या कुल्या पानी.
Now free your arms and legs and pull your knees up towards your chest. Interlock your fingers in Harsha Mudra and pull your knees close in. As you bring your chin to the knees, squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोथयेत् कन्दुकासनं भवति.
Relax. Place your feet flat on the ground with the knees raised. Interlock your fingers around your neck and breathe deeply through your nose as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Urdhva Pavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे गुल्फमा हिला अंगुष्ठ दोजी करे एक समेल रसोजी.
Now move your hands down, your palms facing up. Step your heels onto your hands and then push your hips off the ground. Contract the perineal floor and block your throat. Forcefully push the air upwards, but prevent it from escaping your lungs by keeping Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, engaged in Mocha Kumbhaka. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्रमजेत् मरकटपीठं भवति.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your legs. Point the toes and rest your entire body weight on your elbows. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Relax, bring your legs up now. Raise your toes up towards the sky and place your palms on the mat. Support your balance with your arms as you visualize blissfully traversing Narakaloka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भा पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुत्रयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Feel the heat of your Jataragni increasing, the digestive fire being improved. Now bring your hands to the lower back. Straighten your entire body. and lower. Angle your legs down. Engage your core intensely by the lever of your legs. Visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Dhyan Naukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत् तिर्यन् नौकासनं भवति.
Now again, bring your legs up. Place your arms flat on the ground. Make your body as straight as a flagpole. Feel the stability as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana, the flag posture.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परीः भूमिं वष्टभ्यां मस्तकलाक्षेण पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वनयेत् ध्वजासनं भवति.
Now lower your body down to the mat as we enter the final asana of this sequence, Mritasana. Keep your hands at the side of the body with your palms facing up. Relax completely as you pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine in Shakti Chalan Mudra, all the way from the Muladhara Chakra to the Sahasrara, from the root of your spine to the top of your head. Leave the body behind as you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally vibrate with the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Feel the energy spreading throughout your body as you sink lower and lower to the ground. Release every bit of tension left in your body. Remove any tiredness from your body.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
Now, slowly return to your body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Rotate your wrists and your ankles. Bend your elbows and knees. Pull your knees up and encircle them with your arms. Squeeze your body into a ball and rock from side to side. Slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations. We concluded the Nithya Vinyasa Krama, 308 asanas of KAILASA Nithyananda Yoga. Thank you all for performing this asana sequence today. Let us conclude this ritual of Nithyananda Yoga with the Purna Mantra. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, the hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant together.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Now, in deep gratitude to Swamiji, perform the Shashtanga Namaskara. Lie down onto your chest and bring your hands forward in the Namaskara Mudra above your head, surrendering yourself to Swamiji's feet. Relax. Rise up. Thank you all so much for joining us today, performing KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. Hope to see you all tomorrow in one of our live sessions. Also, check out the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the 108 asana sequence, and the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, 508 asana sequence, which is available on live stream 24/7 on KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga YouTube channel. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nityananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant
Please sit in a space of deep gratitude. Inhale deeply and exhale. Feel the presence of the Master in your inner space. Feel the presence of Swamiji seated in front of you. Feel the presence of Swamiji in the Guru Padukas, alive, radiating. When you offer the puja, visualize you dropping all of your karmas of lifetimes, your incompletions, unfulfilled desires, patterns. Visualize all of that being liberated by the Guru. Come to a space of deep Guru Bhakti, the feeling connection with the Master. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We request all the Pada Puja participants to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to this, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, embodiments and representations of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer during the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We begin with the Sadguru Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to our Guru, our beloved Swamiji. The meaning of the mantra we will now chant is, I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, and the one who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Now please take some flowers in your hands and close your eyes. Place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandanam, where we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I surrender to the lineage of all the enlightened masters, which has Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva as the beginning, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti as the middle, and my master, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam as the end. Now please take some flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Pariyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next is the offering of the Arunagiri Yogishwara Vandanam, where we offer our respects and gratitude to Arunagiri Yogishwara, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: the Arunagiri Yogishwara, who is the Lord of all beings, who has the sacred musk paste applied on his forehead, who has a glittering stick, who has worn a loin cloth on his glittering hip, who has worn the Datura flower, the king cobra, and a crescent moon on his forehead. That Arunagiri Yogishwara's presence happens. Now please take some flowers into your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spurita Katikaupi Nasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Phanirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. The next is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Udharani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now at the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an Udharani of water. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an Udharani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, the right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an Udharani of water. The next mantra is Shuklam Varadaram. We chant this mantra invoking the energy of Mahaganapati, the remover of obstacles. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: I meditate upon the Lord Ganesha, who is clad in white garments, who is all-pervading, who is as bright colored as the moon, who has a smiling, pleasant face, having 4 shoulders and hands, and who is the remover and pacifier of all obstacles. Now please take the akshata, the turmeric mixed rice in your hands, and a flower in your right hand. Keeping both your hands as fists, tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Varadharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantage. The next is the pranayama, the regulation of the prana, the life energy. Now keeping the akshata in your right hand, open your little finger, ring finger and your thumb. Inhale through the left nostril while closing your right nostril. Hold your breath for as long as possible and exhale through your right nostril by moving your thumb away. And chant the Samhita mantras while you perform the inhalation, retention and exhalation. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadhaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadhaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadhaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha. The next is a sankalpa, the conscious resolution. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the Master, the power of the Master's presence itself will simply manifest it as reality. Please close your eyes. Visualize the intention, the sankalpa that you want to keep in your inner space. Visualize your feeling connection with the Master. Visualize anything that you want to happen as reality. Visualize it already happening in your inner space. Now with this intention, keeping the akshata in your left palm, close it with your right palm and keep both the hands on your right thigh. We will now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Namopatta Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivaswatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarše Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye. विश्वावसु नाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ सिंहमासे कृष्णपक्षे अमावास्यां शुभदितौ स्थिरवासरयुक्तायां मघानक्षत्र परिघयोग किंस्तुग्नकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमाकमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महानिधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये। ओम अपौपस्पृश्य wash your hands with an udrani of water. The next is the Ghantanada. Now please take the bell in your left hand and hold it above your heart center and ring the bell as you chant the following mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karomyado Devata Hvanalanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. The next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Now please close your eyes. Visualize the meaning of the mantra in your inner space. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: what seed can I offer to the Master except my heart? I offer the gratitude flowing as the nectar to wash his feet and to rinse his mouth. I offer my mind itself as the arghya, the bouquet. To my Master, who is the very cosmos, what clothing can I offer except the space? I offer my very prana, the life energy, as the incense, and I offer the ocean of nectar as the food offering. The principle of unstruck perennial sound is to be offered as the bell, the air as the chamara, the fan, the sahasrara as the umbrella, the principle of sound as the music, and the actions of the senses and the vagaries of the mind as the dance. I offer all the 7 chakras along with the Shushumna Nadi as a flower garland. The different kinds of flowers with which the Guru should be worshipped are the guilelessness, freedom from the ego, freedom from suffering when your desires are not fulfilled, freedom from arrogance, freedom from ignorance, freedom from deceit, freedom from hatred, freedom from agitation, freedom from jealousy and greed. And the Guru should also be worshipped with the flowers of non-violence, mastery over the senses, compassion, forgiveness, and enlightenment. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Close your eyes and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Requesting all the participants to look at the Acharya and perform the Kurma Mudra. Om Hritpadmamasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutamritaihi Padyam Sharanayor Dadyat Manastu Argyam Nivedayet Tena Amritena Achamaniyam Snaniyam Tena Chasmritam Akashatattvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhatatvakam Chittam prakalpayet pushpam dhupam pranan prakalpayet tejastattvam cha deepartham naivedyam syat sudham buddhihi anahatadhvanirghanta vayutattvam cha chamaram sahasraram bhavet chhatram shabdatattvam cha geetakam nityamindriya karmani चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेखलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेद्भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमदं तथा अमोहकम् अदम्भं च अद्वेषक्षोभकौ तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्. The next offering is the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first offering is the Asanam, the offering of seat to the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O the One who resides in all the beings, the One who is the very soul of all beings, I offer this seat to you. I surrender, I surrender. Now please take some flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayamyupaveshartham Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, because of being in the everlasting calmness and because of remaining free from the attitude of performing all actions related to the fivefold cosmic function, for a short duration known as the cosmic sleep, Lord Sadashiva is called Shiva by the experts in the mantras and the tantras. Salutations to such Shiva who is the Guru and who is eternally free from the desire and the aspects related to embodiment. Because of his immeasurable greatness and because of his quality of being eternally unborn, this Lord is well placed as Ananta. O the Lord of all gods, O the One whose darshan is awaited by gods for the fulfillment of their desires, welcome, welcome. Today my birth, life, and all deeds are fructified. The fruits of all my tapas is materialized just by welcoming you. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritvat Bhavo Paratikaranat Shiva Ukto Mahatantra Mantra Vidbhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitadakakalaya Vai Ameyatvat Anantoyam Majatva Cha Prakirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Swabhishta Siddhaye Tasmai Te Parameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabho Adya Me Saphalam Janma Jivanam Sapala Kriyaha Swagatam Yatvaya Tanme Tapasam Phalamagatam. Om Hrim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. The next offering is Padyam, the offering of water for washing the feet of the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer Padyam, that is the water for washing the feet of the Supreme God, the very devotion on whom brings about the ultimate bliss. Now please take the udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Padyam Om Yad Bhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye. Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O Maheshwara, please accept this Arghya, this offering of the traditional bouquet, with water to welcome the guest, made of dhruva grass, a bilva leaf, a flower, and a rice pellet, and kept in a beautiful conch. Now please take the conch in your hands and offer the Arghya at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Arghyaha Om Durvakshatasamaayuktam Bilvapatram Tathaparam Shobhanam Shankhapatrastam Grahanargyam Maheshwara Om Hrim Esho Argyaha Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this auspicious and sin-removing Ganga water offered by me as Achamaniyam, that is the water for mouthwash, offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an udhrani of water in your hand and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinyastu yadvari sarvapapaharam shubham grihanachamaniyam tvam maya bhaktya niveditam. Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyodakam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, for the destruction of all negativities, I offer this Madhuparka, this drink which is full of nectar. Be pleased towards me, O Lord. Now please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurna Sudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame. Om Hrim Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Gandhate to you, O healer of all the worlds. You are the purest among all the worlds. Now please take the Gandhatailam, the scented oil, in your hands. Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokesha Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam. Om Hrim Idam Gandhatailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Naniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this cool, pure and clear water which is capable of seizing my mind for your sacred bath offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an udhrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, as ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Shushitalam Vari Shvacham Shuddham Manoharam Snanartham Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratirihyatam. Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of the sacred cloth. We will now be repeating the meaning of the mantras and the mantras together, requesting all the participants to please sit straight. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. And when you chant, chant from your stomach as loudly as you can. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer Vastram,
I offer Vastram,
this cloth offering,
this cloth offering,
to the Master
to the Master,
who removes
who removes
the veil of Maya
the veil of Maya
or illusion.
or illusion,
The Master
the Master,
who is the true
who is the true
light of enlightenment,
light of enlightenment,
who does not
who does not
have a veil of Maya
have a veil of Maya
and has
and has
the very space
the very space
as the dress.
as the dress.
Now please take the offering of clothes in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Vastram
Vastram
Om
Om
Maya
Maya
Chitra
Chitra
Patachanna
Patachanna
Nija
Nija
Guhyo
Kuhyo
Rutejase
Rute Jase
Niravarana
Niravarana
Vijnaya
Vijnaya
Vasaste
Vasaste
Kalpayamyaham
Kalpayamyaham
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Vastrottariyam
Vastrotarayam
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nithyananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer
I offer
this golden ornament
this golden ornament
to you, Master,
to you, Master,
who,
who,
by the very nature,
by the very nature,
has
has
a very
a very
gracefully
gracefully
beautiful body,
beautiful body,
and who is
and who is
the repository
the repository
of all powers.
of all powers.
May you be pleased.
May you be pleased.
Now please take the jewelry in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Abharanam
Abharanam
Om
Om
Swabhava
Swabhava
Sundarangaya
Sundarangaya
Nana
Nana
Shaktya
Shaktya
Shrayayate
Shrayayate
Suvarnam
Suvarnam
Bhushanam
Bhushanam
Tubhyam
Tubhyam
Kalpayami
Kalpayami
Prasidame
Prasidame
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Suvarnabharanam
Suvarna Bharanam
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nithyananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I neither know
I neither know
what your body is,
what your body is,
nor do I know
nor do I know
what your actions are.
what your actions are.
Please accept
Please accept
and smear this
and smear this
sandalwood paste
sandalwood paste
offered by me.
offered by me.
Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Gandhaha
Gandaha
Om
Om
Shariram
Shariram
Tena Janami
Tena Janami
Cheshtam
Cheshtam
Naivacha Naivacha
Naivacha Naivacha
Maya Niveditan
Maya Niveditan
Gandhan
Gandhan
Pratigrihya
Pratigrihya
Vilipyatam
Vilipyatam
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Esha Gandhaha
Esha Gandhaha
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nithyananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Namaha.
Paramashivaya Namaha.
The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: please accept
Please accept
these blissfully
these blissfully
fragrant,
fragrant,
different kinds of flowers
different kinds of flowers
which are taken
which are taken
from the forest of Turiya,
from the forests of Turiya,
that is,
that is,
the space of
the space of
ultimate restful awareness.
ultimate restful awareness.
Now please take some flowers, smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam
Pushpam
Om
Om
Turiyavana
Turiyavana
Sampannam
Sampannam
Nana
Nana
Gunamanoharam
Gunamanoharam
Ananda
Ananda
Saurabham
Saurabham
Pushpam
Pushpam
Grihyatam
Grihyatam
Idamuttamam
Idamuttamam
Om
Om
Hreem
Hrim
Etani
Etani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nithyananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Vaushate.
Paramashivaya Vaushat.
The next offering is Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: I offer you,
I offer you,
O God of all gods,
O God of all gods,
this holy Bilva leaf
this holy Bilva leaf,
in which dwells
in which dwells
the goddess of richness,
the goddess of richness,
and which is
and which is
so much loved
so much loved
by Lord Shiva.
by Lord Shiva.
Now please take the Bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Bilva Patram
Bilva Patram
Om
Om
Amritodbhavam
Amritodbhavam
Shri Vriksham
Shri Vriksham
Shankarasya
Shankarasya
Sada Priyam
Sada Priyam
Bilva Patram
Bilva Patram
Prayachami
Prayachami
Pavitram Te
Pavitram Te
Sureshwara
Sureshwara
Om
Om
Hreem
Hrim
Etani
Etani
Sachandana
Sachandana
Bilva Patrani
Bilva Patrani
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nithyananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Vaushate.
Paramashivaya Vaushat.
The next offering is Tulasi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: let this offering
Let this offering
of Tulsi leaf
of Tulasi leaf
be unto the
be unto the
Supreme Soul
Supreme Soul
who has unlimited forms
unlimited forms
and who is
and who is
the bestower
the bestower
of all boons.
of all boons.
Now please take the Tulsi leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Tulasi Patram
Tulasi Patram.
Om
Om
Namaste
Namaste
Bahurupaya
Bahurupaya
Varadamurtage
Varadamurtaye
Paramatmane
Paramatmane
Swaha
Swaha.
Om
Om
Hreem
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Sachandana
Sachandana
Tulasi Patram
Tulasi Patram
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Svarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nithyananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Namaha.
Paramashivaya Namaha.
We will be continuing with the repetition from tomorrow. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, this incense smoke is made of the sacred herbs of intoxicating fragrance. Please accept this incense smoke fit to be inhaled by all the devas. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhadhyassu Manoharaha Agreyas Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrihyatam Om Hreem Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this light of inner and outer worlds, which is very bright and removes darkness from everywhere. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadipaha Sarvatastimiراpaha Sabāhyābhyantara Jyotirdeepoyam Pratigrihyatam Om Hreem Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of the food. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, these different kinds of food offerings are prepared from sweetener and other ingredients. O Lord, please accept this food offering prepared by me with devotion. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vividham Deva Sharkaradi Vinirmitam Maya Niveditam Bhaktya Grahana Parameshwara Om Hreem Idam Shopakarna Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O God, the Lord of all demigods, the one who bestows deep fulfillment upon us, please accept this water full of infinite bliss. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Paniyam Om Samastadeva Devesha Sarvatriptikaram Param Akhandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Hreem Idam Panarthodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take the meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer this water for washing the hands and the mouth to you, whose mere remembrance purifies everybody. Now please take an udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchchishtamapya Sujirva Yasya Smaranamatrataha Shuddhimapnoti Tasmai Te Punarachamaniyakam Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyodak Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to the Master. Now please take the lit camphor in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam Om Hrim Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sangrahanyeshtya Jate Imam Janatagum Sangrinhaniti Dwadasharatni Rashana Bhavati Dwadashasa Samvatsaraha Samvatsarameva Varunde Maunji Bhavati Urgvai Munjaaha Urjameva Varunde Chitra Nakshatram Bhavati Chitram va etat karma Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayaravinде Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Aratrikam Samarpayami Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Charanakamaleebhyo Namaha. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: Guru is the Brahma, who is the source of creation of the universe, Vishnu, who is the source of sustenance of the universe, and Shiva, who is the rejuvenation of the universe. I surrender to that Guru. Guru is all the three put together in a single form. I surrender to the Guru, who is omnipresent and who has also given me a glimpse of his experience. I surrender to the Guru, who has with the brush of wisdom opened my eyes, blinded by ignorance. I surrender to the Guru, who by giving the knowledge about the self has burnt my karmic baggage of so many births. I surrender to the Guru, who is the Lord of the cosmos, who is the Guru of the cosmos. My soul is the same soul which is in all the beings. I surrender to Dakshinamurti, the primal Guru, who manifests himself differently in the form of Ishvara, Tower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thoughts, and who is beyond emotions, and who is beyond the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and close your eyes till the end of the mantra, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Akhanda Mandala Karam Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Aneka Janma Samprapta Karma Bandha Vidahine Atmajnana Pradhanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mannatha Shri Jagannatho Madguru Shri Jagadguruho Mamatma Sarvabhutatma तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत्श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्। We will now be beginning with the Paramashiva Puja. The first is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyadatvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now with the base of the right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, your right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. The next is Sakalikaranam, invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva inside our own body. Please close your eyes. Visualize Bhagavan Paramashiva's energy radiating throughout your body. Visualize Swamiji's presence in your inner space. We will now be invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva in every part of our body, filling us with the space of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Now, using your left hand, wipe the front and back side of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back side of your left hand twice. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands in a Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shaktaye Vaushate. Now keeping your palms together, bring your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now with the tips of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. With the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your ring finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your ring finger. Om Him Vamadevuhyaya Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Him Tat Purushavaktraya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. Now bring your palms in front of you. Bring your thumbs touching the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers such that they touch the center of your palms. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now bend your thumbs inwards and now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your lip. Murtaye Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Haim Kavachaya Namaha. Now with the base of your index finger. Now your thumbs. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into the Mushti Mudra and roll them around each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now bend your thumbs inwards and touch the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with the right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now keeping your thumbs and little finger together, touch your respective knees. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your navel center. Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your heart center. Om Hum Agorahridaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and index finger joined together, touch above your upper lip. Om Him Tat Purushavaktraya Namaha. Now with the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. With the tip of your right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch your right eye, third eye and left eye respectively. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. With your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With the right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch the back of your head. Om Hum Shikhaye Vaushate. Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest, keeping your index finger in form of a hook, and uncross your arms, moving them around of your head and bringing them till your chest. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now strike your right thumb onto your left palm and the left thumb onto your right palm. Om Hastaya Bate. Now with your right hand, index finger and middle finger, strike your left palm thrice. Om Hastraya Humpate. Using your right hand, index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around you, the 8 directions and down and up. Om Hastraya Pate. Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. The next is Samanya Arghya Stapana, energizing the water with which you worship Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please mix some akshata, flowers and sandalwood paste into the water in the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your palm and chant Om 7 times internally. Om 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 Om. Now snap your index finger and thumb around the Panchapatram in all the 10 directions. Om Hastraya Pate. Now keeping your right hand in the Avakuntana Mudra, rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now show the Dhenu Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next, we'll be entering into the Avahana, invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva into our Atmalinga. Now offer a flower to your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, and we will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka, meditating on the form of Bhagavan Paramashiva in your inner space. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakೃತ Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spuritakatikaupi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Indhuni Papanchamukha Hastadashayuktam Shulamrigatankama Sivajrama Bayam Syat Pashavaradankushamanijwalanavame Shvetakamalasana Sadashivaswarupam Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Dhyayami Avahayami. Now please show the respective mudras for the mantras and invoke Bhagavan Paramashiva into your Atmalinga. Request him to receive all of your offerings. Now place your thumbs onto your respective palms and place your palms open facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Turn your palms facing downwards. Sthapana. Bring your hands into fists parallel to each other. Sannidhana. Now place your thumbs inside of your fists. Nishthura Mudram Pradarshya. Now interlace your fingers inwards and clasp your hands, keeping your thumbs out. Astraya Humphat Iti Kalakanthi Mudram Pradarshya. Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Iti Linga Mudram. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Namaskara Mudram. Now rotate your right hand index finger around your Atmalinga in a clockwise manner. Om Haim Kavachayahum Iti Avakunthana Mudram Japradarshya. Now we will be entering into the Upachara Puja. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it at Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Asanam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Padyam, Argyam and Achamaniyam. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in the Arghya Patram while chanting the mantra. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Padyachamanargyam Dattva. The next offering is Naniyam, the sacred bath for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take the water in your hands and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva as you chant the following mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Snanam Samarpayami. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha Snananantaram Achamaniyam Samarpayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of fresh clothes to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Vastre Yajnopavita Uttari Abharanartham Akshatan Samarpayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. On top of the sandalwood paste, please offer the kumkum at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Gandhan Dharayami. गन्धस्योपरि हरिद्रा कुङ्कुमं समर्पयामि. The next offering is Ashtapushpa Puja, the offering of flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take some flowers in your hands and offer the flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha, Om Bhavasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha, Om Sharvasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha, Om Ishanasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Pashupate Devaya Namaha, Om Pashupate Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha, Om Ugrasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha, Om Rudrasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha, Om Bhimasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Hater Devaya Namaha, Om Hatto Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha, Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaf. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear the sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha, Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Bilva Patram Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Dhupa, the offering of incense to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please offer a flower on the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now sprinkle some water on the incense stick stand. Om Hastraya Pate. Now offer a flower on the incense stick stand. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Dhupam Agrapayami. Now please take an uddarani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Deepa. Om Hastraya Pate. Offer a flower on the Deepa. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Deepam Darshayami. Now please take an uddarani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Naivedyam. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take an uddarani of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the uddarani of water in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take an uddarani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Tambulam, the offering of beetle leaves. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Tambulam Samarpayami. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please sprinkle some water on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the Karpura Arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Karpura Nirajanam Sandarishayami. Now please take a flower in your hands and hover it clockwise over the flame and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Rakshan Dharayami. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take some flowers, durva grass and akshata in your folded hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. The next is the Gayatri Mantra. Now please hold the Yajnopavita with your right hand and chant the Gayatri Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Mula Mantra Japa. Please close your eyes and chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Kshama Prarthana. Now please take some flowers, durva grass and akshata into your right hand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now please keep your hands in Dodbhava Mudra and pour some Samanya Arghya water on your hand and let the water flow through your index finger onto the left side of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Yat Kinchit Karma Devesha Sada Sukrita Dushkritam Tanme Shivabadasthasya Bhunkshakshabaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Bhokta Shiva Sarvam Idam Jagate Shivo Yadati Sarvatra Yashiva Sohamevatu. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. The next is the Tvachanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Svadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, Touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an udrini of water. Let us now offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji and end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Dachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems. Global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Let me define the word initiation. Day before yesterday, I was using a word, psychological revolution. Yesterday I introduced a word, Shastra Shastra. Understand? Knowledge weapon. Whenever you need to heal yourself, you need inner healing. You need to bring yourself again to the life energy. Many times you can see a simple disturbance from the outside or from the memory inside. Either from experience or from memory can drain your energy, or even taking too many decisions drains your energy. Anytime you can see in your life, morning if you go and sit in your office, you don't have to do any work. Just take some 5-6 major decisions. You are already tired. You say, I am done. That's all. Either the incidents from outside or memory from inside or just simple decision makings makes you tired, dead. The truths, ideas, words which brings you out of the tiredness, which brings you out of that low mood, which brings you out of that depression, gives you the energy, confidence, life. Those truths only I call as Shastra Shastras, knowledge weapons. Truths which brings you out of depression, a low mood, and adds self-healing energy and confidence, life into you is called Shastra Shastras. The truths which not only brings you out of the depression, destroys the source of depression once for all, is called mantra. Understand? The mantra word has two meanings. Man trayate idi mantraha. The words which shows path for human beings is mantra. The truths not only brings you out of depression, once for all breaks the source of depression in you, is called mantra. Any mantra, if it comes from the enlightened, experienced inner space, you do not know why, how, what. Suddenly you see it is true. It clicks. Even though one part of your logic continues to fight, because if you accept the truth and start expressing in your life, many of the things, your vested interests, many things which you thought as life is at stake. That part may continue to fight, but the main, your being, your core will have that click. I know what he is talking is truth. Maybe too strong for me. Maybe if I start living it, too many things are at stake. These all can be a confusion or disturbance, doubt in the corner of your mind, corner of your heart, corner of your being, but the very core feels connected. If that happens to you, it is called initiation. Truth, when it comes out of an enlightened inner space and clicks, that's the right word I have to use. It won't be any. If you analyze, how could he convince me about such great thing and such a wonderful thing? You yourself will feel, how did I get convinced? You don't know. But suddenly your heart feels connected to the words which he is uttering, the truth which he is expressing. That connection, that click is what I call initiation. I'm trying to express some truths. Understand? Yesterday whatever I added is Shastra, knowledge weapons. It can bring you out of depression. It can bring you out of low mood. It can bring you out of that dull feeling to an inspiring, healing mood, energetic feeling. But today, what I'm trying to share can break the very core of depression, what we call root of your mind. There is every possibility. Just be available, receptive, and ready to let this Satya, truth work on you. Suddenly you will see that click, that initiation happens in you. Just a simple example here. See, if your life was filled with different kinds of incidents, joy, suffering, guilt, joy, pain, depression, sad, different quality of incidents. You do not look at the life as it is. Usually what we do, some joy, some suffering, some guilt, some joy, some pain, this is our life, different thoughts, different experiences. Usually, you collect only all the suffering-related incidents and create a shaft, create a connecting idea, and think your life is nothing but suffering. Understand? You collect suffering, guilt, pain, depression, suffering, all these kinds of thoughts, connect them, and you think your life is a long chain of suffering. Your life is a pain shaft. I've seen people, the moment I ask, how are you? You are from where? First thing everybody invariably starts, you don't know Swamiji, nobody has suffered like me in the life. This is a common introduction for their biography. Even my enemies should not suffer the amount of suffering I went through, Swamiji. Even in that, they want to be in the top. Even in suffering, they want to be in the top. Not second. Nobody has suffered like me, Swamiji. You don't know. Even in that, we have to be in the top. And not only that, see, not just they tell this to me, they believe strongly this. They forget the joyful incidents which happened in between. The joyful incidents, joyful memories which happens in between. They collect only the negative things connect them and create a shaft. I call this as pain shaft. Pain shaft. Very rarely, sometime you create a joy shaft, but very rare, not only number, even the quality will be very rare. You collect the joyful incidents and create a joy shaft. Means you feel life is joy. But most of the time, you collect all the painful memories and incidents and create an idea, life is pain. Understand? If you create the shaft, life is pain, the problem will be, you will be just waiting for more and more painful incidents to be added. Anything you believe, you start believing, you will collect more and more experience and argument to strengthen that belief. Once you believe your life is a long pain shaft, that's enough. You will be just waiting to pick up only the painful incidents and elongate that shaft. You will be just waiting. You will never be able to remember or respect the joyful things happening in your life. You will continuously wait. Next, when is pain, when is pain, when is pain, and you will add. You will be waiting, meditating for pain. You will be meditating for pain. I have seen people just waiting to add that, elongate the pain shaft. Just waiting to add how the pain shaft can be elongated. One important thing we need to understand, believing that life is a pain shaft or believing the life is a joy shaft, the continuous incidents of joyful things, life is continuous happenings of painful things. The moment you believe life is a continuous happening of painful things, unconsciously you will try to strengthen the belief, but consciously you will try to break the pain shaft. Understand? Unconsciously what you will be doing? You will be continuously collecting more and more painful memories and incidents to strengthen your belief, strengthen the idea. But consciously you will be trying to break. Big problem is, neither you can break the pain shaft, nor you can add to the joy shaft, because both shaft does not exist. It is just your memory. Please understand. The reality happening is this main line. Different memories, incidents continuously flowing, and that is also not connected logically. That is why I have given gap between every thought. Different shape, different size, it just comes and disappears. It's happening. If you think your life is big pain shaft, a chain of painful incidents, then you will pick up only the painful things and add. I have seen people carrying the memory, a very huge memory. The other day, one guy came to me and said, Swamiji, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, usually we bless only for marriage, not for divorce. Can you tell me the reason? Let me analyze. The other day I was reading an article, I don't know how much it is true. 33% is divorce rate in Bangalore. I don't know how much it is true. I pray that it should not be true. The West, 59% single homes. Understand? And 47% of the people die without having a close friend or a relative to receive the body. Body is taken by some professional organizations, undertakers, professional undertakers. It is just too much. This guy came and asked me, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, first let us analyze why you are going to do. Then we will try to sort out. He said, that and all you don't know, Swamiji, you just bless me. I said, I cannot bless as you want. Only if I am convinced I can bless. And it's not like something I have and you can take it without my will. You can't steal blessings, fortunately. He said, the actual reason, the immediate cause was, she brought coffee and it spilled on the cloth, that's all. I asked, don't you see clearly it is not enough reason for divorce? Why don't you realize? Why don't you understand? He said, you don't know, Swami. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid, you don't know. No, he said he actually told me, you don't know, today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. I said, why don't you be little logical? Why don't you be little truthful? How can you connect coffee and acid? Sometimes it feels same. How can you connect coffee and acid? Don't you see the gap is too much? You are creating too much of ideas in your head. You are creating too many things. He said, no, Swamiji, you don't know. Last 10 years, how much I suffered with her, you don't know. I told him, do not just create a pain shaft. Just come out with incidents. Then we can analyze, look into it. Don't create a pain shaft. Pain shaft will stay only if you are unconscious. Please understand. Your opinion about life as pain shaft or joy shaft will stay only as long as you are unconscious, not when you are aware. I told him, just come out. Incident by incident, let us analyze. He started telling me, in South India, there is a habit, during marriage, in a small pot they will put a ring, and the bride and bridegroom, both of them are supposed to try to pick up that ring. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. It's a small game. These are all done. In those days, only during marriage, the bride and bridegroom will see each other. So it's like a technique for zeroing down the distance. Just to zero down the distance, this kind of simple plays are done. This guy is saying, Swamiji, even during that play, she scratched my hand with a nail. Now see the file he is carrying in his head. I was really surprised. From there he started telling me, after 2-3 minutes I told, stop. Much worse than police record. Much worse than police record. I said, I think you should not ask divorce. She should ask. Living with you, she should ask. Now this is what we are doing continuously. Sometime about others, sometime about ourselves. But constantly we create a pain shaft or joy shaft. One important thing we forget. Neither we elongate the pain shaft neither we can break the pain shaft nor we can elongate the joy shaft, because it does not exist. It does not exist. Understand? This is an important truth. The depression or low mood which you experienced 10 years ago, the depression or low mood which you experienced 9 years ago, the depression which you experienced 8 years ago, the depression which you experienced 1 year ago, They are all independent experiences happened in your life because of independent incidents. 10 years ago you would have been in depression because you don't have son. 4 years ago you may be in depression because you have a son. It is independent incidents causing independent experiences. But in the inner space, for the sake of convenience, you archive all the sufferings in one file for easy remembrance and easy reference. When you archive them all in one file, by and by, you start thinking, you connect all these depression experiences and come to an idea, my last 10-year life was depression. No. All 10 different depression experiences happened in you, happened due to different reason, different time, different experience. But when you connect all of them and see, you come to an idea, last 9 years I was in depression. The moment you come to an idea, I was in depression last 9 years, now you created an enemy who does not exist. Now you start fighting with him. I have to come out of depression. What to do? The moment you create a shaft, last 9 years you were in depression, now you know for sure next 9 years you are going to be in depression. You will say, yes, last 9 years I was in depression. Then naturally tomorrow morning I am going to be in depression. How can I suddenly come out? How is it going to happen? I am going to be in depression. Passive agreement with your enemy. Understand? First thing, you create an enemy who does not exist. Second thing, you already made a passive agreement with your enemy. You won the game. Then how do you think you will not attract depression? You created an enemy who does not exist and already created a passive agreement with him that you won the game. Whether you believe it or not, medical science proves your body constantly updates itself and replaces itself once in every 365 days. Even your brain cells are replaced once in 365 days. The intestine is replaced once in 47 days. Every organ is replaced within a particular number of days. If you are carrying a particular disease for quite a long time, it means you have a strong belief it is a continuous shaft. It is a continuous experience. Your unconscious belief something is a continuous experience forces your mind to bring the same pain and disease back. For example, once in 47 days, your intestine gets replaced completely. Understand? I am not saying, Ayurveda is not telling. If Ayurveda says, you won't believe. Medical science is telling. The logical, allopathy medical science is saying, once in 47 days, your intestine cells are completely replaced. If you are carrying any disease related to more than 47 days, even the new system which you created with a mental setup, I have this problem, so I have to have this problem. Strong belief, you have this problem, naturally you will say, if new intestine is given to you, no, this is not mine, bring mines. This is not mine, bring mine. Your mental setup is such. We strongly believe the depression or disease is a shaft happening inside us. It is not. It is not. The depression you experienced 10 years ago, the depression you experienced 9 years ago, the depression you experienced 8 years ago are independent, unconnected incidents, experiences. When you connect all of them and see, You created a pain shaft, depression shaft. Oh, my life is depression. Now, you are ready to get defeated by the unknown enemy. An important thing, this is a very basic truth. Neither you can break the shaft, nor you can elongate the shaft, because the shaft does not exist. All you can do is just be aware that it does not exist. You created it. Understand? For the sake of convenience and easy reference, you put all the depression incidents in one file and kept. By and by you started believing all of them are existentially connected. No. They are not existentially connected. All your different experiences. One more thing. The moment you believe all your depression is connected and you are a depressed being, the small joyful things happened in between will be forgotten by you. You will not even remember them. Understand? You will not even remember them. That is what I am saying. Not having clear picture about past. If you have a clear picture about your past, it will become a solid experience. It will not be a load. It will become a strength. Undigested past is a load. Digested past is a strength. We don't digest our past. It stays on us like a load, like a headache. The shaft does not exist. Basically, you are an independent, illogical, irresponsible. No two thoughts are responsible for others' existence or disappearance. Understand? No two thoughts are responsible for other thoughts' existence or disappearance. Illogical, independent, irresponsible, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. But you are afraid to live with such an undefined frame of mind. You are afraid to live with undefined mind. So you try to define. Trying to define is the first problem. When you try to define, you have to create some shaft, either as pain or as joy. Understand? Even with your spouse, you live maximum 6 months. Maximum 6 months we live. Within 6 months, we create an idea about that person. After that, you live only with the idea which you have about that person, not with the spouse. Anything the other person does, you will look through that idea only. 6 months, you will come to an idea, oh, this is the punishment given to me by God. Or, I don't have to go to hell after death. Some idea. You will see continuously whatever she or he does through that scale, through that idea, through that mirror, through that glass. You don't live with the person. You live with the concept. Same way, about your mind, you have an idea, either pain shaft or joy shaft. You live with that shaft, not with the experience. In experience, joy, pain, everything, so many things are coming up. So many things are happening. One more thing. Between every thought, there is a gap. Understand? It's like a fish tank. Water bubbles are coming in the fish tank. Between every bubble, there is a gap. Because the gap is too small, you think it's a stream. It is not stream. Between every thought, there is a gap. There is a gap. It is just independent, illogical thoughts moving. The problem is, when you can't live with that, when you don't want to live with that independent, illogical movements, you create an idea, pain shaft or joy shaft. and struggle with it. You create an enemy who does not exist and fight with it. Fight with that person. Now all you need to do is stop creating this pain shaft or joy shaft. Stop clutching all these painful incidents and creating a shaft. Stop clutching all the joyful things and creating a shaft. The essence of whatever I was talking is stop clutching and creating a shaft. That's enough. You will see suddenly the shaft disappears. Shaft does not exist. All of us have a very clear idea. We are in the worst ignorance. No. It is not. Just the simple one truth. If a simple thought of having a cup of coffee can come inside, means any serious thought, it may be pain or suffering or anything it can be, it has left me. That is why the new thought is able to come. That is why I have inner space to entertain a new thought. So as long as you have freedom to entertain a new thought, you have an inner space to entertain a new thought, be very clear. You cannot be possessed or tortured by any suffering, any depression and any pain. Because you can just bring one thought, new thought. The moment you bring a new thought, what happened? The old thought has left you. Unless it leaves, you cannot bring a new thought. So be very clear. Your power to bring new thought itself proves you have power to drop the old thought. Instead of looking at the ability to replace, you are looking at the ability to bring it back. You have both. If you are constantly looking at the ability to bring it back, you will create suffering. Oh, it comes back, it comes back, it comes back. If you are constantly looking at the ability to remove, you will feel liberation. Understand? What you mother, that you hate. The hen mothers the egg and gets the chicken out, hatches the chicken. Chicken comes out. If you are mothering the thought you can replace any suffering, you will bring that into reality. If you are mothering the thought, no, whatever I replace will come back, you will bring that in your experience. If you are mothering the thought that it is going to come back, it will come back. If you are mothering the thought, it is going to go out, it will go out. Where you put your awareness, where you put your attention is the important thing. Understand? Your very ability to get a new thought shows you have ability to discard a old thought. Any thought can be discarded by any simple thought. This simple understanding is more than enough. Understand? Your suffering can rule you just because you are afraid of it. Have you seen in this underworld dadas, when they get created, they too will have fear, deep fear. But just your fear towards them will empower them. Same way, your mind too has fear about you. But your fear about your mind, your fear towards your mind just empowers your mind. Your mind also sometimes feels, oh, what is this? But you are more afraid of your mind. Then naturally what happens? Your mind gets empowered. All you need to do, understand, this is the initiation. Anything, one more thing, even once if you can replace your depression from your inner space, have confidence. I replaced. I can do it again. That's all. If 10 times it comes back, let me do it 10 times, that's all. The very clarity I am going to do. Understand, there is a very beautiful story in Buddha's life. Buddha says, whenever I sat in meditation that I am going to get up, after a few hours, I never became enlightened. Once I decided, if I am not going to become enlightened, I am not going to get up from this seat. Idam asanam sushyate sariram. Very beautiful Sanskrit sloka. Let this body dry up in this very place. Till I become enlightened, I am not going to move. Buddha says, the moment he created this strong clarity, authentic sankalpa, will, he says, next second I became enlightened. Next second he became enlightened. All you need to do, when you replace your suffering, if you are thinking, no, 10 times today I can replace, 11th time if it comes back, tomorrow only I have to try, then nothing will happen. Decide, till it stops coming, I am going to replace. That's what I call courage, dhira. Wow. Here is a very beautiful question. Somebody is asking, Swamiji, you say there is no scale to find out whether the state in which we are there is reality or not. This person is asking, every day when I come back to waking state, I see same house, same world. But every day when I go back to dream, I don't see the same world. I don't see same world. So, can this be used as a scale? With this, we can say that this world is reality. This world is real. Very intelligent question. Maybe I can give you a simple sketch of then you'll be able to understand. Let us analyze one night dream. For example, night you are sleeping, 15th morning you are waking up, around 10 hours. 10 hours you are sleeping. Have you ever realized in one night dream you would have lived some 10 or 20 years of life? From your college you will start from your college period and slowly move step by step and go up to your marriage, having a child, and your son's marriage. Sometime you live even 10 or 20 years of life in one night dream. How many of you experienced even at least once this? Living 10 years or 20 years of life in one dream. How many of you experienced at least once in your life? Raise your hand. Of course, means you can recollect now. What I am exactly trying to present or tell you, 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. Am I right? 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. One more thing, scientists are saying now, you don't continuously sleep. Maximum you spend only 30 minutes in the deep sleep state. Then you come out and spend little time in the dream and again fall asleep, spend some time in the deep sleep and come out and spend some time in the in the dream state. In the East, the maximum time is 30 minutes. In the West, it is only 16 minutes. We are fortunate. Anyhow, let me give you the small diagram how our consciousness works. Maybe I can call this as dream state. This is deep sleep state. You fall into the deep sleep, maybe half an hour you spend there, then come back to the dream and go through some dreams, again fall asleep, spend some half an hour, come back, again go through some dreams, again fall asleep, come back, go through some dreams, again fall asleep. This is the way you are moving. This is the way you move between dream state and deep sleep state. Understand, in one night, 10 hours, you dream as if you lived 10 years of your life. Means in the first episode, you see you are in college. The second episode, when you come back, you see you are getting married. In the third episode, you see you have a son. Maybe in the fourth episode, when you come back, you see your son getting married. An important thing you need to understand, when you fall asleep and come back, in these different episodes, you do see the same world even in the dream state. Am I right? You do see the same world in the dream state. Understand, it's a very subtle point, very subtle understanding. If you can catch, it will really lead to a very big clarity which can really revolutionize the way in which you think about your life, the way in which you try to solve the problems of your life. There is a beautiful story. One person was dreaming. In the dream he saw a tiger chasing him and shouting, "Oh, tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." There was another one guy sleeping next to him. He got up and he saw that his friend is shouting, "Tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." What he is supposed to do? He is supposed to just tell him, "Hey, get up." Instead of that, if he tries to supply some weapon, you don't know what will happen. He may kill himself or he may kill you. You do not know how to decide. If you understand these basic things, suddenly you will see the decision making will be revolutionized. The cognitive shift will happen in you. The way in which you think and the way in which you make decisions, the way in which you try to find out solutions for your problems will be different. Means you will start working towards the right solutions. The right solution at that moment for that person is just asking him, "Wake up." That's the right solution. Instead, if you are trying to find out any other solution, it will only lead to more and more problems, more and more difficulties. Here, all I want to tell you is, in 10-hour dream, 10 hours of deep sleep, you live 10 years of dream. Means, many times you fall asleep and come back. When you come back, naturally in all these 4 episodes, even though there was a break, you saw the same world. After break, seeing the same world cannot be the quality to define it is reality. That is what I mean. Please understand. After a break, if you see the same world, that cannot be the scale to define or say this is reality. Because this happens even in the deep sleep, even in the dream state, this happens. Even in the dream state, after a break, when you come back, you see the same world. So just because when you come back from the deep sleep, you see the same world, cannot be the reason to say this is a reality. How? Only when you wake up from the whole night sleep, you realize you dreamt 10 years of your life just in 10 hours. Same way, only when you wake up from this dream, suddenly you may realize you dreamt 90 years of your life, maybe in few hours. Who knows? Who knows? This whole thing can be one more long dream. Realizing, understanding, there is a possibility this can be one more long dream will turn much of your attention and awareness to the center, to the consciousness. I can say that is the first step in spirituality. That's the first step for psychological revolution. Again and again, our sufferings are giving a clear statement. We are holding on to emptiness. Our suffering is nothing but a clear statement from the reality. You are not living with the reality. But somehow we know how to cover. The first chapter of the Gita is called Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Means depression, confusion. We also face that depression and confusion in our life. I call this depression of success. After achieving what we want to achieve, but realizing what far we want to achieve has not happened, a kind of a depression will happen in us. Very few rare intelligent people only understand that I am facing this suffering or depression because I am not living with the reality. Here, all I am trying to tell is just because you are seeing, do not think you are living with the reality. Usually I face another one question on the same line. Swamiji, not only I am seeing this world, even the people who are living around me are seeing this world same way. How can you say it is a dream? Understand? In the dream, if you are seeing a particular city, if you are dreaming that you are going to that city with your whole family, not only you, the family which is with you inside your dream also will see the same city. Because they are also projections of your own mind. So just because the people who are around you seeing the same scene does not mean the scene is reality. Even the people who are around you, whom you are seeing, can be the projection of the same scene. Can be the projection of the same scene. Sometimes it frightens. If you go a little deeper, it frightens. It feels like everything in front of you is melting like wax. The ultimate truth is the stuff out of which your dream world is made, the same stuff, out of that same stuff with this waking state is also made. If your attention is centered on the stuff, naturally the inner healing cannot happen. If your attention is equally distributed on the consciousness and the stuff, that is what I call healthy life, balanced life. You will have the physical, mental health and the life. If your attention is totally centered on the consciousness, not on the stuff with which these worlds are made, that is what I call living enlightenment or Jivan Mukti. Whether you want Jivan Mukti or not, or whether you want enlightenment or not is secondary. But if you can turn little bit of attention towards the I consciousness, towards the truth, towards the center, suddenly you will see the tremendous inner healing happens. I always tell people, realizing this whole world is one more dream brings tremendous healing effect in you. Understand, for example, if you are facing some very big difficulty or depression, very clearly, consciously, if you realize this whole thing is a dream, you will see such big relaxed feeling or the inner healing happening on you. I can say that inner healing is what I call meditation. That restful awareness which happens in you is what I call Satori, the first glimpse of Samadhi. A basic cognitive shift or basic psychological revolution with the simple understanding of what you are seeing may not be the reality as you are thinking, can bring so much of inner healing inside you, so much of restful awareness inside you, more and more restful awareness being added to you is what I call inner healing or health or raising the quality of consciousness. Instead of dream state penetrating your waking state while you are driving, blissful state can penetrate your waking state while you are driving. Because so much of your time, even though you are out of your bed, is occupied by your dream state because of your low awareness. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, what will happen? I will not have time to do my business. No. It has nothing to do with a separate time. It is something to do with inner understanding. As on now, so much of your time and energy is being spent by dream state possessing you. Instead of that, you can allow the Turiya state, blissful state possessing you. You can just change the attitude. You can just shift the energy. You can just go through a big transformation. That is what I call psychological revolution. Why meditate? A single line answer will be to raise the frequency of your consciousness. How it heals, we can understand with this small diagram. I'll try to present a simple diagram how our mind works, how the meditation influences our system, how meditation directly affects our hardware and software. Our hardware is physical body, our software is our mind. Let me try to give you a simple diagram. You can understand what meditation can do, why meditation needs to be practiced. I think I can explain from here. We have two states of mind. You can say two states of mind you experience in your day-to-day life. One with thoughts, another one without thoughts. Now, you know you have thoughts. In the deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No. So with thoughts, without thoughts, these are the two states of mind. Two states of being means the deeper level. Your being also experiences two states. One with the clear identity, I. Now, all of you have that identity with the I consciousness, with that identity I. In the deep sleep state, you don't experience the I state, the I consciousness. In the deep sleep, you don't experience the feeling I. Understand? In the mind, you experience two states. One with thoughts, without thoughts. Same way in the being, you experience two states. With I, with identity, strong identity, and without identity, without feeling or remembering your identity. In the deep sleep state, you don't remember your identity. In the waking state, you remember your identity. I am this, I am that. Usually, constantly, you will be remembering or you will be reminded about your identity. With I consciousness, without I consciousness. Now, if we just understand how this state of mind and the state of consciousness connect with each other and create different states in your being, different states in your consciousness. First, with thoughts and with I consciousness, that's what we call Jagrat state, wakeful state. Of course, most of us are now in that state. I can't say all, at least most. With I and with thoughts, you have the identity I and the thoughts are moving. The frequency of I is more than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are able to control the thoughts. If you want, you can control a thought. If you don't want, you can remove a thought. If you want, you can create a thought. With I consciousness and with thoughts, this is called Jagrat state, waking state. Next, dream state. You have thoughts, with thoughts, but there is no consciousness, there is no identity. That is why you will see sometime in your dreams, you will feel as if you are in college, but you will be sitting with your son. Means there is no clear identity. The identity is not logical, it is not clear. Not only that, the depth, frequency of the identity, frequency of the I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are not able to control the thoughts. In the waking state, frequency of I is more. That is why you are able to control your thoughts. In the dream state, the frequency of I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you cannot control the thoughts in the dream. If at all we have a freedom to dream what we want, we know what all we will be dreaming. What kind of dreams we will be choosing. The dream state, the I state, the consciousness is lower than the thoughts. That is why we say there is no I, but there are thoughts. And the third stage, third thing, neither the I consciousness nor the thoughts, it is called sushupti. It's called deep sleep state. These are the three states constantly we experience in our life. We experience waking state, dream state, deep sleep state. These three states. There is fourth state which we have not experienced. That is what we call turiya. There are no thoughts, but the identity I exist is there. It's a very strange experience. Very rarely you might have experienced. Very rarely one or two people experience in their life. If some sudden shock, or if you are sitting with a nature completely deeply relaxed, deep silence, maybe at those few moments you experience no thought, but you are not sleeping. The identity is alive. The I, the consciousness is alive. You know you are alive, you are awake, but there is no thought. This is the fourth state. As on now, most of us have not experienced this state. This is what we call turiya. We experience only these three. Now, the problem is the reason for all our physical and mental illness, diseases is the dreaming state. The dream state starts penetrating, overlapping the deep sleep and thinking. If your waking state is penetrated by the dream state, it's called daydreaming. If your night, deep sleep is penetrated by dreaming, it is called disturbed sleep. Continuously, in the night time or in the daytime, your dreaming state, your swapna is disturbing your life. The more your deep sleep state is, your sushupti is disturbed by swapna, you will have chronic fatigue and insomnia problems. More your waking state is disturbed by the swapna, you will have daydreaming, less awareness. Sometime you can see, you will get into your car, drive for 10 kilometers, you will reach your office. Only when you stop in your parking lot and get down, take out the key, suddenly you will realize, oh, you drove for so many miles. You would have taken hundreds of decisions to press the clutch, to press the brake, to stop or to run. You would have taken so many decisions without your awareness. Suddenly you realize, oh, I finished my driving. Means the dream state is overlapping, penetrating the waking state. More and more the dream state is penetrating the waking state, the frequency of your consciousness will come down. You may live in the human body, but you will not be living the human life. The frequency comes down. You do not know what decisions you are making. You do not know what kind of words you are thinking. You do not know what is happening inside you. It's like living inside a house, but you do not know what is happening inside that house. Living in the waking state, which is continuously disturbed by the dream state, is what I call living in hell. Now, all the physical and mental disorders are directly from this dream state penetrating either deep sleep or waking state. Waking state or deep sleep state, both if it is penetrated by the dream state, you will have physical and mental disorders. If the dream state penetrates the waking state too much, that is what we call depression, because you will not have the clarity to think further. You will not have clarity to move further. You will not have freedom or energy to move further. That is what we call depression. You will feel like all doors are closed. All possibilities are over. Why meditate? Let me come back to the question. Why meditate? Meditation is needed to create more and more influence, awareness over your thinking state and unconscious state. Instead of dream state penetrating thinking and instead of dream state penetrating waking state and deep sleep, your turiya, the fourth state, the blissful state, is supposed to penetrate the waking state and deep sleep state. The more and more you meditate, raise your awareness, raise your consciousness, the fourth state, turiya means fourth. You can't name this state. Or you can give any name. Samadhi, enlightenment, Atmajnana, Brahmajnana, Nirvana. Any name you can give, different names, but same state. This state, if it starts penetrating, overlapping the waking state and deep sleep state, you will see health in the body and in the mind. You will see health in your being. The purpose of meditation is to experience this state at least once, the fourth state at least once, and bring more and more influence of the fourth state on your waking and deep sleep state. If your waking state and deep sleep state is totally influenced by the fourth state, the turiya, that is what we call Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Meditation is a method, technique to bring more and more fourth state in your day-to-day life. If you experience the fourth state in your waking state and the deep sleep state, you are meditating. The purpose of meditation is to bring the fourth state into your waking state and deep sleep state. Maybe the physical health and mental health, everything is byproduct. Of course, it happens, but it's a byproduct. The purpose, main purpose is to experience the higher states of consciousness. When? The next question is when? It's a very controversial question. All the youngsters think, I can do this in my old age. All the elderly people think, I should have done in the young age. All the old people think, oh, I have enough time. I can do when I don't have anything else to do. All the youngsters are thinking, no, I should. All the elderly people are thinking, no, I should have done in the young age. When question, I am not looking at that question only about the timing of the meditation. The decision to do meditation or the decision to enter into meditation, when that should happen in the life. Meditation is just like a reading owner's manual before you start driving the car. The person who does not read the owner's manual before driving the car will naturally end up in accidents. Same way, the person who has not started the meditation before entering into the life will naturally end up in suffering and depression. Basic things for the life is the psychological revolution. Understand? One more thing I wanted you to understand. This question, when meditation, needs to be understood and analyzed very deeply. Meditation is the basic thing for the life. It's a very basic need. As I was telling, like owner's manual, reading the owner's manual. Meditation is like a owner's manual for your body, for your life. The moment you start living, you need to go through. You need to enter into it. Before the meditation, one basic important thing needs to happen in you. Psychological revolution means understanding about self, world and God. As on now, the understandings we are carrying are insufficient. They are not able to give a rest in your system. Understand? When I say the word psychological revolution, I mean having a clear understanding about the self, world and God, the source of the self and the world, God. The understanding which gives you a complete rest through which you are able to solve all your life problems, through which you are able to find your own life solutions. That is what I call psychological revolution. If you are able to find solution for all your day-to-day problems by the understanding about you, world and God, you had psychological revolution. If you are not able to find solution for your day-to-day problems through these three understandings, then you need to learn. Only a person who went through psychological revolution can meditate. Till then, any technique you try. People come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I close my eyes, I get more number of thoughts than before meditation. If I am doing something, I have less number of thoughts. The moment I close my eyes and try to meditate, I have more number of thoughts. I have more problem. Means the psychological revolution has not happened. Psychological revolution is a basic need for meditation. When we address the question, when meditation, we should say after psychological revolution, means the clear understanding about you, the clear understanding about the world and clear understanding about the God, which is the source for you and the world. You may think, if I have that clear understanding about all these three, then I don't need meditation. I can say it's like a vicious circle. If you don't have that clarity, you can't meditate. If you can't meditate, you will not have clarity. It's like a vicious circle. If you add clarity, that clarity will lead to meditation. Meditation will lead to more clarity. It will become virtuous circle. Instead of going through the vicious circle, moving towards the virtuous circle. If I have to give one more simple example, this dream state, constantly penetrating into the waking state and unconscious state, is what leads to more and more misunderstanding, more and more dullness, more and more lethargic feeling, more and more tamas. That's what we call pravritti. Traveling towards suffering. If the turiya, the blissful state, penetrates the waking state and deep sleep state, that is what we call nivritti, moving towards the fulfillment. This is virtuous circle. The clarity leads to meditation, meditation leads to clarity, leading one to another. The psychological revolution is a basic need, basic understanding. I always tell people, if you straight away close your eyes and start meditating, you may have more number of thoughts. So in the initial level, I always give a technique which will not be directly meditation, which will be more like a contemplation. Means you will have an idea, you will have a technique. When you work with it, it won't lead to directly thoughtless state. It will lead to more and more clarity. It will lead to psychological revolution. You will have an intense space where you can analyze your understandings, where you can consider your decisions, where you can rethink again and again your desires, your fears, your worries, what you think as the base in your life. You can again and again look into these details. You can again and again look into these things. Otherwise, many times we do not know what is our desires. People brag just in the outside world, but they do not know what they are talking. Small story. 3 old ladies were sitting and bragging about their sons. One was saying, "You don't know about my son, how much he loves me. He personally took me to a travel agent and arranged for my vacation and did the best possible arrangements and gave me 20 days vacation." The other one said, "You don't know what my son did. He got a separate, not only the travel agent, vehicle, a separate flight. He arranged everything for 1 month." Third one said, "You don't know what my son does. He goes to the costliest psychiatrist. All he talks is about me." Many times, what you think as life, about what you brag, may not be exactly what you need, may not be exactly contributing to you, may not be exactly adding to you. So in the initial level, taking up a technique which can awaken, which can help the psychological revolution in you is the best way to start. When when meditation, here and now, neither the age can be the reason to postpone the meditation, nor the time. Sometimes people tell, should I meditate in morning? Should I meditate in the evening? I always tell people, meditation should become quality of your life. There are three kinds of meditation. One, it's a kind of a truth or bringing your awareness to the life. That is supposed to be done 24 hours. Techniques like Vipassana are bringing your awareness to the present moment. 24 hours. It is not a part of your routine. It should become quality of your routine. There are other kinds of techniques for which you need to spend particular time, like a morning 1 hour or evening 1 hour or some specific time. There are some meditation techniques which needs to be done whole day. There are some particular time. There are some other techniques. You neither need to do whole day nor need to spend separate time. Just very remembrance is enough. There are some great truths. When you are really in that matured state, you don't need a separate technique. You don't need to practice whole day or in particular time. Just very remembrance, you will be in that state. You will be in that state. You will be experiencing the truth. In Zen, there are some beautiful koans. Just very remembrance, you will be transported to that zone. There's a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple comes to the master and asks for technique or a method for enlightenment. Master says, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi. That art thou, you are the truth. And the story says, disciple became enlightened. Very strange story. Just master repeats few words and disciple is enlightened. How can it happen? How is it possible? Looks too much. If we have done the two different techniques, means the techniques which needs to be done whole day and the techniques which needs to be done in a particular time, that very maturity will lead you to the level, the moment you listen, you will start experiencing it. You will start experiencing it. When, why, what, now how. There are so many different techniques. Somebody asked me the other day, why you have so many gods, so many methods, so many techniques? I told them, in the West, why do you have so many cars? They asked me this question in the West. I told them, why you have so many cars? Because you spend so much of energy in doing research and development in the comfort level, about the luxury. So much of time and energy has been spent to develop the comfort and luxury. That is the reason you have so many luxurious things, so many cars. Same way, in the East, we spend so much of time in thinking and doing research and development how to raise the consciousness. Because we have done so much of research and development, we have so many methods, so many techniques, so many gods, so many paths. All those things are available to us because we have done so much of research and development. We have hundreds and thousands of techniques in front of us, so many methods. We will see 3 techniques Each day we will do one technique. Today we will do one technique. Working on our mind, inner chattering. Tomorrow we will do a technique to release the engraved memories. Day after tomorrow we will do a technique to go to the deepest silence or the core of our being. When, why, how, what? All these basic questions about meditation.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Param. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Oham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open, is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
அருமருந்தே அண்ணாமலையோனே ஆனந்த நித்யனே அகலுருள் மாய்ப்பவனே சிறிதே சிந்தை இறங்கி கருதும் எக்கணத்திலும் எம் கண்முன்னே நீயாடிவ அழகு திருநடமிடும் எங்கள் அம்மையப்பனே பழகு தமிழில் உனை
Today, with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyānanda Paramashivām, we are starting the 9th day celebrations of the Paramashivaratri Brahmotsavam. The deities of Paramashiva, Paramashiva Shakti, Ganesha, Subramanya, Chandikeshwara, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyānanda Paramashivām, are gracing now in Sarvalankara, the grandest decoration in the Utsava Mandapam in Kailasa's temples around the world. Let us now offer puja to all the deities and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyānanda Paramashivām, as puja is an activity done by the brain to mirror the neurological activity of the higher vertical time zones. On this 9th day of the Paramashivaratri Brahmotsavam, let us offer our devotion and love to Paramashiva along with the Shatmurtis and to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyānanda Paramashivām. ॐ श्रीरामपूजितपदाम्बुजचापपाणे श्रीचक्रराजकृतवासकृपाम्बुराशे श्रीसेतुमुचरप्रवणान्तरङ्ग श्रीरामनाथलघुतारयजन्मवार्धिं सहस्रदलपङ्कजे सकलशीतरश्मिप्रभं वराभयकराम्बुजं विमलगन्धपुष्पाम्बरं प्रसन्नवदनेक्षणं सकलदेवतारूपिणं स्मरेत् शिरसि हंसकं तदभिमानपूर्वं गुरुम् अथ धूपः ॐ दशाङ्गं गुग्गुलोपेतं सुगन्धं च सुमनोहरम् आघ्रेय सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति पर्वतवर्धिन्यम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर शिवरामनाथस्वामिने नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। धूपमाघ्रापयामि। अथ दीपः ॐ साज्यं त्रिवर्तिसंयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहम् श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति पर्वतवर्धिन्यम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवरामनाथस्वामिने नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। दीपं सन्दर्शयामि। अथ नैवेद्यम् ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा। श्रीनित्यानन्दे नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति पर्वतवर्धिन्यम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव रामनाथ स्वामिने नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि, नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि। नीराजनम् ॐ साङ्ग्रहण्येष्ट्यायजते इमां जनतागुं सङ्गृह्णानीति। द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति, द्वादशमासा संवत्सरः, संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति। ऊर्वैमुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे, चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति। चित्रं वा एतत् कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति पर्वतवर्धिन्यम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव रामनाथ स्वामिने नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि, रक्षां धारयामि। शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मूलप्रदाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। योगपट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सार्वभौमैकपत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलं ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम्। परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम्। हरिः ॐ तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ. ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ. ಬಿಡುದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು, ಬಿಡುದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು. ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ. ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರವು, ಬಿಡದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು.
ಬಿಡದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು.
ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ.
ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ.
ಅದಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಗುಣ ಪಡಿಸುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ, ಬಂದು ನೋಡಿರೋ.
ಅದಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಗುಣ ಪಡಿಸುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ, ಬಂದು ನೋಡಿರೋ.
ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ. ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ.
ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ. ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ. ಮುಂದೆಯೂ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರನ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿಯ ದೇವಾಲಯವು. ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿಯ ದೇವಾಲಯವು. ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ. ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರಮುತಿಯ ಪುರಿಯು.
ಓಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದೇಶ್ವರ ಪರಮಶಿವ ಸಮಾರಂಭಾಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿ ಪರಮಶಕ್ತಿ ಮಧ್ಯಮಾಂ ಅಸ್ಮದಾಚಾರ್ಯ ಪರ್ಯಂತಾಂ ವಂದೇ ಗುರು ಪರಂಪರಾಂ. Om, Om, Om. As the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva, Paramashiva Parambur, Parambur. I bless you all with Paramatvaita. Today Paramashivaratri, Brahmotsavam, 9th day, quantum entanglement and enlightenment, 9th day satsang. Paramashiva's direct message on this auspicious day for all from KAILASA. Witnessing the witness, being conscious of consciousness, observing the observer is the greatest manifestation technique you can do. See, there are many levels of manifestation techniques where you assume you have already achieved, you are having what you want, whatever you want to manifest. Living at the end means completed, completion. You visualize it, feel it, experience it, assume it, live it. Then naturally reality follows you. This is one method. But this witnessing the witness, being conscious of consciousness, observing the observer, literally puts your inner dialogue, emotional baseline, energetic posture right now to the ultimate. You are tuned, attuned, aligned to the Paramashiva right now. So listen. Three important steps in all Vedantic Sampradayas. Usually people mistake only Advaita into Vedanta. No. Vedanta as at least 1,000 living Sampradayas. From my calculation, seeing the history, analyzing various Hindu scriptures, I feel at least 10,000 Sampradayas of Vedanta, means 10,000 branches of Vedanta, did exist at one point of time. Now, at least 1,000 branches are still alive. The living stream of 1,000 branches of Vedanta is still alive, exists. So, the commonly accepted classical Advaita, Orthodox Advaita, and Shankara's Advaita, classical Sri Vaishnava, and Chaitanya's Gaudiya Vaishnava, classical Visishtadvaita. All of you should be aware, it is not that all Sri Vaishnavites are Visishtadvaitis. No, you should know that. There are Advaita Sampradayas having Vishnu as the center. Unfortunately, they are not loud or well known. So, we mistake that all Vaishnava Sampradayas are Visishtadvaitis. No. Visishtadvaita, Dvaita, Sri Vaishnava, and Gaudiya Vaishnava, classical Saiva Siddhanta. Understand? classical Saiva Siddhanta means Shaiva tradition centered on Prasthanatraya, using the Agama and Upanishad slokas, Veda and Agama, quoting Veda and Agama, establishing Shiva Paratvam through the Prasthanatraya Bhashya, which is done by Srikanta Shivacharya. So that his words, his work is classical Shaiva tradition. We can call it classical Saiva Siddhanta tradition. Many people think Saiva Siddhanta is completely Visishtadvaita or this three Pasupatipasam. No. The classical Saiva Siddhanta established by Srikanta Shivacharya is actually even called as Shiva Advaita. Shivadvaita. So understand, only this modern day Saiva Siddhanta, which is establishing itself based on the Tamil scriptures, after Megandar, try to claim the Visishtadvaita principle. Otherwise, it is not that all Shaivism, all Shaiva Siddhantas are Dvaita or Visishtadvaita. Anyhow, listen. What I am trying to tell you, what I want to tell you is, all 1,000 living branches of Vedanta uses this three method: Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. Shravana means listening from the enlightened Guru. That matters. Person who had Atma Anubhuti, who is vibrating in that frequency of Param. Listening from the Guru, who is enlightened. Second, Manana means assuming it, filling your mind with it. The truth you heard should take over your mind. That is Manana. That should vibrate more intensely than any doubts or questions, denials, hatreds. That is Manana. Then Nididhyasana, living it, manifesting it. That's all. So I'm telling you, in all these three levels, and inside you, inner dialogue, emotional baseline, energetic posture, all that three level, witnessing the witness, Sakshi to the Sakshi, observing the observer is the best method. Because when you start observing the observer, your original state of Param just wakes up. Yesterday I was explaining about Chidakasha, the field of consciousness, the cosmic zero-point field that holds all possibilities, the infinite ocean from which all waves arise and into which all waves dissolve. Today we take one radical step closer. That same cosmic field is not out there in some distant heaven. It is encoded holographically right here in your cells, in your DNA, in the very marrow of your bones. I'm repeating. That same cosmic field is not out there in some distant heaven. It is encoded holographically right here in your cells, in your DNA, in the very marrow of your bones. This is what Isa Upanishad beautifully declares. Isha Vasyam Idam Sarvam Yatkincha Jagatyan Jagad Tena Tyaktena Vunjita Makridakasya Sviddanam. Consciousness enveloped. Must this all be whatever moving thing there is in the moving world? With this renounced, you may enjoy. Covet not the wealth of the universe, not anyone. Covet not the wealth of the universe means do not damage, destroy any part of the universe, claiming ownership and possession. Leave the earth as you inherited it for the next generation. Tena tyaktena bunjita makridakasya sviddanam. Those who do not destroy the universe, any part of the universe, live life. Understand? This verse tells us everything, absolutely everything is pervaded by consciousness, by Isha, by Paramashiva, by Brahman. And all we need to do is to stop treating that as a poetry and start treating it as physics, as lived experience, as the operational manual for your own nervous system. You are not a biological accident wandering through an indifferent universe. You are walking, breathing, fractal of the source, And the Shivalinga is the sacred technology, the yantra, the interface, the wormhole architecture that collapses the distance between your localized awareness and the infinite field from which you arose. Understand? I am repeating. You are not a biological accident wandering through an indifferent universe. You are a walking, breathing fractal of the universe. And Shivalinga is the sacred technology. The yantra, the interface, the wormhole architecture that collapses the distance between your localized awareness and the infinite field from which you arose. I want you to understand the Shivalinga Tattva. So you experience Shiva, Shivalinga, Paramashiva in this Shivaratri. All of you should know Shivaratri has already started. It's almost 72 hours. The full Shivaratri energy happens on planet Earth 72 hours. You should know. Even NASA has documented it. Every year, exactly this time, during this time, a special aligning happens. I'll give you the detail. So I'll explain step by step the deeper truths. The most important truth you should know: you do not exist. Listen, not as Buddhists claim. I tell you, I have high respect, regard for Buddha, no doubt. I'm not disrespecting Buddha and Buddhism. But unfortunately, Buddha and Buddhism explored only 1% of what Paramashiva revealed, what Sanatana Hindu Dharma revealed. That is why in India, the land of Saraswati, knowledge, Buddhism could not survive as a separate religion. It exists. It exists. In all Vishnu temples, we have Buddha deity as one of the incarnation of Vishnu. See, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is ready to recognize Buddha as one of the incarnation, give the place to the level of incarnation, but not to the level of founder of a religion and Sanatana Hindu Dharma itself. It's like a totality of thousands of religions put together. So this is a land of knowledge, enlightenment, Bharat. What Paramashiva revealed, less than 1% only Buddha and Buddhism explored. So when I say you do not exist, I don't mean in the way Buddhists have told, and not in the way you think you do. Listen carefully. The you that you believe, who is listening to this satsang, sitting in your room, worrying about tomorrow's bills, or replaying yesterday's argument, that you is fiction. A very convincing hologram projected onto the screen of awareness. The core problem is you have been sold a lie. You have been brainwashed. So fundamental, so pervasive, so obviously true that questioning it feels like a questioning gravity itself. The lie that you are a separate biological entity fighting for survival in a distant universe, like an orphan fighting for survival in hostile universe, like an orphan, is false. Listen. Just if you hold your breath, you can shake even Yama. Arey, what Yama? If you hold your awareness, you can simply make Paramashiva manifest, and you should know when you are doing tapas with Shraddha, all gods, the higher beings, including Shiva, has to manifest. Because you are not separate from this whole field. Listen. Actually, you thinking you are a separate entity is nothing but you are victim of your own success. Your brain, body-mind mechanism, all has evolved to such subtle capabilities that thinking, cognizing, decision-making all has become so subtle, powerful, happening in milliseconds. Actually, you took a lot of time, years, births to develop this capability. But your own victory, you became the victim of your own victory. You became the victim of your own success because you developed that sharp capability of collecting information, processing and making decision in such high speed. There is no gap where awareness can penetrate and show this whole process happening. The process is so automated, so swift, so sharp, happening in such high speed. Unfortunately, you started imagining that there is somebody other than your consciousness exists doing this, and that is you. Nothing. Just if you slow down, slow down the process of receiving information through the eyes and processing and recognizing them, understanding them. Slow down the process of receiving sound and processing them, understanding them. Just slow down in all your internal, external activities, jnanendriya and karmendriya activities. You just slow down your internal, external activities, suddenly you will realize, hey, there is no single person, there is no separate identity. It is consciousness directly seeing, consciousness directly listening, this same consciousness only directly shining as a sun, this same consciousness only is flowing as the river. All you need to do is calm down. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Drop these endless distractions. Nothing else is required. Nothing else is required. Because you are not giving a gap, you are not relaxing from your agitated reactions to the external world and internal world. Your agitated reactions to what is seen and what is triggered. You feel there is a separate identity. Relax. Cool your brain. Bring Paramashanta to your body-mind system. Consciousness. Nowhere to go. Nothing to achieve. Drop all the brainwashing done to you. From the moment you entered the school, you were taught that life is a competitive struggle, survival of the fittest, natural selection, gene pools battling for reproductive advantage, organisms clawing their way up the evolutionary ladder through violence, cunning, and superior adaptation. You learned that you are essentially a sophisticated animal, a hairless ape with an enlarged brain whose primary drives are to survive, reproduce, accumulate resources, and defeat rivals who threaten your genetic success. Your body has this quality. Your body has evolved from this background, no doubt. Your past is from this background, no doubt. But something else has happened before you become human being. So it is not that evolution, it is something descending. These two met. So you have something which descended, which evolved, plus which descended, if you are functioning out of which evolved from the past, you will live and die as that level. Hairless app, that's all. But when you understand what has descended into you and live as per the culture of what has descended into you, you will reach the ultimate. You will manifest the ultimate in this very body. Listen, your Chitjada Grandhi. As you learnt in the school that you are essentially a sophisticated animal, a hairless ape with an enlarged brain whose primary drives are to survive, reproduce, accumulate resources, and defeat rivals who threaten your genetic success. This story seems so scientifically solid, so backed by evidence, so intellectually respectable, that to question it feels like rejecting reason itself. But I am here to reveal the ultimate truth. This story, while not false, but is devastatingly incomplete. The worldview that has colonized your mind is built on Charles Darwin's brilliant but partial insight that biological organisms evolve through natural selection, mutation, and survival of the fittest. Darwin was absolutely correct about what he observed. Bodies do evolve, species do compete, the strong do survive, while the weak perish, and complex organisms did emerge from simpler ones over millions of years. I am not denying any of it. But here is where Western science made its catastrophic error. It took this biological model and declared it the fundamental truth of existence, the lens through which everything, economics, politics, psychology, relationship, even spirituality, is understood in the modern society. The result is a civilization built on scarcity, competition, and a fear. A world where humans treat each other like rival organisms, fighting over finite resources, where success means defeating others, and where cooperation is seen as weakness or naivety. Darwin described the costume, not the actor. Now, here is what Darwin and his followers missed entirely. Bodies evolve upward, but consciousness descends downward. Yes, your physical form claimed the evolutionary ladder from a single-celled organism. Single-cell organism to fish, to reptile, to mammal, to primate, to human. This is biological evolution. The journey from simple to complex, from unconscious to self-aware. But consciousness itself, the awareness that is reading, that is listening, that is understanding, that is internalizing, The consciousness you carry which sees, reads, listens, understands, internalizes these words. The knower behind your thoughts, the seer behind your eyes, did not evolve from matter. Consciousness descended into matter, not evolved from matter. Consciousness descended into matter, like an actor putting on progressively denser costumes. Kathopanishad beautifully describes Nithya Anithyanam Chetanaha Chetananam Ekaha Bahunam Yah Vidatadi Kaman Tam Atmastam Ye Anupashyanti Dhiraha Tesham Shanti Shaswati Na Itaresham. One eternal conscious principle among the many non-eternal, those wise ones who see that as the self attain lasting peace. You are not a body that evolved consciousness. You are a consciousness that descended into a body for the sake of experience. So understand, one eternal conscious principle among the many non-eternal forms, those wise ones who see that as the self attain lasting peace. You are not a body, you are not just the body that evolved consciousness. You are a consciousness that descended into body for the sake of experience. I have a small story. A small child goes to her mother and asks, "Mom, how did human beings happen?" Mom says, "Oh, God created Adam and Eve, and they created kids, and those kids created more kids, and they created more kids. That's the way human beings have come." After a few days, a child goes to her father and asks, "Dad, how did human beings happen?" Dad says, "Human beings came from monkeys long, long ago. There were only monkeys on our planet, no people. Human race evolved from monkeys." The child is thoroughly confused. She goes to the mother and asks again, "Mom, you said God created Adam and Eve and the human race happened from them. But Dad says that long ago there were monkeys and we came from them. Which is true?" Mom says, "Very simple, dear. I told you about my side of the family. Your father told you about his side of the family. That's it." Understand. You can see yourself either as a divine or as a monkey. You can see yourself as the evolved monkey or descended divine. But never forget that whatever it is, it's your choice and your choice matters for your future. If you decide to see yourself as an evolved monkey, you are going to have that same attitude. Fight, 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 fight for survival, rot in this rat race, rut, and die. Stuck in this rat race, rut. Big problem in the rat race is even if you win, you are a rat. But if you see yourself as the consciousness descended right now, you can wake up to your original state, ultimate state, Paramasatya, ultimate truth of you. Corporations devour each other like predators. Nations wage war like a rival species. Individuals hoard resources like territorial animals. And even spiritual communities split into competing sects, each claiming to have the fittest path to salvation. We have turned existence into a gladiatorial arena. We have turned existence into gladiatorial arena where everyone is fighting everyone, not realizing that when you defeat your opponent, you are literally defeating yourself, because at the deepest level, there is no other. Because humanity has accepted Darwin's incomplete story as the complete truth, we live like ocean waves competing with each other. One wave claiming, I am taller, so I will survive longer, while another boasts, I am faster, so I will reach the shore first. Completely oblivious to the fact that we are all the same ocean appearing as different forms. This is why our world is drowning in competition instead of cooperation, scarcity instead of abundance, fear instead of love. We have based our entire civilization on a biological half-truth and wondered why it produces hell instead of heaven. Because the fundamentals with which we are operating is the dharma of the hell, the law of the hell. Naturally, we end up creating hell. Then we wonder why we are creating hell. Sanatana Hindu Dharma starts exactly from the opposite premise. It starts very clearly. You are not a body trying to survive. You are consciousness temporarily experiencing a body. The Kathopanishad declares beautifully, Najayate mriyate va vipaschit na kutaschit na babuvagaschit ajo nityaha shashvatoyam purano na hanyate hanyamane sarire. The self is neither born nor does it die. It did not come from anything, nor did anything come from it. It is unborn, eternal, everlasting, ancient. It is not slain when the body is slain. If this is your preliminary assumption about yourself and starting point, if you know yourself as the deathless witness rather than the mortal organism, then survival of the fittest becomes completely irrelevant because you never die. Anyone wants to create heaven on earth, peace on earth, if you are interested in protecting this planet earth, just put your time, treasure, talent on exploring consciousness and establishing the truths about the consciousness to the humanity. Only if the majority of the people understand the principles of consciousness and consciousness as our fundamental identity, existence, core, source, base, our furthering of the life, politics, economics, business, agriculture, food supply chain, everything will be realigned and planet Earth can be saved. If the common man understands his consciousness, his work shifts from competition to contribution, from accumulation to expression, from fear-based grasping to love-based giving, because you realize that what you are is infinite and can never be threatened. Chandogya Upanishad gives us the master key that unlocks this entire confusion. Is its third chapter, fourth canto, verse 1st. It says, Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma Tajjala Nidhi Shanta Upasita. All this is indeed Brahman. It originates from Brahman, dissolves into Brahman, and breathes in Brahman. Therefore, one should contemplate with a calm mind. This is not religious poetry. This is the most precise description of reality ever formulated. Everything you see, including every separate body, is one consciousness appearing as many forms. The chair you are sitting on, the air you are breathing, the person next to you, the thought in your head, the body that evolved over millions of years, and the awareness that descended to animate that body, all of it is Brahman. consciousness, Paramashiva, you, your field. You are a holographic field of Paramashiva. When you truly get this, not just intellectually, but experientially, the whole Darwinian nightmare of competition dissolves like a bad dream. And you wake up to the reality that you are the ocean playing at being waves. The conclusion that science is arriving to now, that the consciousness and free will must be foundational. You cannot build them from unconscious parts. They must be baked into the fabric of reality from the beginning. Listen. Now slowly science is arriving to the conclusion that consciousness and free will must be foundational. Cannot build them. You can't build them from unconscious parts. They must be baked into the fabric of reality from the beginning. This is exactly what the rishis taught. Consciousness is not a product of evolution. The intelligence that drives the entire process of bodies becoming more complex until they can serve as adequate instruments for self-realization. Yes, bodies do evolve through natural selection. That part of Darwin's story is accurate. But consciousness evolves through self-recognition, through awakening to which it has always been. The biological imperative says, survive and reproduce. The spiritual imperative says, wake up and realize and recognize what you are and who you are. When you wake up, you don't become less fit for life. You become infinitely more fit because you stop operating from the fear and scarcity of a separate organism and start operating from the love and abundance of the unified field itself. This is the missing piece that will transform our world. Not better competition, but the recognition that competition is based on an optical illusion of separateness. This is exactly the key word. Optical illusion of separateness. Tirumular says beautifully, மரத்தை மறைத்தது மாமத யானை மரத்தில் மறைந்தது மாமத யானை பரத்தை மறைத்தது பார் முதல் பூதம் பரத்தில் மறைந்தது பார் முதல் பூதம் தன்னை மறைத்தது தன்னை மறைத்தன தன்கரணங்களே தன்னில் மறைந்தன தன்கரணங்களே பொன்னை மறைத்தது பொன்னணி பூஷணம் பொன்னில் மறைந்தது பொன்னணி பூஷணம் பொன்னை மறைத்தது பொன்னணி பூஷணம் பொன்னில் மறைந்தது பொன்னணி பூஷணம் தன்னை மறைத்தது தன்கரணங்களே தன்னில் மறைந்தது தன்கரணங்களே. So listen. It's a very old traditional Vedantic story. A man who goes to a jeweler's shop and sees hundreds of ornaments, rings, necklaces, bracelets, crowns, he asks, what are all these made of? The jeweler says, gold. The man says, but they all look so different. The jeweler laughs and says, yes, the forms are different, but the substance is one. It's all gold. If you melt them down, you will see there is only gold. No ringness or no necklaceness. That is exactly what the Upanishad tells you. The forms are many planets, people, plants, proteins, but the substance is one. The universe is not made by Brahman, it is made of Brahman. There is nothing that is not Brahman. You are that Brahman. You are that gold. Gold does not need to become gold. It's already is gold. It just has to stop believing it is only a ring. A jewelry should stop believing it is just jewelry. It should wake up to the truth. It is gold. Even when it is in the form of jewelry, it is gold. We are fields, not bodies. We are fields running the bodies. Actually, modern science is beginning to catch up to this ancient wisdom through pioneers like Federico Fagin. He designed the microprocessor, the brain of every computer, every smartphone, every piece of technology you use, and then spent the next 40 years investigating the hard problem of consciousness. He arrived through decades of search, inquiry, and personal awakening at the same conclusion the rishis reached 5,000 years ago. We are not the body. We exist in a reality deeper than space-time, matter and energy. Fagin says we are beings that exist in deeper reality where consciousness and free will exist. We control the body. The body is an instrument that we use to have an experience in this reality, which is by and large made up. It is made up by the information that hits our senses, transformed by our body, and perceived by the conscious field that we are. We are a field. We are not finished, bounded entity. Ego is the problem, not the solution. Ego is the problem, not the solution. The portion of us that believes itself to be the body is the ego, and the ego believing itself to be the body behaves like a body, like the body. The body is conditioned to manifest what the vaster self wants to understand. We are representatives in this reality of the vaster self that we are. This is the key. The ego is not evil. It is just confused. It's like a wave that has forgotten the ocean. The wave that says, I am separate, I must fight over the waves. I must fight over the other waves for survival. But if you could just get the wave to look down, it would see, oh, I am not separate from the ocean. I am the ocean playing at being a wave. Kathopanishad says, Paranchikani Vyatrinat Swayambhuhu Tasmat Parang Pashyati Nantaratman Kaschin Dhiraha Pratyagatmanam Aichakshat Avrita Chakshuhu Amritatvam Ichan. Kathopanishad warns about this confusion. The self-existence one pierces the openings. The self-existent one pierces the opening of senses outward. Therefore, one looks outward, not within, but a rare, wise person desiring immortality turns their gaze inwards and sees the inner self. This Shivaratri, let's look inner self and wake up. Get ready for Shivaratri, because already the Shivaratri started. Get ready for Shivaratri. Tomorrow, same time. Celebrations, festivities, meditation, satsang, spiritual alchemy process, awakening, ultimate awakening, quantum entanglement, quantum enlightenment, all manifest. Eastern time, it starts. Eastern time, it starts February 15th, 1:30 p.m. and Indian time, February 16th, 12 a.m. So get ready. Prepare yourself. The best way to prepare is be conscious of consciousness. Observe the observer. Witness the witness. Be Sakshi to the Sakshi. I bless you all. Paramatvaita Praptiras. Blessings. Mahashivaratri.
It's an important time when timelessness enters.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Nityanandam, and welcome to another beautiful day of the Paramashivoham. To realize that you are Paramashiva. So once again, Swamiji has a revealing edge, and just now Swamiji has told that tomorrow is going to be Paramashivaratri live satsang and darshan at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 12 a.m. IST time. So make sure that all of you are tuning in for the Mahashivratri darshan and satsang. Make sure to note of the time, because time is not the usual time as 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 12 a.m. IST time. So make sure that you're tuning in, invite your friends and families. As Swami says, Mahashivratri is the night of awakening. So with this, we'll be now getting ready to manifest the powers of Paramashiva, manifesting the powers of third eye. Before that, we'd like to welcome all of you who are here with us.
Yes, so we'd like to welcome Nithyananda Nityanandama, welcome. We have Ma Yang Hong Nityanandama, welcome. We have Ma Skandamata Nityanandama, welcome back. We have Ma Mahajala Shaktika Nityanandama, welcome. We have Ma Nistagunya Nityanandama, welcome. We have Ma Nithya Prema Nityanandama, welcome. Good to have you with us. We have Ishana Fabio Aya Nityanandama, welcome. Good to have you with us. We have Ma Yan Ping Fan Nityanandama, welcome. We have Ma Ekaterina Prikotko Nityanandama, welcome. We have Ma Stephanie Dieters, welcome Ma. We have Matthew Weitskaraya Nityanandama, welcome. We have Ma Stella, welcome Ma. Good to have you with us. We have Ma Sophia Yi Nityanandama, welcome. Good to have you with us. We have Ma Nitya Sangha Shaktini Nityanandama, welcome. We have Ma Aini Shi Nityanandam, and welcome. We have Ma Nithya Nityananda, welcome, good to have you with us. And we have Ma Paramashivoham. Nityananda, welcome to everyone. Good to have you all with us for this wonderful segment just after the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So with that, we're going to enter into the power manifestation. So straight after the darshan, when Swamiji lifts us to higher energies, higher dimensions, higher vibrations, it is the best time to lock in those higher vibrations, lock in those higher higher energies by practicing the power manifestation. So let's get ready, requesting everyone to please gather your eye bands. If you have the eye band, please put on your eye band, cover your eyes, and let's get ready for the power manifestation. If you don't have an eye band, you can use any piece of cloth that will cover your eyes, so enough to cover your eyes and make sure that you cannot see through the material, and also that light doesn't come into your eyes. It is important because when you have light, understand the mind has nothing to do with the power manifestation itself. It actually just gets in the way. So any visual stimuli will actually distract you from the power manifestation. So once again, requesting everyone, please make sure you cover your eyes. You have your eyes covered. There's no light coming into your eyes. And let's get ready for the power manifestation. So for this power manifestation, we'll be practicing the power of third eye vision, which is seeing images blindfolded. So we'll be displaying an image on your screens, and through the power of the third eye, yourselves, the participants, will be manifesting this power. We'll be seeing the details of the image that is on your screens. So let's get ready. Requesting everyone once again, please put on your eye bands. Let's get ready for this round of power manifestation. So we'll be having 2 rounds. So we'll be having round 1 of 1 right now. Let's sit comfortably. So once you have put on your eye bands, once you've covered your eyes, let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us bring our full awareness to our Anandagandha, which is just below the heart center and just above the navel center. That is our Anandagandha, our inner space. That is where Paramashiva resides inside every single one of us. So let's bring our full awareness to our Anandagandha, and let's connect deeply to Paramashiva, connect deeply to the divine in our Anandagandha. Connecting deeply to the divine. Connecting to Swamiji, connecting to Paramashiva. And from the powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva, let's now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So let's continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout the power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Paramashiva, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. Let us begin. The image is now being displayed on your screen. Let's begin. Let's
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands, you can open your eyes, let the light fall onto your eyes. All right. So once again, take a moment and start sharing what was revealed to you. Please go ahead and start typing, requesting everyone. Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Yang Hong, Ma Skandamata, Ma Mahajara Shaktika, Ma Nisregunya, Ma Prema, Matthew Aya, Ma Stella, everyone, even persons with the cameras off, please switch on your camera. Also, meanwhile, we are joined by Ma Megha Sharma, Nityanandam, and welcome. We are into the first round of the power manifestation. After this, we'll be having the second round. You can take part in the second round of the power manifestation, Ma. Well, we have sharing from Matthew Ascaria, who says, soft darkness, comfortable stillness. Grateful. Thank you for sharing.
Very nice. We have Ma Skandamata also that shares black, bluish black, and Shiva.
Thank you
very
for
much
sharing. We have Ma Nithya Dhyaan, who says, I saw Shiva in deep meditation in KAILASA grotto, deep snow.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing that.
Just giving a few moments as others are sharing. In a moment, we'll be projecting the image once again on your screen.
All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us bring back the image once again, image that we had displayed for you.
Yes, so this is the image that we had displayed. So, Skandamata, Ma Nithya Dhyaan, you're directly spot on. And Matthew says, a soft darkness, comfortable stillness. It is very much resembles with what the picture itself is. Lord Shiva himself sitting in meditation. You can see behind the moon, there's a huge mountain behind. And Lord Shiva himself is sitting on a rock and small, of course, there's a river or a water body in just underneath. You can see other details would be the trident, the snakes, the Rudraksha jewels, the moon, and of course the Shiva himself, the jatas, and lots of details into it. So Matthew says, a soft darkness, comfortable stillness. So Shiva himself is still, the Achala, and darkness you can see around. So you are very much spot on, Matthew. Thank you. Thank you for sharing and manifesting.
Yes, and of course, Ma Skandamata, who says black, bluish, black, and Shiva, very much spot on once again. So those are the main colors, and of course, Shiva is the main theme of this image itself. So very much spot on, Ma Skandamata. Congratulations, well done.
And we also have Ma Nithya Dhyaan, who shares, I saw Shiva in deep meditation in KAILASA, deep snow. Beautiful. So as you can see, it's very much visible. The Lord Shiva himself sitting in deep meditation in KAILASA, deep snow. So KAILASA itself, where whenever it's represented with snow. So yes, You're spot on, Ma. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for manifesting, all of you. So beautiful. We all of us are doing good, great. So with this, now let's enter into the second round of the power manifestation. So requesting once again all of you to please close your eyes, cover your eyes now. We'll be entering into the second round of the power manifestation. Please close your eyes and cover your eyes now. And sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. Yes, requesting everyone, please cover your eyes now. And let's start connecting with Swamiji through the Mahavakya as we start chanting the Mahavakya. Understand, whenever you are, whenever you remember Swamiji, Swamiji is very much available to all of us. So let's begin and connect with Swamiji through the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep your eyes closed, keep chanting the Mahavakya, and let's enter into this round of power manifestation. The image is now being projected on your screen. Let's begin this manifestation.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands. Gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyesight, while it's still fresh in your mind, take a moment to share with us what was revealed to you as part of this palm manifestation. What was the details of the image that we had displayed for this time, for the second round of third eye vision, same images blindfolded.
So requesting everyone, please go ahead and start typing. Even all the participants with cameras off, you can also start sharing if you have taken part in the part manifestation. We have Nithya who shares colorful flowers and pretty arrangements. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Also requesting Ma Parabrahm Sarupini, Ma Sophia, Yang Ping Fang, Ma Nithya Shangshaktini, Ma Yang Hong, Ma Mahajala Shaktika, Ma Nithya Prema. Please go ahead and start typing. Ma Nithya and if you're there available, let's start sharing.
Yes, we have Ma Skandamata that shares green, a vast expanse of green and a river. Thank you very much for sharing.
And we have Ma Nitsaganya who shares all blue and Shiva, Lord Shiva and Shakti in dance Tandava and light very bright. Thank you for sharing, Ma.
Thank you for sharing. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's bring back the image once again.
Yes, so this is the image that we had projected. So as you can see, it's a nice mountain scene where you can see a river flowing with a fence on the side. You can see a few houses on the left side, and everywhere it's just filled with the mountains, clouds. You can see the open clouds, the trees, the grasses. So this is the overall picture that we had displayed. So we have Matthew Vescaria who shares colorful flowers and pretty arrangement. We don't see the flowers here in this picture, but it's quite a wide view. So there's a huge possibility as it's filled with the green plants, the trees. So there's a huge possibility that flowers will be there. Yeah, thank you for sharing.
We have Maskandamata, this is green, a vast expanse of green and a river. Spot on, Ma, absolutely spot on. So we have lots of green. We have a vast expanse of green, which is the grassland just at the bottom. We have green at the top, going up the mountains. So we have some mountains in the background. We have green trees going up the mountains. We have the grassland at the bottom. And of course, we have the river just going past this grassland. So very much spot on, Ma. Thank you very much for sharing, and congratulations for manifesting, Ma.
We have Manasya Gunya who shares all blue and Shiva, Lord Shiva and Shakti in dance Tandava, and the light very bright. So we have daytime says light is actually very bright. All blue, Lord Shiva. Actually, just before this picture, the second picture that we were discussing about was Lord Nataraja picture, where Shiva himself dances in Tandava. So we are discussing about that picture as the second picture. So you are very much you have seen that picture as revelations, Ma. So beautiful. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you very much for sharing, Ma. Congratulations for manifesting.
All right. So with this, as today we are manifesting, we have the revelation of Swamiji on Nithya Dhyaan to experience the bliss. And today Swamiji will be gracing us in the evening darshan with the Lord as a Linga Murti. So today's Swamiji will be going on through the various steps for the Nitya Kriya. So we already have covered what and why meditation. So in this next revelation, Swamiji will be guiding us through a question answer session on meditation and how meditation can change your inner space. So requesting all of you, please come to the space of listening and let's enter into this revelation.
I'll try to say a few words about these FAQs, frequently asked questions. The usual doubts, the usual difficulties people face when they enter into meditation, when they even hear about meditation. Many people think meditation is something like leaving the whole thing. People are afraid. They come and tell me, I'm afraid that I may get too much attached into meditation. The meditation itself is nothing but removing your attachment. You can't get too much attached to meditation. They are afraid that their desires, their fears, their whatever they think as life will be taken away from them. I can say that is true. Whatever you think as your life will not be anymore part of your life. Many times you are trying to protect yourself from the unnecessary fears. The basic truth is you don't need to protect yourself from your fears because they do not have a base. The concept or the idea, you are a solid being and you have so many fears, will be shaken by meditation. What you think as your desires will be shaken. So naturally, what you think as your fears will also be shaken. The fear and desire and worry, whatever you think as your own, everything will start going through a big change. There will be big psychological revolution. There will be practically a new birth. Your software will have new quality. I can say it's like a changing the software, changing the inner software. Your hardware may be the same, but your inner software will go through a big change. It will be completely changed. Meditation is all about changing the inner software. Your body may be same, your hardware may be same, the things with which you are living may be same, the persons with which you are living may be same, but the being with which you are living will be totally different. The being will have a different quality. The inner software will be new. This simple understanding, you can say, this simple understanding of these 4 states of consciousness can initiate the psychological revolution in you. This is like a master key. If you apply every moment in your life, if you are aware of these four states constantly, you will see before every decision, the mechanism or the way in which your thought process goes towards the decision will be changed. This is what I call cognitive shift. Receiving information, processing and deciding. That will become totally different. If you understand this four state, when you come out of deep sleep state to the dreaming, you understand deep sleep was lower than dreaming. When you come out of dreaming to waking, you understand the dream state was illusory. It was not real. Same way, when you move from waking state to the fourth state, Turiya, you will realize this state is not the reality. This is not as you think. Every time when you face the depression or low mood, this understanding starts rising from you within. But we manage such a way that psychological revolution does not happen inside us because too much is at stake. Too much is at stake. If that psychological revolution starts happening, you are afraid, you don't know what will happen, you don't know what you will decide about. Your cherished desires, cherished goals, cherished ideals, cherished ideas. You are afraid, you may have to let go. When I started the session, I used the word atato brahmajignyasat. In that commentary, one great Acharya says, let us inquire into the reality means the guru and disciple, both of them are deciding, let's have courage to follow where the reality leads us. Not just inquiring, let's have courage to go where this research leads us, where this understanding leads us, where we are moving. Just this simple understanding of these four states can transform the way in which we make decisions. The cognitive shift can happen. The psychological revolution can happen. Whether we directly want to understand or not, the truth is there is no scale. The state in which you are living is reality or authentic reality. Because when you come out of dream, you say that is illusory. When you go into the dream, this seems like illusion. When you reach the fourth state, only then you will realize this, not only the dream state, even the waking state, so-called waking state is also an illusion. Again, the moment we hear the word illusion, we are afraid, we get frightened, we feel. If that idea illusion gets into our system, we may renounce, we may leave everything, our lives may change. I tell you, you will renounce only one thing, that is your suffering, nothing else. Person who understands what is in front of him is not complete reality, he will renounce only one thing, is suffering.
In
Inner chattering means whether you are driving or washing or cleaning or eating or cooking or sitting or watching TV, whatever you may be doing, there's a 24-hour FM going on inside. 24-hour FM going on inside. Talking. You don't know what is going on. Understand? Understand an important danger. You are nothing but the totality of your thoughts. Am I right? Unfortunately, you don't even know what you are thinking continuously 24 hours. Then how will you know about your life? People come and ask me, Swamiji, can you predict my future? I tell them, I only change futures, not predict. If I have to predict your future, what kind of a life you are living? What ugly kind of life you are living? People come with a small paper to do this matchmaking. This marriage ceremony, matchmaking, they come and tell me, they give the paper. Swamiji, just see this, whether the male and female, these guys can marry. I tell them, oh God, if such a big decision can be taken with these two small paper, your whole future is nothing more than these two small paper. We live in such an unconscious state. That is why you are afraid of future. That is why you are afraid of future. 24 hours you don't know what is going on inside you. That is why whenever things happen in your life which you really wanted always, you think it is an accident. Because you were not even aware what you wanted. You work for, you see, you invite somebody through phone, email, fax, telegram, and then send somebody and bring that guy. The moment he enters your house, you say, no, not this guy, I wanted another person. Because you don't know whom you invited. Diseases are very good people. They don't go unless you force them to come to you. Because they have too much accreditation. They are too busy guys. Busy people and happy people. They don't go. You invite, send email, text message, SMS, cell phone, and finally you send somebody and bring him. And you say, no, I did not invite him, I did not think he will be coming. I thought somebody else will be coming. No. All your accidents are expected, invited. Understand? In the whole life, there is no such thing as accident or miracle. Your inner chattering, you are not aware of your inner chattering, you are not aware of what you are inviting. If you enjoy what you invited unconsciously, you call that as miracle. If you resist what you invited unconsciously, you call that as accident. That's all. There is no miracle, there is no accident in the life. Everything is clearly invited by you. The third layer, mental layer, inner chattering, is only inviting continuously. You store engrams, there are also samskaras there too. And fourth layer is emotional layer. We call it Sukshma Sarira, intense emotions. That's the fourth layer. Fifth layer is the layer you experience during deep sleep. The peace you experience during deep sleep. Sixth layer is excitement and joy you experience for no reason. Sometimes rarely you will experience. This is what we call Anma Sharira, cosmic body. Rarely, when you are in love, when you are really sharing for no reason, not for the reason, not for the sake of some pleasure which you will gain from the other person, no. Just for no reason, that time you experience that. Sixth layer, very rare. Seventh layer is enlightenment, which at least
none of you experience. But unfortunately, I have to listen and see what they are teaching. Today we will enter into few sutras. Let me read the sutra, then we will try to understand. I am giving you only the English translation. Blessed one, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. Such a simple one-liner, but can straight away lead you to the enlightenment experience. Let me describe what is exactly I mean by the word enlightenment. Ramakrishna says beautifully, whenever I try to explain exactly what is enlightenment, I am blocked. Of course, that is the truth. Maybe I can try to give one point of understanding. There will not be any movement of letter or word or a thought between your navel and the throat. The words will come only from the throat. I can say this is one of the precise description of enlightenment. There will not be any word or thought or syllable or sound movement between the navel and the throat. Means only when you are talking the words will be coming. When you are not talking, there will not be any words inside. Only the energy movements. Only the energy movements. Means there is no thought. There is no verbalization. There will not be any continuous inner chattering. Your inner chattering is the only thing which disturbs your whole life. Very difficult for a normal person to understand. They will always think, no, unless I have inner chattering, how will I plan my everyday life? How will I be able to run my business? How will I be able to live? Understand, when you don't have inner chattering, I don't say it is a dead silence. It is an intense energy. Whatever needs to be done comes out as a full, complete visualization. For example, what you need to do tomorrow, if you have the inner chattering, it will come line by line. Morning I will have to get up. Then I will have to go to my office. Then I will be doing this work. Then evening I will come back. Then I may have this program, that program. Like a linear way, one by one it comes out. When you don't have inner chattering, just you are with yourself, the whole visualization comes out as a one statement or one information. That is what we call intuition. When you go through the logical process, it is called inner chattering. It is intellect. But when you don't have that inner chattering, things starts expressing in you intuitively. Straight away you know. If you have the tomorrow routine, if it gets downloaded into your system, you know clearly. First, next, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, everything will be presented to you straight away. I don't know whether I conveyed it completely. I am trying. You can try to understand how without verbalization enlightened beings are working.
If you had the fortune of living around some enlightened being, of course, very difficult. It is very difficult because one visualization which comes to me has to be translated into action means at least 200 verbalization, verbal instruction has to be delivered. It is very difficult for the disciples to grasp. That is why there is constant fight between me and my disciples. From morning I come out of my room till I go back to my room. No, sorry, till I sleep, because I'll be in the chat also. It is a constant struggle between me and my disciples. Impossible, because constantly it comes out as a full visualization. But a person who stays in the verbalization, very difficult to grasp. All you need is even a few moments. If you decide consciously and relax from the verbalization, to tell you honestly, you need nothing else except the clear decision. It is time. Surely there is something more than whatever verbalization gave it to my life. See, your property, your name and fame, your position, everything was gift to you by your verbalization. The thinking which you had, that only gifted everything to you. So you have a deep gratitude for verbalization. Apart from gratitude, the utility value, you know this is paying and going to pay. Continuously it is going to add more and more. The utility value is there. All you need is a clarity. Really, there is something beyond verbalization and I want it. This clarity is more than enough. This conscious decision is more than enough. One more thing. I am not asking you to drop the verbalization whole day. The moment I say that, you will be frightened. Then I have to add Kshatriya part. Kshatriya part to the scriptures. No. All I am asking, even if you can drop for a few minutes before starting to the office, I'll sit and few minutes I'll decide no inner chattering. Understand, you do not know the power of your intention. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, I also decide no inner chattering, but that word itself is one more inner chattering. How can I remove the inner chatterings? Understand, mind can kill the mind. Mind can kill the mind. You can commit suicide. Not physically, I am saying mentally. If somebody asks, no, I am having life, any idea, thought which I am having in the life, how can it lead to death? It can. Your mind may be having life now. Don't think it can't lead you to the mindlessness. It can lead you to mindlessness. The conscious decision not to have inner chattering, at least for a few moments, will add so much energy into your being. It's as and now your mind is like a hall filled with furnitures. Can you say, oh, whole hall is filled with furnitures? How can this hall become empty? No. It can become empty if you start removing one by one. The conscious decision to have the mindless state is like removing the furniture one by one. Just a few moments per day, if you can decide consciously and sit, maybe for 1 month decide it as a routine. After that you don't need to do it as a routine. After that you will see the very taste calls you back. The very taste calls you back. After 1 month drinking, you don't need to decide, you need to drink. The very taste will call you back. Just few moments, decide very consciously, no words between navel and throat. That is the area the words will be moving when you are not talking. From Manipuraka chakra to Vishuddhi chakra, that is the area the words will be constantly moving, even when it is not needed. Things which you are doing when it is not needed tires you, and you will not have energy to do things which is needed to do, which you need to do, which is needed. The constant inner chattering will tire you. Do not ever think or believe because of your inner chattering only you are able to do your business, run life, live your life with the luxury and comfort. No. In spite of your inner chattering, you are living comfortably. Not because of your inner chattering. Sometime rarely, those inner chattering would have given you little way out of compassion. You would have had 1 or 2 strong visualizations, intuition. Only those decisions which you made out of intuitions will be responsible now for your wealth, for your comfort, for your luxury, for your happiness in the life. You can just look back and see the major successful decisions. When those things happened in you, you might have been in a high mood, or the mood in which there was no thoughts. Only those decisions bring joy, peace and bliss. Understand, enlightenment means not having any letter, word, sound, vibration between navel and Vishuddhi. That's all. Here Mahadeva is giving a straight technique to achieve this state. There is so many other descriptions about enlightenment. Here I am giving you the description or understanding through which directly you can enter into this technique.
Yes, so inner chatter, inner space, as Swamiji was revealing, how the words that get created continuously revolve between the Vishuddhi chakra and the Manipuraka chakra. It is where the words continuously revolve, goes on flowing. So we'll be entering into the meditation technique for the inner chatter in a while. But let's understand a little bit more explanation of what is inner chatter. Understand, you may not be talking to anybody outside, but internally there is always some activity that is going on inside. So to stop this humming, if you do intense humming, it's a very excellent technique to reduce the inner chatter.
So our inner chatter is created between the Manipuraka and the Swadhisthana chakras. And in this area is called the Hara. So the Manipuraka is the navel center, and the Swadhisthana is the being center. So just on this region from the navel down to about 2 inches below the navel, that is the Hara. That's the area called the Hara. Now, when the intense humming occurs, excuse me, when the humming intensely occurs such that we feel the vibration of the humming. So when we hum, we need to feel that vibration humming in that navel region, in that Hara region. Then we stop the process of this continuous chatter. So just by humming and feeling that humming happening in that Hara region. So instead of the chatter happening in the Hara region, feel the humming, the vibration. That will replace the chatter and will completely stop the chatter if done properly.
And in this initial stage, when the inner chatter is continuously bothering you, humming is a very extremely useful way or technique which will help you to silence the mind.
It is like shaking the Hara. So the humming should happen from below the navel. The intense and the inner chatter is the sole reason for the mind. So understand that the mind is nothing but the inner chatter. So the inner chatter is the sole reason for the mind. The only thing the mind is doing in order to survive is the inner chatter. By shaking the hara, the humming should happen below the navel. By shaking the hara, we stop the inner chatter, we stop the mind.
And understand, only through humming, when the inner chatter reduces, automatically you'll start progressing towards the no mind. And you'll experience a different dimension of your own being.
Is the humming itself gives you an insight into the subtle vibrations of the body, because humming is a vibration as well. So we feel the vibration in that hara region, just from the navel down about 2 inches in that region there. So the humming itself, the vibration of the humming, gives you insight into the subtle vibrations of your body. You'll start feeling your body, start feeling your entire body vibrating. So the vibrations of the body, feeling these subtle vibrations, you start it helps you to take the corrective actions that are necessary. So if you feel something is not right, and you will, once you start feeling the vibrations throughout your entire body, you'll be able to tell, hey, something's not vibrating quite right in this region, and you'll be able to take the corrective action. And this, of course, after some time, it just happens automatically, and you will not need to enforce it as such. Just as you start humming, you will just feel it.
Understand, our body and mind are always out of sync. Your mind is always hovering elsewhere. Wherever your body is, your mind is never there.
Humming itself lets you feel the body as energy. The moment you start humming, you start feeling light, as if you are floating. So humming, vibration, start feeling light and almost like you are floating. Now, you don't feel the heaviness in the body, because humming matches the vibrations of the mind with the vibrations of the body. So you start feeling the lightness, start feeling almost like you are floating.
Understand? When the body and mind becomes harmonious, you start experiencing yourself as energy. So in this step, how to will be entering into the technique itself, how to hum, how to produce a sound of from inside would be entering into this technique.
Yes, so if you were to imagine you were to put your face inside an empty aluminium vessel and make a humming sound, the sound generator will be something similar to this. So note that it is not hum and it is not om. It is simply keeping your lips together and producing a sound. So not hum, not om, but keeping the lips pressed together and pushing the sound, the air onto the lips as it is. So that is the sound.
And hum intensely. It should be as lengthy as possible between the breaths, and it should be as deep as possible and from the navel center, and as loud as possible. There is no need to make an effort to take a deep breath. Body itself will take breaths whenever is required, whenever is needed.
Also, don't become tense. Just do it in a relaxed manner. Immerse yourself, immerse your whole being and energy into creating this vibration. Don't tense up, relax. Try to minimize the gap between the humming sounds. So as soon as you finish humming, take in a deep breath, continue humming. So minimize that gap between the humming sounds. After some time, you'll feel that the humming just continues without your effort, just starts becoming natural. You have become simply a listener to the humming sound, to the vibration, to the sound itself.
Understand, the body and mind starts resonating with the humming vibrations. So continue to do this in Vajrasana posture. So requesting all of you to please sit in Vajrasana. Vajrasana is where you keep bend your knees and sit on the heels. So requesting once again all of you to please sit in the Vajrasana. And once you are in the Vajrasana, place the hands in the Chin Mudra is similar to the Bindu Mudra. So hands where you can see the thumb and the index finger are together, rest other fingers are spread straight. And like this, you place your hands on your knees.
Yes, the chin mudra itself helps to maintain a balance in the energy flow because we are closing the circuit in the body. So by closing these fingers, we close the energy circuit in the body. So as it comes up, it goes back into the body. So we are closing the energy circuit. So we're maintaining a balance in the energy flow in the body. And of course, it keeps the energy within the body by creating that circuit. It prevents the energy from being dissipated out of the body, and this is important.
So after going to this step of, we have done the chaotic breathing. You must have done, if you have attended the previous session, you must have done the chaotic breathing where we move on. Now we'll be moving on to the next step where we start entering into the subtler zone of our own being.
Yes, so requesting everyone, let us now sit in Vajrasana. So on the knees, sit on the knees, sitting actually, so be on your knees, sitting comfortably on your heels, and keep the chin mudra as such, and place these on your head, the hands on your knees. Now in this posture, with the mouth closed, lips put together, let us start producing the humming sound as intensely as possible, and as loudly as possible, as lengthily as possible.
So let's begin this meditation where you have that intense humming in your, from the hara region, which is the space between the Swadhisthana and the Manipurika chakra. So let's begin. You can start humming intensely and let's enter into this technique.
Put your complete awareness onto the humming and just become the humming. Understand that the humming reduces your inner chatter. So you can relax now. And take a moment and share with us how you experience this humming meditation. So requesting everyone, please take a moment and share with us how you experience this humming meditation.
Yes, so you can go ahead and share your experience of this intense humming. Understand, as Sanjay was revealing, when you have that intense humming, either your mind can be there or that humming can be there. Both cannot exist together. So if you hum intensely, simply it quietens the mind. So it's a very powerful technique to quieten the mind. Again and again, you can start this humming technique to silence the mind. So meanwhile, you can start sharing your revelations, your experience of this intense meditation technique.
Yes, so once again, requesting everyone, please take a moment and share with us how you experience this humming meditation. To understand, it is a quick way towards reducing your number of thoughts. Somebody has talked about the thoughts per second, TPS, thoughts per second. By practicing this humming meditation, we reduce the number of thoughts per second. We slowly, with continuous practice, we approach towards the 0 thoughts per second, which is where we can reach enlightenment. We can be in enlightenment. So when we have 0 thoughts per second, that is when we touch the enlightenment. So it is a very important and a very powerful technique to both reduce the inner chatter and of course to slowly come towards the 0 point per second state of bliss. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's get ready for the next segment, which is the power manifestation. And today's power is the power of thought current scanning. So we'll be starting with the Shastra Pramana.
Yes. So the Sas Pramana for manifesting the power of thought current scanning goes as Jnanam cha pratimam tasya trikala vishayam bhavet dura deshitaha swechayam khagata vrajet. Bhagavan Parameshwara says he gets immeasurable experiential knowledge, knows the past, present, and future time, has Dura Shruti, the power to listen to anything at far off great distance. Dura Drishti, power to have direct vision of anything at great distance, anywhere. Khagatam, power to walk, move in air by own will, like a khaga, which is flying bird, an ability to speak on any unknown subject, omniscience. So this is the power, this is the Sas Pramana for manifesting the power of thought current scanning. So with this, we'll be entering into this round of power manifestation, where you'll be scanning the picture that we have, the acharyas have in front of us. So once again, we, the acharyas, are having an image in front of us. And we'll be thinking about the image in detail. So scan the thought currents of the acharya and get the details of the image that the acharyas are looking at. So let's come to the space of listening. Let's enter into this round of power manifestation is power of thought kind scanning. If you want, you can close your eyes, or if you don't want, you can keep your eyes open. Sit and visualize. Sit and with your eyes closed or eyes open and connect with Swamiji through the Mahavakya. Understand, Swamiji is very much available, alive to us. The moment you remember Swamiji, you invoke his presence. So let's connect with Swamiji and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep your eyes closed. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. Let's enter into this round of power manifestation. The image is in front of the Acharya's screen. Start scanning the thought current of the Acharyas and get the details of the image. Let's begin this manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, you can relax now. And now that you've scanned our thoughts as we're looking at the image itself, of course, you want to please go ahead and share with us what was revealed to you. As you were scanning our thoughts, what are the details of the image that we were looking at during this power manifestation? So requesting everyone, if you've taken part in this power manifestation, Ma Skandamata, Ma Srigunya, Ma Mahaja Shaktika, Ma Salichan, Ma Matthew Vaiskaraya, Ma Nithya Prema, Ma Young Hong, Nithya Anandeshwari, Ma Nithya Sangashakti, Ma Young Pingpan, Ma Sophia Ye, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini. If you have taken part in this power manifestation, the power of thought current scanning, we were ourselves, the acharyas were looking at an image, requesting you to give us the details of the image that ourselves, the acharyas, were looking at for this power manifestation. So this is the power of thought current scanning. So we'll just give it a little bit more time, chance for everyone to share what was revealed. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's show the image that we had in front of us.
Yes, we have sharing from Manasaganya who shares, I saw dark night, full moon and Shiva. Sorry, really see only Shiva and his pain when he loses our Devi Shati in Agni fire. Okay, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Yes, thank you for sharing, Ma.
We have already displayed the image that the acharyas were looking at. So you can see it's an AI-generated image of the temples with the gopuram. You can see lots of trees, mountain behind. You can see lots and lots of houses around the temple. You can see the people in the temple. You can see the water body. You can see the flowers. And of course, if you go a little more deeper, you'll have much more detail. And you can see the flying birds as well. So yes, this is an image that we, acharyas, were looking at.
Yes, if you had any of these details correct, so anything related to temple towers, perhaps water bodies, people, perhaps temple town, some valley between the mountains, or anything related to what we see in this image, then congratulate yourself. So Manis Tribuna says, I saw only Paramashiva, only Shiva. And yes, Ma, this is a temple. So of course, in the temple, especially the temples down in the south of India, Paramashiva or Shiva is very much the main deity that is being worshipped. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma. Congratulations for manifesting.
Yes, thank you once again, Manisaganya, and everyone who have taken part in the power manifestation. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for manifesting. Once again, go on manifesting the powers. So with this, now we'll be entering into the next revelation by Swamiji, which is going to be on the inner space. So understand, Swamiji reveals that our inner space is the world's most untapped natural resource, because it is only few who have tapped this resource, this natural resource of the inner space, and they have realized the full potential. So when we tap into this resource, the natural resource of the inner space, we will have that limitless potential awakened within us. So let's come to the space of listening as Swamiji himself reveals on this very topic of inner space.
Your inner space. The whole world unused natural resource, I can say, misused powerful natural resource is your inner space. Naturally available to us, just because we don't know how to use, it constantly gets abused. And we do not know the power of it. Just a simple one understanding. Again and again, from time immemorial, the enlightened masters are landing on the planet Earth and saying that life is joy and ecstasy and bliss. Again and again. Another one problem is, we are not able to just throw them out, saying that they may be liars, or one bolt has gone. We are not able to push them aside just because of their authenticity, just because of their very presence. Truth adds value to your presence. When Vivekananda addressed the Parliament of Religions, he started, "Dear brothers and sisters of America." The reminiscences, people who witnessed the scene, they say that it took at least 10 minutes for the crowd to settle down. It was such a strong experience, not just clapping, the very feeling. Somebody asked Vivekananda, how this happened? Because every day you see in the street so many people calling you sister, brother, all those things. The problem is, when they call sister or brother, you don't know what for they are calling. There is a beautiful word in Sanskrit, ojas. If the person who is speaking, if he is speaking from authentic experience, the person who is listening has to listen authentically. Listener cannot escape, because the depth or the words will have its own quality. Not only that, anything comes out of the pure inner space has to penetrate your inner space, has to enter into your inner space. When Vivekananda says, "Dear brothers and sisters," you cannot just brush him aside saying, "Oh, he's lying," or he's using sentimental words, or he is just socially polite, or he is politically correct. You can't brush him aside, because it will be such a strong experience. It will be such a strong word. You cannot push the master's words aside. I always tell people, either you agree completely with me or you disagree completely with me. That's a big problem. But you cannot push masters aside. Again and again they are happening, and they say that life is joy, life is ecstasy, life is bliss, life is ananda. But
in our daily routine, it doesn't seem to be true. And it doesn't seem to be reality. That is why I have seen many times this happening. People who live closely with enlightened masters, living masters, they can't understand what is going on. This guy is constantly radiating so much of joy, so much of ecstasy. I always tell people, if you live with the living master, either you should become enlightened or you will become mad. No other way. Because you are too close to truth. It's a dangerous zone. Either if you are cooperating, if you are letting that process to happen, if you are involving yourself, you will become enlightened. If you are resisting, the resistance will be too much, because every moment you have to resist, and you don't have so much of energy to resist, because his presence will be so strong. It will be penetrating. To resist an enlightened master, you need almost equal energy, which is practically impossible. That is the reason you can't push them aside. Neither we can push them aside, nor we are able to realize. Then where is the problem? Why their words doesn't seem to be reality in our system? Even people who follow many times feel the words which are coming out, why it has not become reality in my life? I can say the only one reason: unused, abused inner space. The first thing in the life, if somebody asks me, Swamiji, give me only one word advice. Actually, that is a big problem. Many people come and ask me, give me only one word. I tell them, if I have to give you one word advice, I need 2-3 hours. If I have to give whatever I want, then I can give it immediately. One word means it has to be essence. Once Bernard Shaw wrote a 100-page book. Somebody goes and asks, how could you write such a small book, 100-page? He says, I don't have time. If I had time, I would have written only 40-page. Understand? He says, I don't have time. That is why I wrote 100-page. If I had little more time, I would have written much smaller. Means to be precise, you need more time. If somebody asks me to be precise on only one word, advice, my advice will be, let you care about your inner space, that's all. Understand, without knowing, without respecting, without even having little sensitivity, constantly we are abusing our inner space. From morning till night, you do not know what you are sowing, you do not know what you are growing, you do not know what you are encouraging. Suddenly when you see the result, you say, this is not what I asked, this is not what I wanted, I don't know how this happened in my life, I don't know how come God is punishing me? Poor guy. Anything goes right, credit goes to you. Anything goes wrong, he has to take. And we all of us know he is sitting somewhere and he doesn't interfere much. So naturally we go on complaining. It is he, it is he, it is he. The concept of God has become method to you escape from our responsibility. Escape from our responsibility. The abused inner space or misused inner space is the worst thing can happen to an individual. Very beautifully, Shankara says, Agara Suddhayo Smriti Suddhihi. If the intake is purified, your memory, inner space will be purified. Understand, when Shankara says intake, he does not mean just the food which you take through the mouth. No. All the things which you take through all five senses, through eyes, through ears, through smell, through mouth, and through touch. Whatever you take inside is called ahara. Our inner space is constantly abused by wrong diet, wrong food, poison. So much of violence we are swallowing, visually, or through movies, or through media, whatever may be reason. So much of violence you are swallowing. I don't say you should not read newspaper. To know the news, to keep in touch with the world, newspaper is perfectly all right. But we go on spending time and energy enjoying and cherishing the violent visualizations. So much we are throwing inside without knowing that our inner space is getting corrupted. The corruption which happens to your inner space is what I call samskara, engraved memories. The memories which goes and sits inside your inner space and makes you go through same experience, makes you do same kind of actions. Even if you don't want, those memories is what I call samskaras. Today, the whole session today is completely dedicated to work on our inner space, to work on our samskaras. We will do a deeper process, some methods to cleanse the unnecessarily accumulated samskaras. Of course, all samskaras are unnecessary. You can be alive without any samskara because your very body is made out of the samskaras which is needed. Your mind does not need to carry any samskara to run your life or to protect the infrastructure which you are having as your own, or to expand your infrastructure to add comforts and to do what you want. Please understand, your body has an innate intelligence which we call biomemory, or in Sanskrit prarabdha. When you design your body, you have clearly decided about the life, about the enjoyments, experiences you want to have. Based on that, you decide your body. You design your body. So the energy or the ideas with which you designed your body, that is called prarabdha. Your prarabdha is intelligent enough, powerful enough, efficient enough to run your life and expand your infrastructures. Any samskara which is operating in your conscious or unconscious layer is nothing but a hindrance for the fulfillment of your life. Any samskara, please understand, any samskara. There is no such thing as good or bad. People come and ask me, I feel like coming back to your lecture, Swamiji. Is this samskara also bad? You tell them, please be very clear. Do not try to hide. Mind sometimes hides from this corner to that corner. If you chase the mind from this corner, it goes and hides in that corner. I tell them, be very clear. Anything, even coming back or listening to the discourse, if it is based on samskara, you have not understood what I said. First time, if you listen and drop samskaras, you don't need to come second time. You don't need to do anything. Sometime you will see, without samskara, just out of a deep gratitude or ecstasy, you may come back. That is perfectly all right. But not as a habit. People who come and sit as a habit, be very clear, I can be 100% sure they will not be listening what I am talking. Because they will have one more habit. They have mastered the art of sitting with open eyes and sleeping. They may not be moving their head. Sometime I have seen, they will be, especially in the modern day, our schools and colleges teach kids how to sit with open eyes and sleep. Eyes will be wide open, sitting very straight, but you will see their mind will not be here. The mind will be somewhere else. As I was telling yesterday, daydreaming. If you are here out of habit, I don't think that is going to help. Because again, the next habit, even if the body is there, mind will be somewhere. That habit will be there. I always tell people, early morning when you get up and put the brush in the mouth, mind is already in the office. When you are sitting in the office and operating your computer, mind is already in the beach or the temple evening. When you are in the temple, your mind is already in the house. By the time you reach the house and settle down, mind is already thinking about what to do tomorrow, next day routine. One thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. Because constantly it is running here, there, here, there, here, there. Filled samskaras, inner space filled with samskaras is hell. Inner space without samskaras is heaven. So do not try to classify good or bad. Samskara by itself, by its very nature, is negative. By its very nature is depressive. I always tell people, if you come and sit just out of samskara, after 2 days the same thing will be boring. Anything done out of samskara, suddenly you will see it becomes empty, it becomes boring, it becomes simply unrelated to your life. Any moment happens with a deep understanding. Any moment happens out of your pure inner space, adds value to you. From the young age, we collect so many different samskaras through so many ways, accumulate, add, and reproduce. Samskaras do reproduce even without any further action. Just by thinking, you can strengthen samskaras. There are some samskaras which can be strengthened only by action. There are some which will be strengthened by information. There are some neither needs action nor needs information. Just remembrance is enough. They will get strengthened. We collect various level samskaras, engraved memories, and store in our system and expand, multiply, create more and more hindrance. Now, I'll take few minutes to analyze whatever I expressed. Please understand. Now, whatever I expressed is more like atato brahma jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality So I proposed whatever I want to propose. Now you can analyze it through your questions. It's like a churning. The master's experience and the disciple's logic is used to churn. When the disciple's logic is used to work and the churn with the master's experience, suddenly you will see the amrita, the master's experience, comes out. If the disciple's logic is not intelligent enough to stay with the master patiently, then that logic emits something. It is called poison. That logic will escape, run away out of its tiredness. When it thinks it is not going to survive, it will emit poison. Just like that Vasugis. If you know the churning, the Milky Ocean, the story, the Vasugi, the snake can be called as disciple's logic. When the Vasugi thought it won't survive, it started vomiting poison. When the logic feels it can't survive these great truths, it is going to disappear. The life is going to take different direction. It vomits poison, which I call doubt, and creates problems. If you have patience to work with the master's experience, which is the Meru hill, you will see Amrita, enlightenment comes out of your system. Let us churn the master's experience with the questions so that you can internalize all these great truths, all these great revelations. Then we will enter into the process and meditation technique. First, let me answer. See, here he's asking, animals don't get married and live a free life. Why should we get married and suffer? Is there anything that is in a marriage that is not provided for animals? Yes. Yes. Animals take birth as polygamous and die as polygamous. Human being, in seed, in potential form, when he is taking birth, he is polygamous, but he should not die as polygamous. He should become monogamous. Understand, that is what is maturity. Suddenly you will see, when you start growing inside you, the deep friendliness liberates you from lust. Please understand. Just yesterday in our ashram, I was discussing about this. In our ashramites meeting, I was taking classes for my brahmacharis about the celibacy and sannyas. There were some very intimate questions and answers. Sessions was going on. There I made a statement, very important truth. It is not just for swamis, even for everyone, we need to understand. A deep friendliness will completely replace the need for lust. It's a very important sutra. Usually in marriage, a deep hatred replaces the lust. A small story. 30-year-old guy goes to the doctor. After thorough checkup, medical checkup, doctor says, your health is not for married life. You have to completely drop physical relationship. You have to be celibate, alone. This guy says, no, I'm just 30. I cannot suddenly quit. I cannot suddenly stop. Give me some other alternative. He says, all right, then marry. Slowly it will automatically taper down. Understand, a deep hatred starts replacing the need for lust. But the truth is, a deep friendliness can replace the need for physical relationship. If the deep friendliness replaces the need for physical relationship, that is what we call vanaprastha. In the Vedic tradition, a ripened married life. When the married life gets ripened, it's called vanaprastha. In the Vedic marriage, there is a beautiful Asirvachana, means the blessing statement. During the marriage, the blessing is given to the woman, let you become your, to the man, the blessing is given, let you become the 11th son of your wife. For her, the blessing is given, let you become the 11th daughter of your husband. Means, after 10 years of living together, the deep friendliness, if it grows, suddenly you will see the need for the physical relationship comes down, tapers down. So I really feel the marriage system as something to contribute. At least our masters had something in their heart when they created this system of family. So surely marriage system has something to add to you than the animal life. I can say deep friendliness. I can say it's like the physical relationship is more like confirming whether the other person is still in need of me, or still the other person wants me, or still the other person loves me or not. If that guarantee, the confirmation, the other person is in love with you, the other person really needs you, the other person will miss you, the other person loves you. If that confirmation, that security settles down in both hearts, suddenly you will see the need for physical relationship comes down. I can say that is what is the gift of that is what is the fruit which you are supposed to have from the proper marriage system. I can say that is the thing which animals cannot experience. A polygamous man can never experience this. Polygamous man can never experience what I am saying, that guarantee, insurance, the other person loves you, will never be experienced by a polygamous person. If you experience that, you lived a pure, fulfilling life. The life of the real Grihastha, the Vedic traditional Grihastha. Unless you have the courage to go near the truth, the real healing will never happen. You may have medically fit body, that does not mean you are healthy. Of course, whoever, I have seen, I can say 99%, the people who do not have the self-healing clarity, thoughts in the system, will never be able to maintain even the physical health. In last 5 years of my public life, around 1.2 million, 12 lakh disciples I have initiated. With that experience I am sharing with you, not just to boast or be proud about nothing, just to tell you, with this authority, with this experience, with this understanding, I tell you, person who does not have the self-healing clarity and understanding. When I say self-healing understanding, when you fall in depression, the thoughts which brings you out of the depression, the clarity which brings you out of depression. Just a year ago, I did a small research. I chose some of the people who went through meditation programs and who went through some spiritual studying, asked them to write whatever comes in their mind without editing for 20 minutes. And a person who is not exposed to spirituality, asked them also to write. When I read those papers, it was a very shocking revelation. A person who is not exposed to the spirituality, his thoughts, if he has written 100 thoughts, more than 80 are
directing him towards more and more depression. Only 20 thoughts were self-healing, means bringing him out of depression. But the people who are exposed to the spirituality and study and meditation, I saw more than 60% of their thoughts are self-healing. Only 40 are towards depression. The self-healing thoughts, the self-healing clarity, the touch of the truth. Only a person who had a touch of the truth in his life can maintain health. Understand? When I say health, I mean even physical health. Otherwise, it is impossible even to maintain physical health, especially in this so-called modern society. The stress and the pressure and all those things. The person who put the question yesterday, this is too much truth for me, Swamiji. I'm afraid. Understand? You are afraid of your health. You are afraid of your health. Sometime, truth will be strong. No other way. But I tell you, it can create so much of ecstasy and energy. Ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand yourself in the outer space. Energy in the inner space, ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand in the outer space. Yesterday, the one concept which I was explaining again and again, it is nothing but another one kind of a dream. That truth, if you can just collect it and keep it inside, that is what I call knowledge weapon, Shastra Sastra. Whenever depression attacks you, suffering attacks you, life brings different scenes in front of you, the Shastra Sastra, knowledge weapon, can be so powerful, can be used so much, you can just come out of the depression. So naturally, these great truths, sometime, even if it is too much, don't bother. Try to digest, assimilate, and keep it in the corner of your heart. Let the Shastra Shastras be stored inside you. The more and more Shastra Shastras you have, knowledge weapons you have, naturally the depression will have the fear about you. It's just like if you have a huge army, naturally the other country will be afraid of attacking you. You don't even have to attack. The moment you display your power, the other country will think twice before attacking you. Same way, the knowledge weapon, Shastra Shastras, the self-healing thoughts, the more and more you accumulate, the self-healing thoughts, Shastra Shastras, inside your system, you will see depression will have fear to come near you. Depression will have fear to even look at you. The life, or what you call as so-called life, will be afraid to come near you. Even now, the truths which I am sharing, it may be a little strong, but I tell you, if you want the truth to do the process of healing in you, it has to be digested, internalized. Many times people ask me, just by giving few hours of discourse, how could you heal, Swamiji? But it is happening. How it happened in me? Many people come and ask me. Just 2-3 days I sat with you and listened to whatever you said. Suddenly I feel my system is healed. My system is helped. My health is better. I tell them it is not simply listening. It is not ordinary words. You will see when these truths are added into you, you will completely rethink. You will redesign your whole life. What you think as desires, what you think as fear, what you think as worry, what you think as depression, all these things will suddenly have new clarity. All these things will suddenly disappear. When the load is taken out of your inner space, there is nothing else but healing. Healing is the only thing can happen to you. Here is a beautiful question. Sir, how to know master is enlightened or not among so many masters in the world? I tell you, even if the master is not enlightened, if your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. Understand? If your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. If your heart is not feeling connected, even if he is enlightened, he can't help you. Just forget about him. Even if he is enlightened, if your heart is not feeling connected to him, if you are not just feeling that vibration, that ecstasy, that falling in tune with him, he will not be able to help you. Just forget about it. So, don't have to bother whether somebody is enlightened or not. Bother more about whether you feel connected or not. It's one of the best way to avoid spiritual growth, judging the masters. It's a very, if you want to avoid spiritual growth, best method is judging the masters. Start judging so that you don't have to judge you. Many people come and ask me. One guy the other day asked me, young guy, he said, like how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, have you seen God? I am asking you, have you seen God? He asked me. He says that how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, same way I am asking you, answer me. Have you seen God? I told him. When Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna said yes, and Vivekananda was courageous enough to follow Ramakrishna. I tell you, not only I have seen, I am ready to show. Come on, that guy disappeared. We go on judging the masters, but do not bother about our qualification. I tell you, if your heart feels connected, if you feel some goodness being around him or about him, just go behind. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. I have seen many disciples becoming enlightened and masters unenlightened.
So, what a wonderful revelation by Swamiji on the power of inner space. Swamiji revealed how our inner space is the most unused natural resource, and how miracle, whether it is accident, both are beyond our logic. If the effect is favorable to you, desired by you, we call it miracle. And if the effect is not desired by you, and if it is not benefiting you, we call it as accident.
Yes, in your inner space, if you know how to use it, you will be constantly making miracles. Purifying the inner space is the plan for miracles. If you don't know how to use it, you will constantly be creating accidents. It's as simple as that.
Because you will be attracting the same frequency incidents in your life, same frequency actions in your life. So that is a wonderful truth which you need to internalize. Not only internalize, experience by entering into the process,
Consciously enter into the memories which you don't want to enter into. So once again, we will consciously enter into memories which you don't want to enter. So we're talking about your guilt, your pain, many of the suppressed desires which you don't want to come to the surface, which you don't want to become part of your inner space. Whatever you are avoiding, we'll just consciously re-enter into them. Then don't worry, it is perfectly safe.
So understand, people keep asking, no, if we enter, will not become strong. Will it not become reality? you're not that powerful to make your thoughts into reality, fortunately. So don't bother. When you enter consciously into them, those engrams, if they are somewhere going to be good, they will become part of you. So you don't have to bother about if you enter, what will happen. So consciously enter into the memories which you don't want to enter. Whether it is your guilt, whether it is your pain, or even many of your suppressed desires, which you don't want to enter, which you don't want to become part of your inner space. Whatever you are avoiding, just consciously re-enter into them. So let's enter into this process. Let's enter into this exercise. Consciously enter the memories which you don't want to enter, whether it is your guilt, your pain, or even the suppressed desire. So let's have that intense commitment to enter into this process. Let's begin.
Yes, you can relax it. So this process, entering into your inner space, entering consciously into the memories which you don't want to enter. See, when we consciously re-enter these guilt patterns, pain patterns, suppressed desires, consciously, because we are bringing the full consciousness into these, whatever they might be, guilt, pain, desires, we simply melt them away. Your body is rid of these straight away. Therefore, opening up your inner space. So currently, see, the inner space is cluttered with all of these. So you're constantly thinking about your guilt, constantly thinking about your pain, constantly bringing up the suppressed desires and so forth. By consciously going into these, they will simply melt away. And where you put awareness, so it's in the same way when you heal yourself, when you do the scanning, the body scanning, you see where your pain is. By bringing your awareness to the pain point, it will simply melt away. Because attention, consciousness, energy is given to that pain point. In a similar way, we bring awareness to these, and once they are fulfilled, they just melt away. Once we bring consciousness to these, they melt away. Therefore, it allows us to increase our inner space and use it for things that we do want to use it for. We use it for constructive things. All right, so now let's move on to the next segment in our program,
which is the power manifestation. And once again, we'll be doing the power of thought current scanning. So once again, we acharyas will be having an image in front of us in our screen, and you'll be scanning for the image that acharyas are thinking about. So with acharyas, will be having an image in front of us, and we'll be thinking about the image. You'll be scanning the image, getting all the details of the image by scanning the thought current of the acharyas. So it's a wonderful and interesting power manifestation. So let's get ready to enter into this round of power manifestation. We already have a picture in front of us.
So understand this is very similar to the to seeing images blindfolded. So again, you're not actually seeing the image. The image is there. The information is there. You're simply downloading the information from the cosmic archives, downloading the information from the divine. So through your link to Paramashiva, to your connection to Paramashiva, to the divine, you are getting the information and relaying that information to us. So it's very similar way. Again, you're not seeing the image is there, except this time it's not in front of you, it is in front of us. So through this same connection to the divine, you are seeing the images or getting the image, the details of the image that is being displayed. So let's get ready.
You can enter into this round of power manifestation. You can even close your eyes, or if you want, you can open your eyes. And let's connect with Swamiji. Remember his form that you cherish most in your inner space, and visualize you are already manifesting the powers. As Swamiji has been saying again and again, yes, if you want, you can close your eyes with the eye blindfold. The picture will be in front of the acharyas. You'll be scanning the thought current of the acharyas, as the acharyas will be discussing about the image. So scan the thought currents of the acharya and get all the details of the image, which will be in front of the acharyas. So understand, and again bring back yourself to the powerful cognition that you are Paramashiva. You are Nithyananda Paramashivham, from where all the powers starts manifesting. Now, let's start connecting with Swamiji through the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. Keep your eyes closed if you wish. And with this, let's enter into this round of power manifestation, scanning the thought current of the Acharyas for the image that Acharyas are looking at. Let's begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, you can now relax. And while it's still fresh in your mind, you can of course take the eye band off if you are using the eye band or any piece of cloth that is covering your eyes. And while it's still fresh in your mind, take a moment and share with us the details of the image that ourselves, the acharyas, were looking at. So through scanning our thought currents, as we were looking at the image, take a moment now and share with us what was revealed to you as the details of the image itself. Please go ahead.
So describe as much as detail as possible as it was revealed to you. As you were scanning the thought currents of the acharyas, as the acharyas were looking at an image which were present in acharya screen. So once you have shared, we will reveal the image that the acharyas were looking at. So please go ahead and start sharing your revelations of the third eye. Please go ahead and start typing.
Yes, we have Maskanda Mata that shares a solid white and buildings. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma.
Yes, we see a few of you are still typing. So please go ahead and start sharing your revelations.
Yes, requesting everyone, if you've taken part in this power manifestation, please go ahead and share.
Yes, we have Nithya who shares, I saw Rudraksha and Shiva, jets and Shiva Jata and Ganga flowing on top, and crest moon and snake on the neck, and dramatic and trident in the hand, and tiger skin on his thigh, and that's my Shiva and full bright sun shining like gold. Beautiful. Thank you for describing the whole Shiva's form. Thank you for sharing, Ma.
All right, so if you're still sharing, for those of you that haven't yet shared, if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Let's share with you the image that we have. that we were looking at. And yes, this is the image here. As you can see, there are some older style buildings enclosing a green park, like so green grass, flowers, and a very small trimmed tree. We can see in the background there are mountains and the sky itself, which is very much white. And yes, Ma Nistriguni also shares Damaru and Threshold. Yes, Ma. Thank you very much for sharing. So this is the image that we had for you. Now, going back to the sharings, Ma Skandamata says I saw a lot of white and buildings. So very much so, Ma. So we have the buildings themselves, mostly white. We have the sky itself that's also white. And of course, the buildings, there are older style buildings around this, enclosing this green park. So yes, very much spot on, Ma. Thank you very much for sharing and congratulations for manifesting.
And Manasaguna shares, I saw Rudraksha, Shivachatas, Ganga flowing on top, crest moon. So describing the whole form of Lord Shiva himself. So that beautiful man. We see, well, we don't have Shiva's form in the picture itself. We can resemble some of the things like Shiva is always depicted in the Kailasa mountain. So there are mountains here, as you can see behind, and gold, shining like gold. So a little bit of goldish color is also there in the building. And yes, so this is the image that we had displayed. Thank you all for sharing. Thank you all for manifesting.
And of course, Paramashiva reveals a lot more than we can see with our two physical eyes. It is possible that Paramashiva is there in that form that you have described, or perhaps Paramashiva is reaching out to you to give a message in one way that you might understand. So thank you very much for sharing, Ma. Congratulations for manifesting.
Yes. So now we'll be entering into the next revelation by Swamiji. The next revelation by Swamiji, which is going to be on the chakra awareness. So here Swamiji himself will be introducing about the chakra itself and how bringing the awareness to each of the chakras can simply relieve you from so much of pain, guilt, and so much of suffering that we go through. So let's come to the space of listening and let's enter into this revelation.
We have a lot of mechanisms inside our body. We have many systems inside our body. If it is not put to use, not only it is not useful, it is occupying unnecessary space in our system, in our being. If you know just how to switch it on, only nothing else, only one on. Just one switch on. It's enough. The whole thing is useful. Just like that, our whole system, if you know just how to switch on the mechanisms which is in our being, the whole thing will be useful. The whole thing will turn into the utility system, which you can use it for your day-to-day life. When I say there are so many mechanisms which are lying down in your system, in your body, without being put into use, I mean chakras. Small introduction to the chakras will be able to explain what is chakras. The energy centers, see, almost all the ancient masters of all the religions, almost all the great masters of all the ancient masters of all the religion which worked on the inner sciences, they speak of these chakras, the energy centers. I just brought this to show you where the chakras are situated. I'll just give an introduction to the chakras, then we'll see where the chakras are situated. All the great masters of all the religion, they speak about the chakras. even though with a slight change in the numbers and the placements. The idea there are energy centers in our body is accepted by all the great masters. There are, you see, there is each and everyone gland has got a chakra nearby. Those energy centers take care of the activity of that area. What they say as a gland physically, metaphysically, chakras. Of course, chakras are not limited to the glands. It's not only the glands, it manages the whole area. Mainly that glands is managed by the concerned chakra. When we say the Agnya chakra, this is the energy center which controls, which activates, which manages the pituitary glands. Just like that, each and every chakra manages one of the glands or one major part of our body, our activities. Not only physical, mental, psychological, emotional and spiritual. All the layers, all the activities of your body and mind are managed by these chakras. The beautiful book on these chakras are done by a great yogi called Patanjali. Patanjali is a great master. Patanjali is the father of this yoga science. He is the first master who put the whole thing in a logical way, in a clear way. He describes about the chakras, how to meditate on the chakras, how to cleanse the chakras. The whole yoga science, the whole chakra science, the whole healing science originates from Patanjali. From Patanjali, the roots, the seeds are come out from Patanjali. Patanjali is the root, Patanjali is the seed for the whole science. Now the way in which I am going to explain chakras to you is the way of Patanjali. Of course, each and every master, little bit they differ. One or two small things, there are little difference. When Buddhism, they speak on the chakras, one or two small difference will be there. But majority of the masters, majority of the enlightened people, they go with Patanjali because he is more scientific, more logical, more clear-cut on this subject. So what I am going to give you is based on Patanjali. Patanjali is the great saint, great enlightened master who lived thousands of years ago in the place called Chidambaram. Chidambaram is the place in India where he lived and had his enlightenment. He has recorded his enlightenment in a beautiful way called Yoga Aphorisms, Yoga Sutras. That's a book which explains basically about the whole science of yoga, meditation, whatever life, how the life should be led, how you need to live the life if you want to have the longevity, health and bliss. He is the father of all the postures, asanas, which we call asanas. Asana means, I think in West it is very famous now, bending the bodies and stretching out the bodies and breathing exercises. They are very famous in the West. All the yoga system, all the asanas are originally explained, are created by the Patanjali. He is the master who made all the description or the clear explanation. In a way, he has done the unabridged dictionary for the yoga philosophy. Unabridged dictionary, a complete collection of asanas, yoga system, mudras, meditations, chakra, about everything. And if you meditate on which chakra, in which way, what power you will get. Even to that extent, he has done a deep research and made an unabridged dictionary over this science. Let me explain about the chakras as Patanjali explains. According to the
system of Patanjali, because what Patanjali says goes with my experience also. My experience also goes with what Patanjali says. So let me explain it. A small story. From that story I will be able to tell you about the chakras. After the Second World War, a group of defense people, they were vacating their army camp. When they were vacating their army camp, they left a small open aircraft in one tribal village and went away. When they leave their army camps, they don't carry everything back. Some things they carry, some things if they can't, they leave it and go. Just like that, in one army village, in one tribal village, a small tribal village in Germany, they left one aircraft, open aircraft. Only 1 or 2 persons can sit in that sort of small helicopter. They left that open aircraft and went away. After 1 or 2 days, the tribal people, they have neither heard about aircraft or they have not seen. They don't even have any idea about the helicopter. They have not even heard about tractor or to speak of aircraft. So the whole village gathered and saw, what is this? What is something new has come to our village? They were not able to understand what it is. And they were just going around and around that vehicle. They don't even understand it is something called vehicle. It is something like a vehicle. So they were not able to assess what it is. Suddenly one man told, it may be God who has come to visit our village. And all the other people told, no. If God means he should speak, he should give boons. It is not doing anything, it is stagnant as it is. They refused. The argument was refuted. Somebody else told, it may be some devil or the ghost that has come to our village. Again it was refused. No, it is not doing any harm. It is lying down there as it is. Nobody was able to recognize, nobody was able to understand what it is. Finally one boy came and told, you see, bullock cart also they have a wheel. They know only one thing, bullock cart. They use bullock cart. Bullock cart is also having a wheel. And this vehicle is also having a wheel. So it must be a bullock cart. Maybe a little developed bullock cart. It must be bullock cart. When it is told with a logical way, the whole village agreed, yes, it must be a bullock cart. So they all thought that they have discovered what it is and they started celebrating, enjoying, running around the vehicle, pulling this way and that way, pushing this way and that way. The whole village was celebrating and enjoying the new bullock cart. After 1 month, it went on. They were playing with that vehicle. They put a big bullock in front of the helicopter and they started using that as a bullock cart. Throughout the village, they take round and whatever they want to transport, they started using this vehicle. It is going on. After some 3-4 months, one boy who has gone to a nearby village, nearby city to study, to do his school, he came back. He was a tribal boy. He went to a nearby city to do his studies. He came back and he saw the whole thing. He thought it cannot be bullock cart. It is done with so many mechanisms. He also don't know about a helicopter. He also don't know about aircraft. He has seen only the tractor. So he thought it must be one way of tractor. It must be one kind of tractor. So he got into that vehicle and did something this way, that way. Somehow he started it. He started using that as a tractor. So morning till evening he started using that as a tractor. When the people saw it can go even without bullock, they were wondering, they were surprised. How can it go without even bullock? It goes simply and comes back. There is no need for any bullock. So they decided it's a bullock cart without bullock. It can simply go and come by itself. So they were enjoying the vehicle as a bullock cart for 6 more months. After 6 months, One retired pilot, for some reason, for some research, somehow he came to that village. He saw the whole thing, what is happened. He started laughing. Then he explained to the villagers, see, it is neither a bullock cart nor a tractor, it's an aircraft. It can be used to fly. First, the villagers were not ready to agree it. What are you talking? How can it fly? It is such big mechanism, so heavy. Our body is much lighter than the mechanism. Even our body cannot fly. We cannot fly. It is more heavier than our body. How can it fly? They asked all logical questions. But the pilot told, you see, I cannot answer your logical questions. There are a lot of things which logic cannot explain. But the one thing I can do, I can fly and show. He got into the aircraft. He just took that. One round he went. He came back. He landed. And then he showed. You see, this much only I can do. Now you understand that it can fly. It's an aircraft. Then the whole village surrendered and asked the pilot, yes, now we understand. It's an aircraft. You see, a very small story, if you understand deeply, you will be able to understand your whole life. The vehicle, the aircraft is what is the thing, our body. God has given this body to us. The tribal villages have used the same aircraft as a bullock cart. The next step, man used the same body, same vehicle as a tractor. Third level, pilot used the same thing as a aircraft. Same vehicle or the same instrument. One man is using it as a bullock cart, another person is using it as a tractor, the third person is using it as a aircraft. The same way, God has given a same system for all of us. The body is the system. This is the system given to us by God, given to us by the divine. The people who live with a normal life, very ordinary way of life, just taking birth, having their food, reproducing some more children and dying. Nothing more in their life. Just if you weigh their life, few Benz, few bungalows, little bit of money, that's all. Nothing more. They take birth, do something, and then they die. Somebody came and asked me, Swamiji, why in all the cemeteries it is written, born on such and such a date, died in such and such a date? I told them, nothing worth mentioning has happened in between. Nothing worth mentioning happens in between. Only these two are worth mentioning. Born and died, over. You see, most 90% of our lives, 90% of the people live only in this way. Born and died. Nothing worth mentioning happens in our life. So it's just a dull, dead, dragging life. When you live the life of only eating and reproducing and dying, if you have not done anything else except this, you have lived your life as a bullock cart. As the tribals have used. We have lived our life only as a bullock cart. We take birth in Muladhara. Muladhara means the lowest chakra. That is the sex center. We die in Swadhisthana, the next center. Next center is death. First center is birth. Birth and death, over. Nothing more. Nothing else. Born and died. Nothing worth mentioning has happened. Even though if you have place, nothing worth mentioning has happened. That is the one kind of life in which 90% of us will live. 90% of us live only a dull, dead, dragging life. So there are next level people, like a young boy who used that as a tractor. There are next level of people who enter into the field of art, culture, dance, poetry. When you enter into the layer of the art, when you enter into the level of heart, when you add some juicy things in your life, by dancing, by singing, by painting, by this type of artistic things, You use your system as a tractor. You expose yourself to the second layer. You come to the second level of understanding. You understand money is not the only thing to be achieved in the life. Money is necessity. It is a basic thing, okay, but it is only basic thing. Basic things are only basic things. It is not ultimate. There is a next step to be more joyful, to be more, to make the life more juicy. The artistic things. When you add art in your life, you use your system as a tractor. The third level, when you add spirituality, when you add meditation, when you add the joy, the spiritual bliss in your life, you use your system as a aircraft. The same system, the same body, the same vehicle, tribals are using as a bullock cart, the young man is using as a tractor, pilot is using it as a aircraft. The same way, God has given the same system for all of us. If you just live in a normal life, an ordinary life, taking birth, eating, drinking, giving birth to children, little bit of money, you want an easy chair, then finished. Nothing else. If you live that normal life, we are also using our life as a bullock cart. If you go to the next level, the dance, culture, art, poetry, not for the sake of name and fame, just for enjoying the art, you use your system in a second dimension. You understand your second dimension. You go to the next level of being. That is artists, where the artists reach. Rabindranath Tagore, the great poet like Rabindranath Tagore, the great Sthapatis, great people, great painters, all these people touch the second layer. They use their system as a tractor. People who have become enlightened, who have become God, who have become one with the God, who have had a spiritual joy in their life, spiritual bliss in their life. Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, Ramakrishna, Raman Maharshi, these great masters, Ramanuja, all these great spiritual people, they are using the same system as a aircraft. They are the pilots. They are the people who show life to us, how beautifully life can be lived, what best you can have from the system, how maximum can be extracted out of this system, how optimum the system can be put to use is expressed, explained by the great masters like Jesus, Buddha, Saint Francis of Assisi, Saint Thomas. All these great masters have lived their life as an aircraft. What is the difference between the tribal villages and the pilot? Tell me. What is the difference? Only one difference. Villages don't know how to operate the mechanisms and gears. The pilot knows how to operate the mechanisms. That's all. Villages, they don't know how to operate the mechanisms, so they are using that as a bullock cart. Pilot, he knows how to operate the mechanism. He is using the same thing as a aircraft. Please turn. Where the spinal cord ends, it can be. Where the spinal cord ends, the end of the spinal cord, the Muladhara chakra, the first center, just 2 inches above, we are going to do the meditation. So for that you need to understand where the chakras are situated. Just 2 inches above Swadhisthana. Then navel, where the navel center is there, on that the third chakra, Manipuraga it is called. Then just near the chest, the center of the chest, we have, yes, thank you, no, this is enough. We have the Anahata, the fourth center. It is called heart center, Anahata, the fourth center. Near the throat, this area, we have fifth center, Vishuddhi. This is called. Near the eyebrows, you have the sixth center, it is called Anya. On the top of the crown, on the top of the head, there is a chakra which is called Sahasrara. These are the seven major centers, seven major mechanisms which exist in your being, in your body. If you know how to breathe life into them, in an ordinary way, normal way, they are completely closed. They don't work completely. Only very minimum portion of their the chakras are active, are there. The energy which is supplied to the chakras are not enough. Very little portion of your energy is supplied to the chakras. If you know how to breathe life into them, if you know how to activate them, if you know how to concentrate on them, if you know how to energize them, you will see the same body with the same mind, with the same spirit. You will be able to live more joyful, more ecstatic, more collective life. The below chakra, lowest chakra, Mooladhara, this chakra is managing all the sexual activities of your mind. The imagination, too much of imagination locks this chakra. And if you know how to live the life with little bit of less imaginations, as I told you yesterday, if the dreams can be little reduced, this chakra opens. The next level, Swadhisthana, the chakra which is below your navel, above the Mooladhara, below the navel. If this chakra is getting locked by the unnecessary fear. You see, a small example can tell you about this chakra. If you just climb the 10-story building, and if you stand near a parapet wall and just peep in, peep out, you know that the building is safe, and the man who built the building, he only built the parapet wall. Even then, if you just put your head outside the window, you will have a slight feeling, just from the deep stomach, a feeling of fear that you may fall. The feeling which comes from the deep stomach, it comes from only Swadhisthana. And you are driving in a highway, the full speed, if some vehicle, without any traffic, without any rules, if it comes just near your vehicle, as if about to hit your vehicle, you will feel something is suddenly come up from your deep stomach. Any of you have felt a sudden fear? If you are in danger, you will feel that something suddenly happening in your deep stomach. That happens only from Swadhisthana. The fear, the unnecessary fear, and the deep feeling of insecurity locks the Swadhisthana chakra. If you understand the inevitability of life and inevitability of death, death is the only thing which can never die. Anything else can die. Death is the only thing which never dies. Uncertainty is the only certainty in the life. Insecurity is the only security in the life. If you understand the life uncertainty and relax with the fear of death, this chakra opens. The third thing, Manipuraga, is something to do with Ori. That is the navel center is something to do with Ori. That is the reason in all the language we have an expression. If you receive any news which you cannot tolerate, if a shocking news comes to you, immediately we say, I cannot digest it. I cannot stomach it. Not only in English, all the language this expression exists. Because Ori and Manipuraga is very closely related. Any news which makes you worry, you immediately say, I cannot digest it. And any news, if you hear any shocking news which shakes you, the first will be, stomach will be upset. The first thing in your system will be, stomach will be disturbed. Any disturbing news, any disturbing thing, have you observed? Anybody had this experience? Any shocking news if you receive, the first reaction in your system will be, stomach will be disturbed. Stomach will get upset, either diarrhea or indigestion. The stomach is the first portion, first part of your body, which will be disturbed if you listen any news any the incident which gives you worry. So the Manipuraga is disturbed by unnecessary worries and the unnecessary depression. If you suppress any of your emotions, Manipuraga is the first chakra which will get disturbed. And the Anahata is the chakra which continuously asks for the attention from others. Our life, throughout our life, we will be doing so many things just to get the attention of the others. Just to ask, just to get the certificate from others that you are a good person, you are a good wife, you are a good husband, you are a good children, you are a good son, you are a good daughter. To get that certificate, we put our whole life just for the certificates of others. When you just run behind the certificate of others, the Anahata is locked. So the Vishuddhi, when you compare and feel jealous with others, when you compare your life with others and feel jealousy about it, the Vishuddhi gets locked. If you take things too seriously and if you behave too egoistically, the prejudiced life, if your life is filled with prejudices, instead of living with reality, if you have too much of past on your head, the Anya is locked. Too much of past and too much of ego. Of course, past is ego. If you have too much of past, you behave with a too much of egoistic way. That is the reason elderly people, if you just go near them, they will start, oh, in my good old days. Anything, the conversation will start, in my good old days. You can, with any elderly person you can say, you can see. If they live with a simple little bit of understanding, they won't start. Otherwise, in my good old days, things used to be like that. So the past is heavy on our life. If you have too much of past carrying in your life, it is not that just because you are 90, you need to carry the past. There is no need. There are many people who are 90, but mentally they are 19. Just because you have lived 90 years, there is no need you should carry the past. Just because you are elderly man, there is no need that you should be egoistic. But generally, we carry the past heavy on our mind. So wherever, even if it is unasked, we just go and give advice. See, the advice is so it is free of cost. So what to do? Even if nobody wants, even if somebody doesn't listen, we just go and catch them and start giving the advice. So just catching the people and giving the advice, just having the past on your head locks the Anya chakra, and continuously living a discontented life. Whatever life has given, we take the things for granted and we don't feel grateful for the life. That motion, that taking the things for granted, locks the Sahasrara chakra. This is the gist of the 7 chakras. If you understand, God has given so much, divine energy has given so much. If you feel grateful, the Sahasrara opens. You see, we pray to God, oh God, give me the ring, give me the diamond ring, I should wear a diamond ring. But we never feel grateful that you are given a finger. You see the truth. We pray to God, we pray to Balaji, oh Balaji, give me so much of money so that I will wear diamond ring. But we never feel grateful, oh God, you have given me the finger. That is the way of our life. Whatever God has given, whatever the divine has given, whatever the life has given, we think everything is our birthright. Till we get only, our mind keeps quiet. As soon as we get what we decide, oh, it is my birthright. Everything is mine. Then what we go for? Next. What next? What next? What next? Taking things for granted locks this chakra. If you understand how much the existence has showered on you, how much the God has showered on you, how much the divinity has given you, the Sahasrara opens. You see, if all of you if a God appears suddenly in front of you and says, whatever you want, please make a list and give me. Will the list end any day? The list will never end. And if the God appears in front of you and asks, whatever I have given, please give the list, we will never make the list. You see, if the God has given you enough things and God has not given you enough things, there are so many things which is not given by God, and there are so many things which is given by God. This side also big list, and this side also big list. But we never look at this list. We never look at the list which God has given. We all our eyes, throughout our life, our whole concentration is what God has not given. That is the reason from early morning till midnight, we continuously blame God. Oh, He has not given me this, He has not given me that. And finally we go to bargain also. Oh God, give me 1 lakh in the lottery. I'll give you 10,000 in the hundi. If you don't believe me, deduct the 10,000 by yourself and give only 90,000 in the lottery. So these are our prayers. Small story can explain how we bargain with God. Once a doctor, engineer, and lawyer. All these three people, this is a story I always use. All these three, they got together and they wanted to start a business. So when you start a business, you always naturally feel insecure. How to start, how to go about, whether I will be successful. So when you are feeling insecure, only then you call God. Otherwise we don't call God. We want God only when we feel insecure. So the insecurity, naturally they pray to God. You see, whatever profit comes, we will make it as a 4 shares. Each one for 3 of us. And the 4th share goes to God. 4th share will be put into hundi, temple hundi. So they decided that they will do this. Somehow the business has become so successful, more than $1 crore has come as a God's share. You see, if it is a $500 or $600 or $1,000 also, we wouldn't mind putting in hundi. If it is a 10,000 also we would have put. But the 1 crore, we always feel, why God needs 1 crore? After all, He has no issues. You see, we have issues, we have to educate our son, daughter. We need so many things, so we need money. Why God needs $1 crore? So doctors gave suggestion. First person, he gave suggestion. We will convert everything into gold and we will make a small round in the floor. We will throw all the gold outside. Whatever falls inside the hole, we will give it to the God. Whatever falls outside, we will take that as a prasad. God's prasadam. Next man told, no, we will make a little big hole. Whatever falls inside, we will take it. Whatever falls outside, we will give it to God. You see, the third man is a wise man. He told, you see, we will throw everything up. After all, God is there. Let Him take whatever He wants. Whatever falls down, we will have it. You see, after all, why should we give what has fallen on the ground? This is the way our logic works. See, till we get the things done from God, we oblige. When the things are done, we have our own logic to fulfill. Almost all our prayers are like this only. When the things have happened, you see, when the profit has come, when things are in the hand, we don't bother about God. Once people are going in a ship, suddenly a cyclone attacked the ship. Ship was about to collapse. One man started praying, oh God, if you save me, I will stop smoking. Then also ship was not stopped, it is again shaking. And then he started, oh God, if you save me, I will stop drinking. Then also the ship has not stopped, it is again in the danger. He shouted, oh God, if you save me, I will stop womanizing. The next man, he told, hey, don't go to that much. I think one ship is coming, we will be saved. One boat is coming, we will be saved. Don't go to that much. You see, whenever we feel that we are insecure, we want God. Otherwise, let Him be in the heaven. We don't mind, we don't bother much. That is the way of our life. Whenever we feel the necessity, the utility. God is nothing but an utility for us. We take the things for granted. Whatever He has given, we take the things for granted. We never feel grateful. How intensely you pray, you don't feel gratitude so intensely. Sometimes, very rarely, when you get something suddenly, you say, all right, oh God, thank you, bye. But never with the intensity of your prayer. We pray so intensely. Oh God, give me this, give me that, from morning till night, only application writing. But when He has given something, we don't feel such a gratitude. We don't feel the gratefulness towards the existence. This is the energy which locks the Sahasrara. God has given so much, He has showered so much on our life. When you take the life for granted, Sahasrara is locked. When you feel gratitude towards the life, when you feel your thankful attitude towards the energy, towards the existence, gratitude is the greatest attitude. Gratitude is the greatest attitude which you can have towards the life. Then Sahasrara opens, when the Sahasrara flowers. So, these are the emotions which locks our major chakras. So if you can just understand, understanding itself solves half of the problem. See, you don't say, many people come and tell me, Swamiji, I understand, whatever you say sounds so right, but in practice we are not able to do what to do. This is the problem. Most of us face this problem. Do you say, I understand if I put my fingers in the fire, I will get burnt. But every day I want to put my fingers in the fire. Do you say that? No. When you understand, if you put your fingers in the fire, you will be burnt. Clearly, thoroughly, you never go and put. If you don't understand, then only you go and try. Same way, if you understand, these are the emotions which blocks your chakras. These are the ways which disturbs your chakras. You can really drop it. You can understand. But our understanding is not so deep. Once, when you put your hands in the cigarette and you get burnt, you think, I think only cigarette fire burns, not the lamp fire. Let me put my finger once more in the lamp fire. You put your hand in the lamp fire and again you get burnt. Oh, lamp fire also burns. Let me put my hand in chimney fire and see whether that burns or not. So every day you try with new fires. When you understand all the fire burns, the time has come for you to go to the fire ground, the burial ground. The time will come. You need to go to the burial ground. You need to go to the cremation ground. So if you go testing every fire, naturally you will end up in the cremation ground. Nothing else. You will never understand. But understand, only once when you touch some one fire, not only this fire, all fire will burn. All fire will hurt. When you understand that, your life, you can come out of the sufferings. Your life will become a joyful flowering. Same way, understand not only this one problem, anything, not only one incident, anything related to that emotion. When I say that worry disturbs your Manipura chakra, unnecessary worry and too much of overbrooding disturbs your Manipura chakra. Not only it is related to one incident, it is related to all the incidents of your life. Anything, any incident, don't brood over too much. Don't worry too much. Just some 4 months ago, one middle-aged lady, around 40 years she came to our ashram. As soon as she entered my cabin, she started crying. This happened really. She started weeping and wailing. I told her, why are you crying, ma? Can you just tell me the reason? Let me see what can be done. She started telling, oh, my son is not listening my words. He is disobedient. If the same thing happens, I don't know, he may marry on his own. He may not marry the girl whom I wanted. In India, the son is a very good, you can earn a lot through a son. If you have one son, that is enough. You can earn enough money to run your life. If you sell that one son in the market, you will get enough money to run your whole life. So if he marries on his if I gets married, if he decides his own life, his own partner, what will happen to me? I don't know what will happen. So she started crying. I told her, you see, don't bother. Bring your son once. Let me talk to him. Let me try to help him. She suddenly told, no, Swamiji, I don't have to bring. I have already brought. She just let a 4-year-old boy. The son is only 4-year-old boy. She is so much worried. She is weeping and wailing. She is telling me he may marry on his own. I don't know what will happen in future. She is complaining so much. But when I asked about her son, she just let a small kid. He is only 4-year-old. You see, we are such a great masters of worrying. Even if you don't find any reason, of course, we find some reason to worry. If you don't find any reason today, oh, today everything is going well. I think tomorrow something big bad is going to happen. And that is what we think, something very bad thing is going to happen. That is the reason today things are going smooth. If everything goes well, if you can't find any reason, you just start thinking, tomorrow there may be something very bad. I don't know what will happen. We start worrying about the next thing. You see, in the initial times, you need some reason for worrying. After some time, that becomes such a beautiful habit for you, you don't need outside reason. Even if you make some reason, even if you don't get any outside reason, you just make your own inside reason. Oh, things are going so smooth today. I think tomorrow something big bad is going to happen. Something very bad is going to happen. Some reason we find. When I say the worry disturbs the Manipuraga, the unnecessary worry disturbs the Manipuraga, not only in one incident, throughout your life, just look, just scan your life, see where all you unnecessarily worry, where all you invested too much of your worries, and remove that. Remove the energy, remove that zone. When you stop worrying, not only you stop worrying, your energy is diverted totally towards the living, towards the life. So you will have negative accounts will be reduced and the positive accounts will increase. Both the way it will be helpful. You see, if one man comes from the opposite side of the army, to your side, not only they are losing one man, you are gaining one person. So the result is 2. 1. Here 1 plus, there 1 minus, here 1 plus. So when you stop, when you analyze and understand these worries, the root cause of your problems, not only the opposite army is losing one man, you are gaining that energy. That energy turns and helps you in a positive way. So a simple understanding itself can solve more than 50% of your problems. The maturity, understanding solves 50% and the other 50% meditation. So maturity and meditation can guide and solve major problems of our life. Our life can be transformed into a real joyful ecstasy. As on now, the life is just dragging, pulling, going on. When you know how to add meditation and maturity, if you know how to activate these energy centers, the chakras, how to breathe life into it, how to breathe energy into it, how to awaken those energy centers, the same life, the same routine, the same house, the same living style will be transformed into an ecstatic lifestyle, into a Ananda Yoga, into a spiritual life. When you live ecstatically, when you live with the joy, when you live with the bliss, that is a spiritual life. Spiritual life means not going into the Himalayas, not only simply sitting there in someone forest, no. If you live your life joyfully, in a balanced way, in an ecstatic way, in a blissful way, that is what is a real spiritual life. So, let me pray and bless all of you. Let you all live and be with eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Yes. So what a beautiful introduction about the chakras, how each chakras are related to some emotions, some energy. And Samaj has beautifully described about the chakras. So we'll be entering into the meditation technique to awaken these chakras. So before that, as Samaj has described all these chakras, we'll be displaying the different chakras, the 7 chakras which we have in our body. Display a diagram which Samaj has already explained. As you can see in the diagram, the first is a root chakra, which is at the root of the spine, which is Mooladhara chakra. Above that is Swadhisthana chakra, the spleen center. Then above that is Manipurka chakra, which is at the navel center. Next is Anahata chakra, which is at the heart center. Next is Vishuddhi chakra, which is located at the throat center. Then Angya chakra, the third eye. Then the Sahasrara chakra. These are the locations of these major chakras, the 7 chakras.
So continuing on with the chakra awareness, in this step, we'll continue to sit in Vajrasana. So sit sitting on the knees, so knees bent and sitting comfortably on the heels of your foot, so with your buttocks on the heels. Or you can also sit cross-legged if you wish, but keep your fingers in the chin mudra. And now let us bring our awareness to each chakra, each energy center, one by one, starting from the Mooladhara chakra, all the way to the Sahasrara chakra. And take a few moments to understand how each of the energy centers are blocked and unblocked. So we'll be going through a list of how these energy centers are blocked and unblocked. So while we go through for each energy center, bring awareness to that energy center. So we'll be displaying for you as well a slide about these energy centers. And as we go through each energy center, I want you to bring your awareness to that energy center. So starting with the Mooladhara chakra.
So the first chakra is the Mooladhara chakra, which is blocked by fantasies and imaginations. The more fantasies, the more imaginations that you gather, your Mooladhara chakra gets blocked. And when you start accepting the reality, the less and less fantasies, the less and less imaginations that you carry, the more you are open to the reality, you start unblocking this Mooladhara chakra.
So that was the Mooladhara chakra located at the bottom of the spine. Now we're moving on to the Swadhisthana chakra, which is just 2 inches below the navel.
This chakra is blocked due to the fear of death. Understand, even the small fear that we have to the big fear, it's all fear of death. Every time that we have little fear, this Swadhisthana chakra gets blocked. When we start accepting death, which is the very basis of fear, we start unblocking this chakra, which is the Swadhisthana chakra. The next is Manipuraka chakra, which we move from Swadhisthana to the navel center. It is where the Manipuraka chakra is located. So this chakra is blocked due to the worries, whether the small worries that you do go through every single day or the big worries. All your worries, emotions are stored in Manipuraka chakra. This chakra, the Manipuraka chakra, can be unblocked when you stop worrying about the worries. When you stop worrying about the worries, you unblock this chakra.
So make sure you still bring your awareness to each individual chakra as we move from one to the other.
The next is Anahata chakra. Anahata chakra is located at the heart center. Now, the Anahata chakra gets blocked because of the attention need. Every time that we look for the attention, whether in relationship or even small day-to-day activities, incidents, we keep on looking for attention. Due to this attention seeking, the Anahata chakra gets blocked. And when you start radiating the love, start giving the selfless love, this Anahata chakra gets unblocked. The next, we move on to the Vishuddhi chakra. Vishuddhi chakra is situated at the throat center. And this chakra gets blocked due to continuous comparison that we have again and again. When we start comparing in every situations, when we start having jealousy towards other person, whether it is through achievements or in success or anything, this chakra gets blocked. When we start accepting the uniqueness of every individual, we drop our comparison, we drop our jealousy, and in this way, we unblock this Vishuddhi chakra. Next, we move on to the Angya chakra, which is situated between the two eyebrows, the third eye. And this chakra gets blocked because of the ego and the seriousness that we carry in our life. So the more and more seriousness you block this Angya chakra, the more ego that you carry, you block the Angya chakra. When you bring simplicity and innocence into your being, this chakra gets unblocked. From Angya, we move on to the next chakra, which is Sahasrara chakra. This chakra gets blocked due to discontentment. Again and again, when we go through any discontentment, whether it is discontent about the life, about any thing that we want, we are not able to get, or any kind of discontentment that we go through in our life, again, we block the Sahasrara chakra. But when we bring gratitude in our life, gratitude of what we have, everything that we have in our life is a gift from Paramashiva. Again and again, which we bring again and again gratitude towards the life and everything that has been showered to us, we unblock the Sahasrara chakra. So let's take few moments and let's bring awareness to each of these chakras as we enter into this chakra awareness. Let's continue. Now slowly you can relax. Understand, when you bring awareness to each of the chakras, you awaken the ultimate, the unlimited potential each of these chakras carry. All right. So with this, now we'll be entering into the power manifestation round. And today we are doing the power of thought current scanning.
Yes, so once again, requesting everyone, let us get ready for this. We ourselves, the acharyas, will be looking at an image. So we'll have an image in front of us, and we request you, the participants, to scan our thought cards and identify the details of the image that we have in front of us. So very much the same thing as we had in the previous round, for those of you that are still with us from the previous round of power manifestation. So once again, we'll have an image in front of ourselves, the acharyas, and yourselves, the participants, will be scanning our thought cards and gathering the details of the image that we have in front of us. If you want, you can cover your eyes. You can keep them open. It's probably easier if you cover your eyes to limit the distractions that might be around you if you keep your eyes open. So when you keep your eyes open, your mind will get distracted and will interrupt you from the power manifestation. So it's best to keep the eyes closed. So let's sit with the eyes closed, keeping the back, neck, and spine, the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us bring our full awareness to our Ananda Gandha, which is just below the heart center and just above the navel center. And let us connect deeply to Paramashiva, connect deeply to Swamiji. Feel the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Feel the feeling connection we have to the Master, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us feel all of that in our Ananda Gandha, just below the heart center and just above the navel center. That fleshy bit just under the rib cage. So keeping the awareness on our Anahata Chakra, on our Ananda Gandha. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, let us continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout the power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Paramashiva, space of oneness with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power of thought current scanning. Scanning the details of the image in front of the acharyas. Let us begin.
Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Now slowly, very slowly you can relax. And let's start sharing what Paramshah revealed to you as you are scanning the thought currents of the Acharyas. So come on, let's get started. You can start typing your answers. Come on, this is an interesting round. See what all details was revealed to you. Whether you saw the whole picture itself or just a wide view, vivid view of the image. You saw some letters, some words. You saw some object that was very much emphasized or focused, or rest everything was blurred. In any form that was revealed to you, you can share that as well. Sometimes what happens is you are looking at something you want, but you're not able to get it. But in that process, you miss other items, so other trees, or so you're not able to share all the details. So make sure that you are sharing every single details as it was revealed to you.
Yes, with Maskandamata that shares the trees are bright red and green with blue and black hues, each color appearing in patches. Yes, thank you very much for sharing.
Also requesting everyone, Matthew Eskaraya, Ma Share Memos, Ma Mahajada Shaktika, Ma Nestre Gunya, Ma Yang Hong, Ma Nithya Anandeshwari, Ma Nithya Sangashaktini, Yan Ping, Fan, Ma Sophia, Ma Parabrahm Swarupini. Everyone, let's get started and let's start sharing. And once here shared, we will be revealing the image that was in front of the Acharya's screen. So we have Manasya Gunya who shares Shiva Mahashivaratri, very bright and nice. Thank you for sharing, ma. Just give few moments.
So of course we are in the midst of the Mahashivaratri celebrations, and of course don't forget tomorrow we have a very important live darshan that is starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, ET time. So it won't be like today at 9:30. It'll be what's that? 4 hours later. 4 hours later at 1:30 p.m. ET. There'll be about 12 a.m. IST, so Indian Standard Time. So make sure you put this in your calendar so you know what time it is. Calculate the time for your zone, wherever you are in the world.
Also, inform your friends, your family members, and everyone and invite them, especially for this darshan, the Maha Shivaratri. Understanding that this is the night of awakening itself.
So this is the night where we stay awake throughout the entire night to bring in this awakening, to bring in the light, to bring in the awakening of the human spirit, of the human consciousness, to bring in the super consciousness of Paramashiva in our lives.
All right. So let's reveal the image that the acharyas were looking at. Yes, so this is the image that we had projected. We had in our screen. So as you can see, it's a nice view. Just behind, you can see a huge mountain. Just in front is filled with a mist. You can see the houses just behind even the mist or the clouds. You can say there are houses, and just behind there are mountain filled with the trees. There are houseboats, house also, and houseboats also. You can see the people in the boat. You can see small shops here and there in the water itself. And probably people are just crossing this water body. And so, yes, this is the overall picture that we had displayed. You can see the trees, even looks like there is flower on the left side. There's water tank. So yes, this is the image that we had displayed. Mother shares the trees are bright red and green. Oh, well, we have the tree on the right side where the leaves or maybe the flowers are actually, it looks like red, having that red color, and the green, of course. The tree itself is having so many green leaves, and behind also the mountain is filled with the greens and with blue and black hue, each color appearing in patches. So we definitely, if you look at the houses, we definitely have the blue, we definitely have the black color, and each color appearing in patches. So you can see multicolors filled with the colors. Thank you, Ma, for sharing. Yes, spot on. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for manifesting.
Yes, and we have Mr. Guna that shares Shiva Mahashivaratri, very bright and nice. So Ma, I think you're caught up with the whole celebrations of Mahashivaratri. So we don't have Shiva or Mahashivaratri being here, but of course, Paramashiva reveals to you a lot more than is being displayed in this two-dimensional depiction. It might have some connection to Paramashiva, to Mahashivaratri, And of course, as we mentioned, tomorrow we have Mahashivratri celebrations starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So, Ma, I'm sure you're going to be there. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma.
Yes. So thank you. The whole celebration of Mahashivratri is everywhere. You can see, understanding that when you are yourself filled with that whole celebration, you see nothing else, because this is the peak of our awakening, the peak possibility, the day of Shivratri, the night of Shivratri, where that frequency itself raises. And when we meditate, when we are awakened, when we are awake the whole night, the possibility for us to get awakened is very much high, very much possible for all of us. And as a group, when as a whole humanity is awake at that night, the possibility simply shoots up. So make sure that you are tuning in for this celebration of Mahashivratri. All right. So with this, now we'll be entering into the next revelation by Swamiji. And the next revelation by Swamiji, which is going to be on the 7 layers and the samskaras. The 7 layers and the samskaras, Swamiji will be guiding us, taking us into deep into it. So understand that these 7 layers and samskaras are very much part of us. Each layers have some samskaras associated with it. So let's come to the space of listening and let's enter into this revelation.
Seven layers in our being. Maybe I'll give you just simple diagram. Is it seen properly? No, I think. Now I think okay. Yes. Somebody asked me yesterday, there was a question. Somebody, why are you using all these modern things? I told them, what is the wrong? Perfectly all right. If Buddhas made 10,000 people enlightened without flight, car and computer, laptop and without any infrastructure, website, internet, when we have all these things, we should make at least 200,000 people enlightened, 2 lakh people enlightened. So what is the wrong in using? So let all this infrastructure be used to transmit the true science. It doesn't have to be used to transmit only the ideas which was in the head of the people who invented. See, just because somebody has invented this, it is not that you have to accept the ideology and lifestyle of the person who was invented. That is what we are doing. Not just taking the comforts and scientific great things from the West, taking their lifestyle also, idiotic. And you don't know, 66% of the Western countries, not just America, even the other so-called developed countries, 66% are taking some form of psychiatric medicines. Now we don't understand where we are heading. 66 is not small percentage. Sometimes I really feel blessed, fortunate that I am born and brought up in Indian villages. I was born and brought up in Indian village. I never heard so many problems